until then. Lost to see you were the one to push me in, but the water's warm, now I'm bathing in karma and sin. You can see the pain in my eyes, and I can see you standing by, getting ready to pounce, but it's over. Now you have your fun, but mine's just begun. Going insane, so I drink my pain. Now the smoke is clear, I have no fear. You gave me a war, but now you'll get yours. But now you'll get yours. But now you'll get yours. Now you'll get yours. Wanna tear out my eyes from the things that you made me see. Confusion, rage, and regret consuming me. Sun's going down and I feel it getting cold. I step outside, but the chill is from your soul. You can see the pain in my eyes, and I can see you standing by, getting ready to pounce, but it's over. Now you have your fun, but mine's just begun. Going insane, so I drink my pain. Now the smoke is clear, I have no fear. You gave me a war, but now you'll get yours. But now you'll get yours. But now you'll get yours. Now you'll get yours. You let my worst and let my best, and the mess inside the so well dressed. You sing to me so sweetly, running on glass, another level past. You're giving me a high, but it doesn't last. You sing to me so sweetly, and when you're gone, I'll be standing tall. Pull up a chair, sit and watch you fall. Then I'll sing to you so sweetly. You can see the pain in my eyes, and I can see you standing by, getting ready to pounce, but it's over. Now you had your fun, but mine's just begun. Going insane, so I drink my pain. Now the smoke is clear, I have no fear. You gave me a war, but now you'll get yours. But now you'll get yours. But now you'll get yours. Kia, movement that inspires.
स्काउट भाई पेट्रोल भर दो ना।
क्या भाई लोग रोंडो जाना है क्या? तो जानता नहीं मैं कौन हूँ? अबे तू बाहर में भर के तो बता। अबे रोंडो में रोंडो किसको बोला रे? रोंडो बोलता है हाँ? तू रोंडो? रन Nation wants to know कहाँ है ये रोंडो? रोंडो अभी बताओ मुझे रोंडो। अरे ओ कालिया कितने आदमी थे?
रोंडो सरकार।
रोंडो
कहाँ है?
क्या है ये रोंडो? क्यों बेटा कन्फ्यूजन में? आओ कभी रोंडो में। रोंडो आगे। रन।
क्रेज चढ़ेगा सबको क्योंकि BGMI में आ गया है नया रोंडो मैप। Get new vehicles, explosive weapons, epic hot drop locations and more. Download BGMI now.
भाई क्या करवा रहे हो तुम? कभी पेट्रोल वाला बना दिया, कभी टीचर बना दे रहे हो। अबे गेमर हूँ मैं, एक्टर थोड़ी हूँ। भाई डाउनलोड BGMI now.
सर वाटरमेलन जूस।
अबे छोड़ो।
डिलीवरी ऑर्डर रेडी।
समझा नहीं क्या भाई? अपना भाई वाव मोड में है।
It's the last day of round 2, and that means one last opportunity for our contenders to fight it out for survival. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to another exciting day of the realme BMPS 2025. This is Super joined by Necro alongside with me. And Necro, before we kick off this last day of round 2, as I've said, we are facing eliminations again. Let's go ahead and have a little bit of recap of how round 2 has turned out so far for the teams that have made it through.
I mean, we already know what's going on, Johnny. Let's be honest, right? The hot topic, Reckoning Esports being eliminated. And yes, they are currently sitting inside of the 24 teams that are going to be eliminated from this tournament, which is not a good thing. And of course, the other teams that are still in the front. For now, the cutoff is around 18 points, which is, of course, not a lot of points. But I'm pretty sure at the end of today's day, maybe it's going to go around 25 and 26 points, something around that.
Yeah, people are expecting the cutoff to be between 25 to 30. But apart from Revan and X-Pac, I mean, that's happened 2 days ago. Let's just move on from that. Not going to be playing in this tournament anymore. A lot of other big names have taken a tumble. And that has been a big concern. but they still have an opportunity to fight it out today. But let's see how things are going to turn out. One thing that has turned out quite nicely, and this is for you guys, is the Realme GT7, ladies and gentlemen. It's out and available on Amazon, so you guys can go onto Amazon, search for the Realme GT7, and grab one of these amazing devices for yourself. It keeps you in a position for where you can play for hours non-stop, 120 FPS of stable BGMI for 6 hours, and it has been co-tested by Realme and Crafton, and also stays 6 degrees cooler while you are in your marathon gaming session. So if you want to grind, Realme GT7 is the way to go. But I mean, talking about the grind for these teams, and as we were building it up, a few big names still in that position from where they can get kicked out. One of them is going to be Moneymakers, the last surviving former player from Reckoning Esports, still in this tournament. Yeah,
exactly. Maybe you can say a little bit of that inch is still there of the defending champion still inside of the entire tournament. But jokes apart, looking at Moneymakers and the situation that's been going on with them, it's not something we expected, right? Especially the way they performed inside of the round one. Yeah. We clearly saw a big glimmer of hope from the side of Moneymakers. The first 6 games that they played, they were phenomenal. And then later on, we did see that dip in the performance in the round one itself. And it feels like they're still not able to recover from that dip itself, and that's why in the round 2 the momentum's not looking good. But it's not just about Moneymakers, right? We still look at a few more names like BotArmy Esports. Even this is one of those teams that could have been the potential champion in the BMPS, but now they're still struggling too much. And VST as well, another known banner, even they're struggling.
I mean, a lot of big names right now sit in a position from where either they have one good game and get themselves to a safer position between those 25 to 30 points, or the way they are struggling, they are under 20 points right now, and if the struggles continue today, there is a possibility that they can get kicked out in round 2 itself. As you mentioned, BotArmy is going to be there, VST is there, WINDGOD is also another name that has kind of had an interesting run. Their start to the journey overall, when you look at round 1's performance, was kind of slow. But then in round 2, it seems like ever so slightly they have picked up the pace.
Yeah, it feels like WINDGOD Esports has never been the banner that likes to flex too much or go for that poppy plays anyways. We've got the overall standings on the screen. Top 8 pretty much looking extremely comfy. It's not even a question. You've also got TC right there on the 8th spot. They've played all their games so far, so yes, they're looking comfortable as well. Then you move on towards the latter half of the board, and over there you do see a few names from this particular group itself, which is going to be VASISTA Esports and even Reckoning Esports that have only played 3 games individually, and still they're inside of the top 16. That's impressive.
Yeah, both these teams from Group D itself, incredible run yesterday, both of them averaging about 15 points per match, and in the same group as well. Luckily for both of them, they do not juke it out as much against each other inside of the games. I mean, either it's going to be VASISTA dominating like in the last game yesterday, or it's going to be the side of Reckoning. But today it's going to be important for the teams starting here. Anyone that is lacking in the mid-20s, the early 20s, they're going to be in trouble. And in particular from this group, I think Inferno Rising was one of those names that has gotten themselves to a safer position. But Inferno Rising is also a team that actually started off on a great note in round 1, and then there was just a complete disaster in the other 9 games.
So, in my opinion, the moment teams cross more than 30 points, they're going to be safe. And Inferno Rising, they've got 26 points, so it's all good in the hood for them. They just need 4 more points in the span of 3 games, and of course, they can make it happen easily. It's not even a question. Now, we move on towards the latter half of the board, and this is where a few upsets will be witnessed. Of course, if you look at teams on the spot of 47th, 48th, they're all the way in the danger zone itself. They need to find a way to get themselves outside of that. Unfortunately for Reckoning Esports, they've played all their 6 games, and now they cannot really pull themselves outside of that dirt.
Yeah, another name over here is going to be on that 45th spot. It is going to be Team Mastermind Mavericks. They are going to be taking the first 3 matches, and if they can secure just one game with 10 to 12 points, I think they should be good to go. That's all they need in the 3 games they have left.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, for Mastermind Mavericks, we know what sort of caliber they possess, and I don't think for them as well it's going to be that big of a sweat to actually get themselves outside of that dirt. But that also means the moment Mastermind Mavericks pulls themselves out, there's going to be someone pushed down as well. Yeah. And who is that team going to be? Well, we need to figure out the moment we're done with these games. We've got the latter half as well. Once again, in the overall standings popping up, we do see a few known names over here too. BotArmy Esports, Raven Esports is also going to be playing today. Raven Esports in the round 1 was phenomenal in the first 6 games that they played. Pretty much the same storyline as Moneymakers, but then later on we did see that dip, and now it feels like they're not able to recover from that as well.
Yeah, and Moneymakers themselves, just 7 points in the first 3 matches that they played. So that is a team, along with 4 barriers, who face the threat of elimination in the worst way possible. 4 barriers, let's talk about them for a minute while we have the schedule on our screens. It's going to be pretty much the same, except Group D plays the first 3 matches. Group C plays the next set of 3 matches. Erangel, Miramar, Sanok. Sanok, Miramar, Erangel. That's going to be the queue of the maps. But coming back to the conversation about 4 barriers, right? Round 1, last day, last 2 matches left for 4 barriers. And that is where they got all of the points for qualifying and making it into round 2.
Yeah.
Again in the same spot, Necro.
Pretty much. I mean, Iconic coming up with an iconic moment, but can he repeat it once again? That's the main question for 4 barriers. At this point, I would say, as an entirety of that team, they need to pop up. They need to be the one to step up on the occasion and do good. You cannot just rely on Iconic every single time to go for that monstrous play and save the day for your team. You've got a few names like VASISTA Esports, Reckoning Esports, and BO7S who are just looking extremely dominant in this lobby, and they're not going to slack off anytime soon.
Yeah, these teams are definitely creating that vacuum and taking points away from a lot of these teams. But let's see how the day is going to turn out. In the meanwhile, we have our predictions from both the desk right now, and it seems like Sparrow and Maisie is sticking with money makers from this particular group. Ravan has gone for do or die. You have picked Mastermind Mavericks. IC went for WINDGOD. I went with Reckoning.
There's no way you went with Reckoning Esports, right? They're already doing so good in the overall standings.
But this was just for the best performing team.
Hey, I mean, come on, Johnny. Sometimes you got to give a little bit of that leeway to the teams at the bottom as well.
Yeah,
help them out.
I'm giving them leeway. I'm just letting them go.
Oh. Maybe you're cursing Reckoning Esports by picking them? Cast a curse?
Could be.
Hoping?
Making the tournament more interesting.
Yeah.
Giving an opportunity to the teams at the bottom there.
That would definitely be spicy. But yeah, speaking of what exactly happened yesterday too, right? We did see rival Apecity just dominate out of nowhere. Yeah. And I personally never saw that coming. First 2 games, they got 50 points. Unthinkable of. And then in the last game, they just got 1 point.
Yeah, that was
quite funny.
It was funny, but let's see. I mean, rival Apecity, phenomenal run, as you mentioned, and something that was out of the books for a lot of these people. But again, Group D kicking off their journey. There's going to be a lot of heavy hitters over here as well. And of course, as we talked about it, a few teams looking to survive in the realme BMPS. Let's see how Erangel is going to turn out.
Exactly. As the plane's going to be in the skies once again, starting all the way from Hospital towards the southern side, which is going to be Sosnovka military base. Once again, this plane flat pad does look extremely comfortable. If the teams do want to move around Lipovka, Kameshki, now that's going to be an extremely tough stretch, but still, they can go for the pit stop, get their hands on a basic loot, and then maybe move on towards their main drop location. But looking at the way things have been going right now, the plane flat path is extremely important, especially on the map of Wrangel and Miramar. If it's not supporting your home ground, then it's better for you to loot up around the circle and just be inside of the circle in the first place.
Yeah, but let's see. I mean, right now we know that's not how these teams like to play, so there are going to be fights for those vehicle spawns. 2 in particular, one towards the northeast of Georgopol across the river. So you see that road moving in towards the eastern side from northern Georgopol city. There's going to be 1 vehicle spot there. That is where a fight is going to break out. And the next one is going to be the road that connects Pochinki to farm. 2 important vehicle spawns because they one allows you to control and rotate towards the northern half of the map. The other one gives you a lot of control for the center. And it is going to be interesting to see if these fights actually result in full-on conflicts, or right now these days we are seeing teams sort of avoid any early action as soon as they see those parachutes go out.
Yeah, you've also got Exotic Signature, BO7S dropping around that Novorapnoy vicinity. I'm pretty sure Exotic Signature is just going to go directly down south towards Sosnovka military base, so it's not going to be a problem. And yes, I do understand that reaction as well. Circle popping up down south, that means things are definitely going to be extremely spicy.
Yeah, things are going to get spicy. And Exotic Signature, I think they have had flashbacks of the Erangel yesterday, but that's it. The first fight breaking out, and this time it is going to be, I think 4 barriers have lost one of their players.
They lost
and
Zeus.
the finish going to Moneymakers.
They lost Zeus right off the bat like that.
Oh, no.
But as long as Iconic's alive, I still believe in the iconic moment.
Let's see. Hopefully, I mean, his teammates believe in him as well, but here we have it. Yep. You have BotArmy Esports and Do or Die, both making a very early rotation towards the military base. And again, it's quite a drastic switch, right? You see BotArmy Esports and then not in military, and it takes you a second to realize, like, yeah, that's not the old roster anymore.
It's quite funny because none of them had any sort of guns. They did not even go for that fight either. They were just like, yeah, you know what, guys, we're doing this for the family. Let's not fight against each other anyways.
Hey, there's one more team that's looking to move in, by the way. It's WINDGOD. There they are.
Nice. Some quick scoots this time around, huh? WINDGOD Esports as well, being extremely quick on the wheels, crossing that bridge over as soon as possible. This circle in general is just creating a lot of that mysterious aura. Is it going to be shifting right on top of the bridge? If it's going to be taking a northern shift, which will be an extremely curveballic shift, everyone down south will be messed up.
I mean, if it was a little bit more towards the west, then maybe there was a Ferry Pier Primorsk shift possible for the end game. But right now, I think it is going to be down towards the military base itself.
I think it was a game in BGS 2024 where the circle was looking all the way down south, and then it took a curveball shift towards farm. And everyone was messed up. We never even dreamt of the circle going up north, but it happened.
It happened once more in the Realme BGS 25 as well, where it was just a circle till stage 4 split between the two islands, and then all of a sudden just went up towards the shoreline of the main one.
Yeah, I think it was FS Esports who came through victorious, right?
It happened 2 angles back to back as well.
Yeah, it was quite fun. Those hovercrafts helping the players of FS Esports secure that chicken dinner. But FS Esports is not over here, so that hovercraft strategy is not going to work anymore. WINDGOD Esports, they seem quite safe towards that military island. You've also got XOTIC Signature towards the base itself. And even they're looking extremely comfy. Just want to see what exactly will happen when XOTIC Signature is put in a lobby with the players of God's Ring. Are they definitely going to go for that clash, or will they back out? What do you think?
I think with XOTIC, they might actually look to take a fight. Because they've had drop clashes on military base before as well in round 1. And they aren't too eager to back off. But this time around, alright, SIGNIFY also makes it through. BotArmy Esports, that is a very weird formation BotArmy Esports is moving with. Because you do see 2 players towards the south of the military base. And then look at where Roger is. He's playing the shoreline of that military island. This is about to get very tricky for BotArmy Esports. SIGNIFY on the other side, that shoreline approach with the hovercraft, absolutely brilliant, but they need to keep that vehicle with them.
Yeah, pretty much. Once again for SIGNIFY Esports, they do spot out that team in the front lines, and that's going to be in the name of BotArmy Esports. BotArmy Esports, they've got no clue there's SIGNIFY on this edge. So it's all good in the hood for now. You've also got the ZENINs rotating in all the way from the water lines. A massive rotation coming through, and luckily enough for ZENINs, it's still quite early inside of the game, so they won't be shot at.
And this is the slowest rotation you can ask for right now.
Yeah.
There won't be any action over here for at least the next 3-4 minutes from the POV of ZENIN.
I always remember Team Tumulus whenever someone pulls off a rotation like this. Always.
I mean, it's going to be very difficult for them to break through, but if you want breakthrough performance in your gameplay, check out the Realme GT7. It is available on Amazon. Go on to Amazon, search for the Realme GT7. 120 FPS, stable BGMI for up to 6 hours, 7000 mAh battery with a 120 watt charger, and of course, we talk about the marathon gaming session. Well, this device is going to say 6 degrees cooler.
Yeah, so check it out. The sale's now live on Amazon. BO7S, there we go. Once again, back towards the monkey business. Taroki, the man, has popped off yesterday, pulling off a nice 1v3. And now today as well, probably looking to replicate something similar. There's no one really around that bridge as well, so BO7S is going to be camping that for a while. And the funny part is, there's no one really inside of the northern side as well off the zone.
Yeah.
Everyone's all the way in the outskirts.
Either everyone has already moved in towards the military
base,
island, or everyone is just outside the play zone. And it is kind of split, the lobby right now. I believe there's 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 teams. All right, 9 teams outside of the play zone. Not even the circle. They're outside the circle. They're outside the safe zone. And then that just leaves, what, 7 teams inside of the military base. There's a actual safe haven between the military base and the play zone's edge where there's absolutely no one. Until now, Zarnix has entered. But SIGNIFY, all right, rotating on bicycles, are we?
Yeah, getting some cardio in before the teams do start to ram them. SIGNIFY, not exactly sure what the future line's going to look like, but they cannot be using these bicycles for too long.
Man,
they need a proper vehicle.
2 very serene moments we have witnessed in this game. First was that boat ride with the players of ZENIN, and now SIGNIFY on that bicycles. Everyone's in a very peaceful mood today.
I know, right? Everyone's trying to enjoy what's going on around them, and maybe Reckoning Esports is not so much. Unfortunately for Reckoning Esports, they've lost out on Wiper. And VASISTA Esports, this time the field trap works perfectly well. Blues on the move as well. Reckoning Esports might just be caught completely. And it feels like VASISTA Esports, they do want to chase down the foes as well in the end. Reckoning Esports just backing away completely from this spot, realizing VASISTA Esports, they've snuffed him out. It's better to not take the fight at this moment. Reckoning Esports, but then they run up against the players of Moneymakers now. Johnny, this is so unfortunate. First VASISTA Esports, now they run into Moneymakers.
Yeah, two big move-making teams, one after the other, and Reckoning Esports losing out on 2 men. But WINDGOD now, they are having troubles of their own, and as they find themselves in a conflict against ZENIN. One man knocked out, the other is pushing up. Atlantis, he will have to be the frontliner for his team over here, handle all the pressure, takes a lot of damage, looking for the second knock, but he fails. And WINDGOD allowed an opportunity to recover at this point.
It's all good in the hood for WINDGOD. Things have been recovered. Now they're looking stable. But it got real close to comfort. They would have lost that man quite early. Looking at the zone so far, shifting all the way down south. But now one thing is clear. Yes, it is going to be a military-based circle no matter what. And that too on the southern side of military base. U7 losing out on 2 more players. It feels like VASISTA Esports is just camping this vicinity, stopping everyone that wants to rotate all the way down south.
Oh, this is going to get intense, man. As we spoke about it, 9 teams were there outside of the play zone. And now everyone's just scrambling to make a run for those 2 bridges. VASISTA, as you mentioned, they have gotten 2 picks for themselves. 1 from Reckoning, 1 from U7. In fact, 3 points secured by VASISTA. But there's going to be more teams to fight. They have to move out. And it is going to be, by the time they reach and cross over, I think it might just be stage 3, stage 4 transition.
Yeah, probably. But in my opinion, they won't be able to tank that much damage.
Yeah.
It's better to move down south now. Either it's one of those 2 things. VASISTA Esports knows they've already qualified, and they just don't really care. They're here to play for the elimination points. They don't really care about the chicken dinner. Or VASISTA Esports, they've given up on this game since the zone's already all the way down south, and they think crossing down south will be extremely tough.
I don't think even in a situation like this you give up. There is no point in giving up. You can still walk away with a decent number of eliminations. So that's the thing, right? If you're stuck in a very awkward situation where you know that, alright, survival isn't going to be an option now anymore, you go for the cleanup. You start racking up finishes. You start looking for those fights, and that is how you earn points. Otherwise, if the circle is on top of you, just hold on for days, man. You don't have to do anything in that case.
Yeah, I mean, that's what they're doing, right? Focusing on the elimination points for now. Cutting off the rotations midway. And luckily enough for Inferno Rising, they're going to find that route completely clear. No one's going to be around that vicinity. BO7S at this moment holding the military base down. They've got a decent bit of compound for themselves too. They've got a decent bit of control as well. And looking at what's going on here, the ZENINs, they found themselves around the edge. Even they've got quite a decent spot. The main issue is, though, the ZENINs do not really have a vehicle if the zone does take a curveball shift.
Yeah, came here on a boat and now will be forced to traverse on land. But if you guys are looking for a vehicle for yourself, check out the Kia Ceros. Comes with a lot of amazing features and it looks amazing itself. Bold and modern design with streamlined door handles, Kia's signature digital tiger face, star map LED DRLs, and the star map LED tail lamp.
Yeah. One of the best vehicles you can get your hands on. Looks incredible as well.
ZENIN is wishing they had one right now.
Of course. They're missing out on the vehicles at this moment.
Beast was so sad he just jumped off a cliff, man, that he does not have a Kia Ceros.
Yeah, I don't know what he's doing at this point. It's okay, Beast.
We'll get you one.
Yeah, if you do move on towards the land finals.
Oh, what's happening over there?
Not exactly sure.
VST, the player struggling to drive, huh?
Siraj is all the way back towards Milta, and the remaining players are all the way down south. I'm not exactly sure why is that disconnect in the first place. But hopefully the man's got a lot of meds and he can keep on patching himself up for days. GSGxArrancar Esports spotting out the men of Reckoning Esports. And once again, Reckoning Esports have already qualified. That's why we're seeing so many rash moves from the boys in the first place. GSGxArrancar Esports taking a lot of shots against Reckoning, and Reckoning are just now starting to fade away. So GSGxArrancar cannot even do anything at this moment.
It's going to be interesting now. They are looking to fight both the teams in the blue, as you mentioned. And the problem is that it's not just them. There's more bodies moving in from that Novorupnoy bridge. Right behind GSGxArrancar, there's going to be one man from VST, followed by Moneymakers and Mastermind Mavericks. So if you stop and fight, it gets too intense. If you move towards the edge, it's going to be even more intense because there's teams with lines of fire towards the northeastern edge of the circle. And while we see Reckoning Esports take control of the northeastern edge, it seems like Arrancars, they want to breach directly from the eastern side. Another fight inside of the towards the southern edge. It is BotArmy Esports against 4 barriers. By the way, 4 barriers almost on the verge of getting eliminated now. Down
Once
to the
again,
last man they go.
It is Butcher who goes down. Butcher always gets butchered. Unfortunate. Iconic, though, still standing. So, Johnny, the iconic moment can come through.
I mean, last time he had his teammates help him out.
This time, it's time to set new bars. Without teammates, you pop off on a different margin, but Beast almost securing that knock as well. Things could have been extremely close. The man's still alive, luckily enough. So for BotArmy Esports, they can still recover without any problems. Beast is now backing out from that spot as well. There is the remaining of VST trying to provide him that backup too. It's quite unfortunate that Siraj was left all the way in the back, but now the man's managed to once again reunite with his teammates, so it's all good in the hood.
Well, let's see how things are going to turn out. I mean, playing from the edge of the circle moves towards the western side, then there's going to be a lot of trouble for VST. Options are going to be limited. They are going to be forced to be a part of back-to-back fights, back-to-back action. But on the other side, Reckoning Esports finding an opening against the players of U7, a team that was already not doing too great in terms of their journey in the overall tournament and even in the round 2 itself. Raz knocked out, Brawley left standing, and I believe he's the last man. Yeah, he is the last man for his team.
SSJ soften up a little bit as well. And Same, what are you doing? Rookie mistake. Now the man who's still alive needs to carry the man on the back as well. Brawley, this nade needs to be on the money, needs to be on the point. Gravity. Even he tosses a return nade towards Brawley. It's not going to find any sort of connection. Gravity needs to try and find a way to get the off angle. But it seems like no, instead he's going to go for the revival on towards Same, which is quite a questionable decision. But if it does work out, it's good. If he has enough smokes, it can still be possible. But Brawley tossing out the utilities because he wants to get the confirmation as well. And now there's also BO7S around the vicinity, and I'm pretty sure Daroka's hearing all that sound. He wants to be part of the fight as well. And Same, luckily enough, somehow gets back towards the warehouse.
But there's no revive for Reckoning Esports. They are done for. They're down to the last 2 players. Same knocked out. Gravity is there. Doesn't matter. You can bring your player back in, but you are getting eliminated as soon as you move out from behind these compounds. And, well, now there's extra trouble. He's forced out into the open by the blue. Brawley does manage to secure his finish. That's going to be the first and only point in this game for Universe 7 so far. But the problem with the teams playing the northern edge is that this rotation moving out from the military base, you have to run out into the open, and it is very difficult to survive that unless you have numbers to work with. Like 2 players stay back, providing some sort of suppressing fire, keeping the opponents with their heads down, or you just leave 1 man in the back lines, but you need someone to give you that timing. But Brawley is trying to do it all by himself, and he somehow does manage to survive for a few extra seconds. But the blue zone, who gets him? It is... Wait, did the zone get him, or Daroki found the contact? He found the contact. Yeah, 1 finish for BO7.
Nail in the coffin. And that's going to be the first finish, too, for BO7S. Maybe that's going to be the Kickstarter. There's a few more teams in the front line out in the open as well, and now Ghostface spots him. And that's Brace going to find the return knock. Great spray that was. And now BO7S, without even thinking twice, they will straight up just make that pounce as well. Not looking good for the foes this time around. For how long can they really survive? Let's push him close and personal. Dusty with his hands on the shotgun as well, but he gets shut down instead. BO7S, they lose out on Dusty in that fight, but they still do claim those elimination points.
Yeah, Inferno Rising. Well, they were set up in flames over there by BO7S. 5 eliminations secured now, but this is where things get chaotic. Now we have transitioned to stage 4, stage 5 appearing in 54 seconds. But we still have 39 players alive. And as this circle moves towards the southern shorelines of the military island, it is just forcing all of these teams to play very exposed to each other. So everyone's vulnerable as they move out. Look at that. Moneymaker spotted out by BO7S, and BO7S spotted out by SIGNIFY. This is the chain that's gonna, well, it's gonna keep going on.
Yeah, elimination feed as well is constantly popping off, Johnny. You do see the individual players getting picked off every single second. Rio bursting through. SIGNIFY Esports, even they do want to reposition now. They want to make that pounce against the players of BO7S. You do see Taroki as well closing on up. And BO7S, can they really stand the wrath of Signify this time around? It feels like no is going to be the answer. And within a matter of seconds, the entirety of BO7S, they crumble.
Hey man, look how the tables of fate have turned. BO7S, we saw them do exactly the same thing to Inferno Rising a few seconds ago, and now Signify with the exact same maneuver to BO7S. But Signify now, they have a different trouble to deal with in the form of Moneymakers. And, well, just two individuals from Moneymakers, Pukar and Aditya, who stayed back to just be the distraction for this team.
There's no way Moneymakers is going to make that pounce as well. Moneymakers, quite an awkward push. GLITCHxREBORN gets caught. As I mentioned, this was quite an awkward push in the first place. Two players down, Moneymakers. There's only Aditya in the front. There's still Pukar in the back, but I highly doubt he can do a lot. Since the entirety of this cover is shrouded in smoke, Moneymakers is in a big world of trouble. Aditya now spots out one of the players. He does get the knockout as well. Wants to hand out the death blow, but will be extremely tough. Moneymakers, they might just be eliminated right here, right now. Aditya spots out another man. He's taken down extremely low, but Aditya, he pops back once again. Finds those two crucial knocks, make that three as well, since Pukar in the back as well. He's providing that constant fire, but in the end, Moneymakers, they will be eliminated.
Man, they barely survived, and for a second, there was a lot of hope for Moneymakers as Aditya found those two knocks, Pukar with the third, but then Pukar goes down and Aditya did not have any HP to work with. Signify, 11 eliminations all of a sudden. This is looking like the match with Signify written all over it, but VST against Do or Die fight for a crucial compound. And VST, they've lost two players. Siraj knocked out, does get finished off, down to 2 men they go. Beast is still in this fight with Prateek, but with a numbers disadvantage, how do you really deal with? Well, luckily for them, Do or Die haven't gone for revives. They want to fight this head on. That's interesting.
But VST, they've lost out on a man. And now the man advantage with the players of Do or Die, even better. Nade was tossed around that perfect area too, but unfortunately the other man was behind that container. Revival coming through for the side of VST. Omega's going to spot out the players too, but still no press up. VST getting that reset, looking all good in the hood for now. But the same thing can be said even for the likes of DOD. And DOD will have all the 4 men back up on their feet, which is not a good thing for the players of VST at all. And DOD now in full force. For them to win this fight, the odds are extremely high. Util tossed up, takes down Prateek extremely low. Avnish wants to press up once again. Another nade tossed down around that same vicinity. It's not going to find any sort of knocks.
You know, the right angle lands a little too close to the window, but now they're looking to make this bounce. And Beastie is ready, all set with the 12K. Waits for the smoke to be lobbed, sees a man. And Beastie's patiently now going to spam this shotgun around the corner. The players of Do or Die, they've flooded this house. Beast, the first man to fall. Prateek, he's going to be the last hope for his team. The nade goes out, finds one, but that's not going to be enough. The Molotov to follow up and slow down the pressure from the players of Do or Die. And Prateek, he's fighting for his life. VST, they're 5 points for themselves. The jump comes through, almost finds a knock, and in fact, he does find a knock. 2 players left for Do or Die. Prateek doing a phenomenal job, but in the end, it is the inevitable that happens. He gets taken out. Do or Die, they just lose 1 player from this fight.
Unfortunate, but VST, they've got enough points for them to sustain this game, which is a good thing. 5 elimination points and a few placement as well. That's going to be more than enough for VST to maintain that decent bit of average, but they still need 1 massive game to keep themselves on the safety cushion. WINDGOD Esports, this nade's being cooked to perfection. Will be tossed around that area as well. Does not find the connection just yet. Fishu spamming utilities inside of that smoke in the hopes of finding some sort of connection. Look at that man from XOTIC Signature. Even he's on that side. And I'm pretty sure soon Sky's going to spot him out as well.
Yeah, but XOTIC, I mean, what is this? Rest of his team is playing the shoreline.
Sky versus Skyler.
Yeah, but I don't think anyone is going to win this, either of these guys. It's just going to be Skyfall in a few moments.
True.
Well,
there
Beast fell before that.
Second man as well joins the first man. 2 fishes in the water. And now the fisherman is trying to fish those fishes with a nade. And it's going to find a 2-piece as well.
That's not allowed.
Johnny, I've been with glasses for such a long time. I mean, without glasses for such a long time that now I see everything in 4K. It's crazy.
Yeah, makes sense. And when the blur goes away.
Yeah.
But we're down to the 4 teams of this game. 15 players still alive. WINDGOD with all 4. You have Mastermind Mavericks with 3, Do or Die with 3, and XOTIC Signature as well, by the way, with all 4 players. But you see Skylar here. The remainder of his team is towards the southeastern edge of the zone. There they are. Now, WINDGOD, did they get baited, or was that the plan from WINDGOD? Like, yeah, we're going to check, we're going to try and gatekeep them because XOTIC is right on the edge of the circle. By the next zone shift, they are going to be kicked out.
I'm pretty sure WINDGOD Esports was caught off guard.
Yeah.
And the only reason why that happened is because XOTIC Signature themselves were caught off guard first. Skylar never saw this push coming. And then the moment he jumped down, somehow XOTIC Signature made this split work.
Both the teams had the same idea to move towards the southern edge and play along the southern shoreline. But now WINDGOD, they move out. The spray comes through. And it's going to be Infinity knocked out by Signo. But Nexus, he's there as well. WINDGOD, they are going to be in trouble. XOTIC Signature, actually, I love this line of fire. It's straight. There is absolutely nothing blocking your vision as well. And you can keep the opposing side pin down for days. And plus, you have your teammate right next to them as well. Skylar almost putting an end to the nuisance of WINDGOD Esports. But after 3 knocks, Kyoya is going to be the last man surviving, left all alone to deal with the shenanigans of XOTIC.
This has got to be a joke. Skylar's once again back inside of that vehicle. And he's patching himself up as well, slowly and steadily. WINDGOD Esports losing out on 3 players in this particular fight. And wow, what an 8 that was. It's also going to put that final nail in the coffin. Mastermind Mavericks still live and cooking inside of the game. They've only got 3 players standing. And the next zone's going to be shifting in no man's land, which is, of course, a bit of a blow for everyone. Quite exposed. Not a lot of cover to play with. Now it's time to make something out of nothing. These utilities from Niche, they might just find the perfect spot as well. Mastermind Mavericks, still the prone they've got. They're looking extremely nice. Balanced. You've also got XOTIC Signature on the far fray.
Yeah, but what are they doing? Skylar has moved in to pick a fight against the players of Mastermind Mavericks. Rest of his team, they move in for the circle. And Skylar in the backline just falls. And now the numbers are equalized. XOTIC Signature, the advantage that they have has been picked away. The point gets stolen from Mastermind Mavericks. It's been picked up by Do or Die, by the way.
Pretty much. XOTIC Signature. At least they're in the top 3. And they're also looking pretty comfy. Yeah, they did lose out on Skylar in the end, so that was inevitable, no matter what. The man did get taken out. XOTIC, they've also got a bit of that Rich to play with, so it's all good in the hood. DOD finding quite a crucial knock as well against the players of Team Mastermind Mavericks. And now they're taken down to just a 2-man squad. But it's going to be a full-blown fight soon between the players of XOTIC Signature and even the players of Do or Die. At the moment I say so, it begins.
It seems like whoever is patient right now will have the upper hand. As XOTIC fighting Mastermind Maverick have lost 1 more man. Mastermind Maverick down to their last man. And Do or Die, who have just kept their head down and avoided any conflict, still stand in this game with 3 players alive, well, and in a position to actually pull the trigger at any time. Adi is slowly and steadily crawling towards the XOTIC Signature, but as he tries to lob the nade, he gets picked off by Do or Die, and this is going to be the 10th elimination of the game. Double digits achieved for the finishers, and now they look to close things out with a chicken dinner. But the question is, can they? Because it is a 3v3 between them and XOTIC Signature.
What a solid game. Do or Die, I never saw this coming. It's a massive surprise for me. 3 players standing with 3 individual strong men. 10 elimination points already racked up. This game can be more than enough to put you around that qualification bracket. Do or Die, they've got a decent bit of split as well. XOTIC Signature, same thing can be said for them too. It's really tough to say who's got the main advantage at this moment. Maybe XOTIC Signature does, since 2 of the players are inside of the circle, and DOD is not even in the circle yet. They need to step out in the open to do so.
Yeah, and XOTIC Signature, there's a very slight high ground ridge in comparison to Do or Die's position that XOTIC will have to work with. Do or die, it seems like they want to move in from the eastern side, the eastern edge of the circle, move along that position. The clock has run out. Now the blue zone starts to collapse. Do or die, they are out of options. They have to make the move. And XOTIC is waiting for them on the other side. Look at the amount of utility that's still left on Nexus. 6 nades, man. He's just looking for an off position. If he can get to the right spot, they won't even need to fight the players of Do or Die head on.
Pretty much. XOTIC signature. 3 players standing. This 3v3 is getting elongated for too long at this point. It's getting stretched out for no reason. Someone initiate that fight. Someone find the first knock. AimGod, if he does split up a little bit too on the right side, maybe he can't find the off angle that he's looking for. DOD players exposed. XOTIC signature starting to make the moves as well. Nexus in the open, driving around constantly, trying to gather that attention upon himself. And he does as well. And now that also reveals the entirety of DOD's position. Final zone. It's going to start to shrink even sooner. DOD backs against the wall. They need to move first no matter what. XOTIC signature having a bit of that edge in this fight now. And everyone from XOTIC signature, all they need to do is just wait patiently for DOD to walk in their crosshairs.
But now nades go out. The players from both the sides are getting in those vehicles. And this is time to make a move of Niche and Reaper. They're still on foot. Reaper with a molly is just going to try and deny some part of the land to the players of XOTIC signature. But before the fight begins, Necro, Omega has taken a lot of damage, and that slight tick of damage could swing the fight in the favor of XOTIC signature. But no, Signo, he peeks instantly out of the way. Nexus position compromised, and it's brilliant cover coming in from the players of Do or Die. Nexus pinned out behind the tree. Omega gets out as well, taking a fight head on, and now XOTIC signature down to the last man. It was a standstill between the two sides, but as the dust settles, Do or Die, 3 versus 1, have the upper hand against the players from XOTIC signature. And with the last man left standing and his position known, they sign the deal and secure the chicken dinner for themselves in this game 1 of day 4.
Solid stuff. But in the end, XOTIC signature as well gave it all they had. For a moment, I thought XOTIC signature does have a bit of that edge inside of the fight, since they were a little bit more inside of that circle. But DOD just played that perfectly well. One of the men from the side of DOD was chipped up low, but that was not low enough to find the knock. The moment the man went for the peek from the side of XOTIC signature, he instantly got knocked out. What a perfect bait and switch that was.
Yeah, brilliant suppressing fire again from the players of Do or Die. I think they were hoping that that happens. Someone peeks the man moving around in the vehicle, stepping out of the smoke. Yeah, he is taking a risk, but as you mentioned, that was a bait set up by the players of Do or Die. And incredible performance. I believe 14 finishes from this game.
Yeah. I mean, DOD, definitely, that was a nuclear performance right there from them. And as I mentioned, that's going to be more than enough to put them around that qualification bracket. The moment you pass more than 30 points, you have definitely secured a slot towards the round 3, straight up.
And I think XOTIC signature might have also done the same thing. They would have, I think they're going to be over 26 for sure. So for them as well, now round 3 looks like a much clearer picture.
Yeah.
But as we talk about the game itself, it was, well, interesting to say the least. Stage 2, you know it's going to be a military-based circle for sure as the circle moves towards the southern shorelines. And then there's this massive wave of teams that now realize, like, all right, we are a little too late. We're going to have to try and fight it out for the edge of the circle, but where do we go? Everyone picks the Novorepnoy Bridge. No one went for the military bridge at that time.
I mean, look at this entire scuffle that was going on around the same cover.
Yeah.
You had Signify moving up, then later on even Moneymakers try to be a part of the entire action, try to third party this. Somehow Signify survived that as well, but then later on just did not really have enough man number to actually move inside of the circle as well. So I just want to see how many points Signify actually did get at the end. VST, unfortunately for them, just did not really have enough man standing in the final few moments. That's why even they were eliminated against the players of DOD. It was just one last man standing from the side of VST. He tried his best, but his best was not enough.
No one who moved in late after, I think, no one who moved in post the 6-7 minute marker into this game just survived into the top 5. Because you look at who all were there for the top 5. There was WINDGOD, they moved in early with Do or Die. XOTIC signature already drops towards the military island. Mastermind Mavericks also moved in early. None of the teams that moved in for the late rotation made it out.
Yeah, I mean, Mastermind Mavericks was still there on the northern side for quite a long time, right? We did see them.
Yeah, they
around
made
that.
it through the cluster.
Yeah,
with
so
Reckoning. Yeah.
but they just straight up somehow bum rushed in around that bridge, and that was maybe one of the main reasons why they made it quickly enough inside of the circle. They just avoided all of that commotion. Luckily, we've got the DOD as well stats on the screen. Of course, Omega getting 6 finishes, and then you've also got Avnish right there getting 5 finishes for himself. Reaper 2 getting 2 finishes, and unfortunately for Balu, the man was not able to get a lot of elimination points done, but still, he's someone who's making the important calls.
What did they miss out on? Where did one finish go? I thought they finished off. They finished off one more player who from a team that was in the top 3, and then there were 3 men remaining from Exotic Signature.
So Skylar was eliminated from Exotic Signature much more earlier against the fight that they took with
not
WINDGOD
Skylar.
Esports.
Who else was there in the top 3?
There was WINDGOD Esports, Exotic Signature, and they themselves, and then there was also one more team on the right side. I don't exactly... Mastermind Mavericks.
Yeah, Mastermind Mavericks.
Mastermind Mavericks.
Yeah, as soon as the last man from their side fell, I thought that finish was taken by Do or Die, and then they had 11. But anyways, maybe someone just got taken out by the blue, and that was...
That was Exotic Signature that got everyone from the side of Mastermind Mavericks. Exotic Signature was just picking him off slowly and steadily, which is quite unfortunate for Mastermind Mavericks. Yeah, one of the men was getting shot at from the left. I do understand. You were talking about the guy prone, right?
Yeah.
But then the final bullet connected from Exotic Signature.
Ah.
So that elimination point sort of got stolen, but still claimed by them. We've got the top 5 players as well off that previous game. Noob is going to be at the top with 7 finishes. SIGNIFY, that's insane. And I guess the main reason why he managed to get that many elimination points is because of that compound. Not exactly compound. That cover that was there around the military base.
Yeah, that smoke fight, first of all, I think that was incredible from the players of SIGNIFY with how confident they were. And the direct slam, and as we mentioned... but then I think 4 eliminations were kind of given to them with how hesitant Moneymakers was in making the same move, because you could see the difference between the 2 slam fights that we witnessed. 3, in fact, back-to-back in this game. And Moneymakers, that was like the only time where a team just stopped outside instead of directly coming in for the fight. But looking at the match rankings, 23 points for Do or Die. Exotic Signature finishing with 13. I think that's a decent run. They have enough points to qualify. And SIGNIFY, just 11 finishes. No placements needed.
Yeah, so that entire smoke fight started with Rising Inferno. They were the one who got slammed on by the players of SIGNIFY Esports. Then later on, we saw Moneymakers as well make it around that same area.
Rising Inferno was taken out by someone else.
No, they were there in that compound. I mean, not compound, around the smoke fights on that same turf.
All right, we'll have a little bit of a recap. I believe Rising Inferno was taken out by, I believe it was someone else, and then SIGNIFY went and got those eliminations, and then they were pushed upon Mastermind Mavericks, and then Mastermind Mavericks got taken out. So SIGNIFY took 2 fights back-to-back.
11 finish points. That is impressive.
Did you just realize that?
Yeah, I mean, I just saw the match stats since we were so busy having the conversation, right? 11 finish points, 0 placement points. This is incredible from a team like SIGNIFY Esports. I never saw this coming.
All right, I mean, late realization, but that is what we were talking about. That is why we were discussing SIGNIFY Necro.
I mean, we did see a lot of those smoke fights, right? But I did not realize they got that many elimination points out of that.
That's the thing. They ran into 2 fights back-to-back and won both of them. That is why it was impressive, because it was happening, first of all, in the very early stages of the game. Not early, mid-game stages. And it was 2 back-to-back 4v4s, and they won both of them.
Crazy stuff. But hey, for now, it's time for us to toss to a short break. You guys know we'll be right back.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Welcome back after the break, ladies and gentlemen, to the Realme BMPS 2025. This is Super Johnny, joined by IC Baby alongside with me. And IC, what an interesting way to kick off the journey for the last day of round 2, by the way, for Group D. XOTIC Signature, they did quite well for themselves. We can call it a comeback of sorts. They were already doing decent in the overall leaderboard, but this pretty much secures a spot into round 3 for them. And then the amazing performance coming in from both SIGNIFY and Do or Die.
Hey, it's literally a do or die situation for all these teams here today, because why? It is their last chance to actually qualify towards round 3 itself. So I would say it is the last chance. Like I said, again, last chance. So teams like Moneymakers definitely need to step up as well, especially in this final 2 map, because in 2 maps, they need enough points to actually qualify, well, which is somewhere around 23, 25, maybe even 26 points.
I mean, let's see how things are going to turn out for them, though. But, ladies and gentlemen, one thing that has turned out for you guys, it is going to be the Realme GT7. Go on to Amazon, grab yourself the Realme GT7, and this device is the one you need to help you with your BGMI grind. 6 hours of 120 FPS BGMI performance, which has been co-tested by Crafton and Realme. And of course, even during those marathon gaming sessions, this stays 6 degrees cooler compared to the rest of the competition. So go on to Amazon, check out the Realme GT7. But I see, let's check in with the rest of the names from this particular group, because me and Necro were having this conversation. 4 barriers. You and Necro were there casting that last game of Erangel, where iQOO just went ham and helped his team qualify. But 4 barriers. They are, again, literally in the same spot. 2 matches to go. Either they push through or they get kicked out.
Well, that's the thing, right? It all comes down to the situations they were given as well. The circle itself in military base, especially coming from Group D, both Erangel maps were in that circle. So familiarizing in those kind of situations is not really an easy thing to do. So if they give them a common platform, maybe iQOO might be able to stand up.
Maybe. I mean, fingers crossed. Hope for the best. Let's see how this game of Miramar is going to turn out for these teams. And ladies and gentlemen, talking about Miramar, it is time. Here we go.
Well, it is going to be the map of Miramar as well. Every single team inside Group D going to be fighting for their dear life. Some very, very comfortable already qualified into his round 3. Some, well, this is their last chance. And of course, teams like MASTERMIND, MAVERICKS, well, they're pretty much safe for now. Do or Die makes a little bit of recovery, also pretty much safe. WINDGOD also making a little bit of bounce back, but still needs a little bit more points to actually qualify.
Yeah, I think not a lot though. Maybe 6-7 points and WINDGOD should be good to go. So they're just looking for like 1 or 2 fights maybe. But let's see. Even those 1 or 2 fights, if they don't go right, then they can put a team like WINDGOD in a very difficult situation. But right off the bat, again, as we look at the flight path, and I think with a flight path like this, it's been mentioned time and time again, everyone gets pretty much the entirety of the map to play with. And in particular, I think round 2 Miramar's, Aaron, I want to know your thoughts, because this was my realization that Miramar matches in round 2 are extremely slow, man.
Well, again, you know, it comes down to just adaptations, right? Like, if it's just, this is the first time you're playing here, 16 teams, and you do not know where most people's drop locations or their usual habits of rotations, it is going to affect their overall playstyle. But when round 2 happens, because you have some sort of data, you can work around it. So let me give you guys an example here, especially from the previous round of Erangel. BO7S completely dodging the fight against XOTIC Signature in military Ireland, after being wiped out right from the get-go in yesterday's Erangel map. So that's why they made those kind of adaptations. So here in round 2, same thing. Obviously, different story, different teams, different ideas as well. It is going to be very, very much important here. They are going to play a little bit more tactical, because why? Number 1, pressure is on. So teams at the top, they're not too worried, obviously. You know, we've seen BO7S switching their usual play style to train for aggressive fights, which resulted in them getting taken out rather early, but they still win some fights. So again, it comes down to the objectives of what the teams want to do. And in this case, from our screens right now, Moneymakers, their sole objective starting from this round is chicken dinner, high finishes. If not, it's over for them.
I mean, let's see how things turn out. I mean, there's trouble right off the bat for Moneymakers, considering they have been pushed away from their drop. Wanted to go for Hacienda del Patron, but saw the parachutes of BotArmy Esports, and now they're forced into these smaller compounds. From here, you won't have enough loot, but let's see. We did see the players, or at least one lad from the side of BotArmy Esports did circle potential drops available to Moneymakers, just hoping to see if he could spot someone out, or maybe just try and get an opening knock for his team. Did not succeed, so he fell back with the rest of the lineup. And also talking about the circle, we have a circle towards Los Leones. Arrancar, for some reason, are heading in the complete opposite direction. I think this team is just hell-bent right now on starting their game from El Pozo.
I think the game coming from Arrancar is just being consistent. And of course, for those guys watching at home, if you guys want a consistent, uninterrupted gameplay, check out the realme GT7. Because of its iSense graphene rear cover, it gives you that smooth 120 FPS for up to 6 hours. And it was tested by both Krafton and realme themselves. So be sure to check it out on Amazon right now. realme GT7. However, speaking of fights here, Arrancar Esports, this is a team that has been kind of surprised us in yesterday's 3 games performance because they got themselves enough points to have a little bit more leeway today itself here. So they're not exactly in the clear yet, but they are in a position where they are currently with 20 points. So that means they need about 5, 6, maybe 10 points, and they're pretty much cross the cutoff potentially.
Yeah, potentially.
Yeah.
They can push through. So again, it should not be too difficult, right? Theoretically, it is doable. It's a very decent position to be in. But VST, I mean, VST, I think it's a very hit or miss situation with VST with how they've been playing in the realme BMPS, and that has not been the case. This lineup, this name in particular, we see them consistently making it at least to the quarterfinals, sometimes to the semis as well. Finals, not so much, but there is always hope. There's always going to be hope for VST. That's a very good team.
Yeah, of course. When it comes to VST, they're doing pretty okay in the standings for now.
Right now, they're doing okay.
At least this game, get like 5, 6 points. Next game, 5, 6 points. They should be able to qualify for round 3.
Yeah, very easily.
But here's a little bit of spin-off for those of you watching at home. The defending champions has been officially eliminated, known as Reckoning Esports. But another player that is still hoping to defend that title from last year as a champion is currently in Moneymakers, known as Joker. And currently, this game and the next, the only way Moneymakers qualify is if they have massive performance games in this game and the next. If not,
they need a 25-point chicken dinner straight up. That's all they need.
If not, for this year, even this official, we will have the defending champion from last year officially bowing out.
Yeah, by the way, this is, if I'm not wrong, I think this will be the first time that has happened, that the defending champions struggle to even make it to the semi-finals of tournaments.
Well, it was the first time the defending champions couldn't make it to land for BGIS, but this is the first time BMPS as well.
For the entire year, yeah. Not just one tournament. Like usually it happens, oh, you win a trophy, you slack off next tournament, but by the time the 3rd tournament rolls around, you're back in form. That's how it usually goes for pro players. But this year, I mean, it's something else, man. It's not really looking like a year for Revenant Xbox, to be honest. But I'm actually, I want to move on from that topic, to be honest. I'm done.
Yeah, I'm done as well. But competition is definitely the
no competition,
year,
baby.
Anyways, moving on. GLITCHGOD finds an opening. That's going to be Arrancar losing a player. This might be a little bit of hope here coming from Moneymakers. As Rio pretty much knocked off. GLITCHGOD finding the opening, but no push yet coming from Moneymakers. They're seriously debating if they want to go for it. And they technically should, considering that they need every single point. They need to be fast as well. Calling for the cars. Seems like they are going to go for the mad dash as well. Pickups come in. Amy Jod going to pick him up. Rio's going to be A-okay. Phoenix has a line of sight, but Moneymakers, they're taking this fight a little bit too slow here.
Yeah. It's surprising, to be honest, because when you look at this team, all of these players have just one button on their screens, and it's go time, always. Right now, making the pounce onto the players of Arrancar, they managed to push the Amy Jord back into this corner room. But I feel Arrancar are actually controlling this fight pretty nicely.
Yeah.
If they find an opening, Moneymakers is going to be done for. 2 players flushed into the room together. They can be taken out by a single nade. And then the last man is just not even being let indoors.
Oh, this is so bad. Moneymakers, like, the reason why they're slow is because they're unsure on exactly the positions of where Arrancar is. And considering the terrain they are in this case, buildings and urban warfare, this is the reason why urban warfare is one of the most difficult, because you're not able to pinpoint exactly where they are specifically unless you have trained for this. So this echolocation of game sense and spatial awareness becomes very, very important. And Moneymakers, right now, it's pretty clear they're really unsure on how to approach this fight.
Did you say echolocation?
Yeah.
What are they, dolphins?
Yeah, kinda. It's hard to describe that, but as a player, when you hear audio cues, that's exactly how it feels like.
Yeah, but Dolphins and sharks and bats use echolocation, I guess not.
Hey man, some pro players they do too. It's
I
hard
would-
to explain it.
I mean,
I call it sixth sense. Some they call it sixth sense, but
it's just sound, man. It's just sound cues. You gotta wear your earphones is what IC is trying to say.
yeah, correct. Thank you. A very detailed explanation, but here comes the rush. RAKA Esports. Oh, he did not go for the pick. GLITCHxREBORN is able to take him out. That's gonna be the confirmation. Moneymakers now playing on defense, but the zone, they're still outside the zone. This is taking too long. Moneymakers, they're struggling as well. GLITCHxREBORN only has one first aid kit, and he still could not wrap up this fight. Both teams needs this win, and now Aditya finds one more. That's a huge pick. Arrancar slowly dropping like flies, but Moneymaker still hangs on.
We don't blame Amijord for that. His teammates had sent him on a timeout, so that's why he was staring on a wall. And they didn't tell him that the timeout had ended. Moneymakers made a pounce. But now Arrancar's 2 players down. Moneymakers, they're going to be happy with this. The problem is El Pozo. It's too far away from the play zone itself, so now you got to worry about that rotation. Plus, I have nightmares about that Los Leones La Benedita split that's there in this map. It's extremely exposed. And the terrain itself, so many ridges, maneuvering becomes a challenge. Moneymakers have to make that rotation now.
Yeah, fortunately for them, is not that far, but they really need
It's
first
very
aid kits.
far, man. El Pozo to
It's
Picado.
about 2 kilometers. It's
Yeah.
not that bad. Like 5 first aid kits, you're pretty much good each. Even split amongst 4 players,
Yeah,
5 first
fair.
aid is good enough. But it's stage 2. But they have to wrap things up. And they cannot afford to lose anybody here right now. But Rio, Refire comes through. Ooh, Pixel shot comes through. He's gonna get fricked as well. Here comes the rush. Didya is able to clip him out, but he's dropping down so low. He's about to bleed out the zone as well. Didya trying to reposition, forces a bandage, but he will get knocked to the zone. So that's gonna be a little bit more time wasted on Moneymaker's side, but they do get themselves 3 points for this game.
3 points from this game. They need all 4. Oh man, this is just unfortunate timing. The moment Joker looks towards the left, the man just ran to the other side. They just barely missed it, but luckily for Phoenix, he will be able to stay alive. Doesn't need to rise from the ashes all over. Although, Moneymakers, now that is time wasted. You know what they did over there? The push that came in, all of them moving together,
Yep.
making sure they would surround every angle, and they just pummel the opposing side from bullets. That is Moneymakers in a nutshell. That is how all 4 of these players can play. Their fundamentals are very solid. They're all aggressive with the same mindset. Just wasted too much time looking for info over there. Now they have those 3 points. At least a little bit of pressure of getting in those points in mid-game goes away. They can play a little bit slow. But U7, nice little high ground to work with, just west of Truck Stop. I see we have seen players in this situation. They have to be cautious, more cautious of how they're spending their ammo.
Yeah, that's not really sure as well. We always talk about high grounds as well as when it comes to Miramar.
Yeah.
Highest points do control a lot of the fights. They actually push teams in positions where when the late stage comes into play, they are going to be out in open as well. So Universe 7 definitely going to be one of the heavy dictators coming from north side. But sprays come through, and of course, if you guys want to be a part of BMPS, be sure to check out Discovery Island. The more you play, the more the prize pool will increase. Help us reach that goal.
I mean, and we are going to reach that goal. I know how much people love the realme BMPS right now, especially with how interesting all of these stories are turning out to be. I mean, we start off with a blank canvas, observing every single team, and then you see them evolve. You see how teams get kicked out, which ones survive, and this realme BMPS with the results that we are seeing, it's one of the most surprising entries you're going to see make it through to round 3.
Right now, Moneymakers from the North side, you know, we spent so much time focusing on Moneymakers. Their only entry point right now is a rush push, and they need to win it. That's the only way they stand a chance, because now the circle is pretty much formed in Minas Generalas. And considering how much time they have taken in that fight in Pozo itself,
Yeah.
I don't think they've realized they've got enough time to actually look at the map and understand how the terrain should be played in this situation. Because right now, if they start a pit stop, they're still going to be later than everybody else who has a solid plan.
In no pit stop. Already a mid-rotation clash as they find themselves up against Mastermind Mavericks. We saw it happen towards the northern edge. And that blue zone tank finally is starting to hurt. As again, Aditya is going to hit the floor. He has his teammate right next to him. Alright, Joker got knocked out. Aditya is there going for the revive, but This blue zone tick, it's trades 3. This one is going to hurt, and by the time Moneymakers peek out, Mastermind Mavericks will have a nice little HP advantage to work with.
Yeah, this is not good for Moneymakers as well. They're cutting it so close, but now the spray comes through. A random bullet won't be able to knock him out, but they do get out. Moneymakers, they gotta be counting their lucky stars. They're about to reach the zone. Do we get a re-knock? It's going to be a completely separate question here. Nope, we're not going to see here, but do or die. Seems like Omega actually knocked himself here in this awkward skirmish with Gravity from inside Reckoning Esports. But nope, the spray comes through. Reckoning goes out early again.
Yeah,
that's unfortunate.
Omega over there just giving new definition to the word trial by fire. It's my trial. I create the fire, and then I get knocked out myself.
Yep. But all things considered here, do or die, they're looking very, very good this game. But Moneymakers, they make it in the zone. Clutch God still fighting somebody else. They need this pick. Can they get those loots? Because look at this, they got no first aid kits. They're still outside the zone. This is literally the definition of do or die coming from Moneymakers. Every single engagement, it is going to be life-threatening towards them. Now another skirmish comes through against Raw. They lose. Aditya Joker gets the trade-off as well. Moneymakers making a bounce back. But can they pick them up? Confirmation comes through. Look at this. Again, even Joker doesn't have first aid kits.
Yeah, none of them. No heals available. Finally finds a few with the crate of that fallen opponent. But no. U7, it's a 2v2 situation right now. Things are looking difficult. Joker pushes up the ridge. But Krishna with the TPP has the upper hand. Molotov to deny the corner. Revive on Aditya right now is the one thing Moneymakers need. But Aditya getting shot at, and he will get finished up. But here comes the backup, and U7 in some trouble as Joker's shotgun goes off, but he still gets knocked out. Although they do find a trade in the backline. So maybe not actually. Pucar is the last man surviving. One shot on the opponent, and he can't even hit that. U7 wiping out Moneymakers. They had everything. The recovery was there for Moneymakers, and yet, for some reason, they just can't hit their shots.
Oh my goodness, that is so sad. And now Mastermind Mavericks looking for the third party. Adi almost getting the knock as well.
They get it.
And they do get it as well. U7, they themselves gets eliminated. But,
all right. Actually, sorry to interrupt you, but
I want to break down what happened as well.
I don't even want a breakdown of what happened. If you're missing shots on a player that's knocked out point blank, if you're missing those shots...
Okay, so Pucar wasn't missing his shots. Both his guns was 0 ammunition.
Not before in the fight.
Okay, fair enough.
I'm not even talking about that fight. Just 2 seconds ago, before we moved to the POV of Adi and Joker, Moneymakers, one of the players whiffed shots on a knocked man in the open at like 2 feet of distance.
Fair enough, but look at this. 4 barriers, they themselves get rushed as well. VST getting knocked themselves. VST was able to start things off by getting a 1 confirmation. This direct crash coming from VST. Looking pretty solid here, but they are going to lose bodies as well because Pratik is able to finish off Butcher early on from the side. Zarnak still full hits on aggression. Jump shots, takes out VST. Fantastic defense coming from Zarnak. Whew, that was awkward, but 4 barriers, they hold on, but oh no. Even though it's awkward here, guess what? Third party comes through, WINDGOD. They really, really need those points.
Yeah, but luckily for them, they still have a few seconds before the entirety of WINDGOD is grouped together because LeBron was left in the back lines. So as of now, this fight is a 3v3. In the next few moments, it will be a 4v3, and there we go. Now 4 barriers are at a disadvantage, or maybe not, as the nade goes out. Kyoya instantly hits the floor. So 3v3 again, and WINDGOD pushed in the backlines means 4 barriers have breathing room to work with, but this one, oh, I thought it would find contact on Infinity.
Yeah, it's not going to be enough as well, but Butcher actually getting knocked from Infinity Zid. He gets straight off from Zarnak as well, but from afar, third parties are coming through. That's going to be XOTIC's signature that's been shooting all of them, but Zarnak still jiggling his way through. He's going to try to go for the bomb, and again he finds another bomb. WINDGOD, they're crumbling like flies. It seems like 4 barriers pretty much needs this play, and they're looking for the spray downs as well. They really are fighting with the entirety of an existence right now.
It's again the last game, and 4 Oh
no!
That is a box, man. That is a box, and WINDGOD just went in, and 4 barriers put duct tape on top, shipping them off back to the lobby. Incredible. He did the exact same thing to 2 different teams, and both of them had absolutely no clue how to react to it. Put them in a
no.
corner, nade them, finish them off. Easy finishes in the back.
Oh no, VST and WINDGOD. What happened to you guys? Team 4 Barriers, they hold on. Zarnex with 6 finishes.
Yeah.
That was insane defense coming from him. My God.
He's playing chess, man. He's just messed. Those are big brain plays. And you could see the players of 4 Barriers just hurdle WINDGOD. Yeah. Stick to the far end of the house. That's the window you need to go through. And as soon as you go through that, there's going to be something on the floor. Just look at it and blow up.
Oh no, that is so unfortunate. A great play coming from 4 Barriers. But VASISTA Esports now, from their perspective, seems like this time they will have a little bit of upper hand as well, because at the start of the day, both VASISTA Esports and Reckoning Esports actually were tied up in terms of the point standings coming in from this respective group in Group D.
Not anymore.
Well, not anymore. Who's on top?
VASISTA. Reckoning has gotten out 2 games with 0 points, I guess.
Well, that's a little bit unfortunate here, but on screen we do see a little bit of remnants here coming from BO7S. They definitely have switched up their strategy and game plan as well as playstyle compared to before. This time they're getting a little bit very active on all those fights here. But it seems like Dusty will be the first one to get picked off somehow in this engagement. So it's only the Roki and Ghostface coming in from this play. So 2 stars for BO7S. Gonna be on the run. As Rising Inferno Esports is gonna completely back out despite the spray comes through. Oh no, mistake. They're out and open, but Jadin, he misses every single shot.
But at least he has prepped them up for 4 Barriers again.
Oh my
This team is getting blessed by the gods, aren't they? Another nade goes out, another man knocked out, and BO7 Ghostface, last man standing. And I'm pretty sure Zarnex is going to find the last contact as well. Look at this.
Oh no.
3, 2, 1, it goes in. Oh,
No, they
run
miss.
back. No, he gets it.
Oh,
He gets it.
Oh no, that
Butcher gets it. Someone lands a nade, and they get the finish. 4 Barriers, 10 eliminations now.
4 Barriers. Just, what am I watching? They're literally the definition of a barrier right now. A barricade that nobody can break through. 3 teams slammed onto them. All 3 got taken out by them.
By the same weapon as well, it was just frag grenades. I want to know, like, Butcher is out of utility. Are the other players out of utility as well? Did 4 Barriers, I mean, they shouldn't be, right? There should be like around 7 crates indoors and 2 more outside now.
Yeah, technically they shouldn't be, but they are going to be looking on towards the teams that are rotating from south side. So as of yet, coming down from the south side, VASISTA Esports doing their due diligence. They do have high ground advantage, but as of yet, they need to find a new entry
Don't go there,
here.
VASISTA.
No, please.
They are
go
too
there.
lucky. No, they are too lucky, man. At this point, VASISTA is giving them 2 more finishes.
Hey man, 4 Barriers needs a massive game to make a comeback, and this is that game.
Points? How many points do they need?
They need about 20 over points initially at the start of the day. At the start of the day, by the way. They were like somewhere below 5 points.
Hey, this is, again, it's the same situation. Last 2 games, that is when they open their eyes and start playing, right?
Oh, another nade finish. Alright, nicely done for Fury. ZENIN is out as well. But all things considered, despite the awkward engagement of a start from Moneymakers, guess what? Phoenix is still outlived Moneymakers and makes it into the top 8.
Take that, Moneymakers.
Well, considering that Moneymakers has 3 points, Phoenix now officially gets 1 point of placement points. I still think Moneymakers is still in the running for now.
Yeah, hey, at least you did better than them at something, right?
At surviving.
At surviving, yeah.
Yep. But 4 Barriers, 11 finishes in this game.
I think they're going to get a
Big,
few
massive
more.
game. They need this chicken dinner.
Alright, so they need 9 more points. We're going to keep a count, okay?
Minimum.
Yeah, minimum.
They need a chicken dinner. At least. XOTIC signature. Very quiet. You know, they were just hiding in La Bendita, the creators, for the longest of times. I wouldn't say it's the best exit strategy considering the zone is here. So they would be able to survive all the way to the top 4. But pushing out, not exactly easy though.
I think they're just salty about not getting the chicken dinner in the last game. So they're just keeping their head down this time. They're like, alright, we lost players early in the last match, so we couldn't secure the chicken. This time, we just keep our heads down. All 4 survive till the end game, and then we get the chicken dinner. VASISTA in the meanwhile, by the way. Inferno Rising is the team they're up against, and Inferno Rising went for a 2-2 split, which actually swings the fight in the favor of VASISTA, or at least gives them an opportunity to fight it out on an equal footing. Jatin OG dishes out a little bit of damage, and VASISTA now, Fury kind of flows. Scary Jord, he will have to deal with the pressure.
Yeah, he definitely has to as well. Right now, Scary Jord, one of the most mechanical skilled players in this lobby, has been struggling find ends meet, but he goes for the pick, but he gets picked up by iQOOC. Oh my goodness. We call him skilled. I may have jinxed him because from afar, 4 barriers shuts him down before he could get that knock. Oh, so unlucky. That is so unlucky of Scary Jord. Seems like Inferno Rising is going to be okay, but 4 barriers again. This time they are going to be on defense, but this time no success. BotArmy gets the first crack at 4 barriers in this defense house.
Did he not see them climb up the stairwell?
Well,
What happened over there?
Well, he may have missed a shot.
I think 4 barriers is just like not used to using their guns as much as their nades.
Maybe. But the rest of the teams already repositioned here. Zonax pretty much knocked. iQOOC still kind of straggling out in the open. But the teams from the south side, they need to push into them as well. So we are going to be expecting some sort of a clash soon as well. iQOOC has no safe spot to be in. He's pretty much exposed on front and in the back.
This is going to get intense though. 4 barriers, iQOOC still left. Last man and put under pressure by Inferno Rising. Hides the angle in a brilliant manner. But there's BotArmy Esports in the backlines that can help as a saving grace for 4 barriers. This is what I was talking about. Inferno Rising against BotArmy now, and iQOOC gets an opportunity to at least steal a few finishes away. Oh no, Fury behind the players of Inferno Rising and iQOOC behind the players of BotArmy Esports. Both the teams getting third-partied. iQOOC at least walks away with 1 extra point. He's going to try and steal one more, but from the flank, Avery shuts him down, and BotArmy Esports, they lose a few, but they take out the biggest menace of this lobby.
Yep, the huge cluster in the south starting to make a little bit of a problem as well because all this commotion, XOTIC signature has hurt them, and they are going to try and pressure them even more. As AimGod trying to go for the jiggle here, but BotArmy, he gets shot from the back, and that's going to be PMWI that takes him out. For some reason, Rising Inferno Esports is still surviving.
Yeah.
They are going to be A-okay, 8 finishes in the bag. Oh boy, this is not looking good for the teams in the south. But Do or Die, they make their mark from the north as well. They've got 2 players, 3 players actually. And they are going to be pressuring onto XOTIC signature this time. This is a rematch from the previous round.
Yeah, this is a rematch between the 2 teams that were there standing, fighting for the chicken dinner in the last game of Erangel. And now XOTIC signature down to 3 players. Do or Die as well, 3 players remaining. And guess what? SIGNIFY is also still there, man.
Massive game coming from them. XOTIC signature going for those pump Jatin, jiggling their way through. Jatin pretty much exposed out in open, and Nexus just toying with him right now. And he finally clips him through the bush. No vision, just echolocation.
That's a big pick as well, by the way. Inferno Rising with that, their options just completely shut down. Last 2 players are stuck in that bowl smack center. But we do see the players of Do or Die mess up. Avnish, he gets knocked out, and if they can't bring him back, then Do or Die, there's going to be such a difficult end game for them. Avnish is going to get shot at from the opposite end, as XOTIC signature will have a line of fire, and they should be able to find that finish for themselves. Omega, though, he's closing in with the nades, trying to keep the players of Inferno Rising at bay.
Oh no, both Inferno Rising and Do or Die, they're not aware that there is a potential third party right now. And that is in the name of SIGNIFY. There's a solo player. If you pay attention to the left side, there is a pink dot. And that pink dot could be a nuisance for Rising Inferno Esports right now. Do or Die, they back off, they will disengage, but eventually this is a ticking time bomb for Rising Inferno Esports right now. They do not know there is a team from behind. They're just so focused on the sides.
It's going to happen. It's going to happen any second now. Because I think perfect opportunity would be for Bandit to wait for SIGNIFY to take at least 1 shot and make contact with Rising Inferno. The moment that happens, they will be too distracted by Do or Die and the players of XOTIC, and then Bandit will get 1 point for free. Not now, but he pulls the trigger, finishes instantly, and now there's a 1v1. Hey, Bandit knows better how to steal the lives away from these individuals, as OMEN is going to be the last man left from the side of Inferno Rising. I think, again, we're going to have a rematch. This time, though, a 3 versus 2, Do or Die. They're very eager for these points, aren't they? Omega just moves in again to try and finish up Inferno Rising.
Yeah, they will get him as well. So that's going to be Omega takes him out. But rematch potentially happening from a previous game here. XOTIC signature versus Do or Die. But SIGNIFY is still in play. Bandit God pretty much exposed himself to XOTIC signature. But on the other hand, Reaper is engaging as well. Seems like he is going to have a solo 1 versus 1 with Signal. While Nexus and Skylar are still keeping both Omega and Bandit in bay on the other
Yeah.
side. So this is a very, very...
Oh no, he's gone, isn't he?
Oh no, he's fine. He's fine. Reaper is
He's
fine.
out in the open like that. That's very risky.
Oh, there is a house. He's technically inside a house, but Signal is just keeping him in bay. So this is very, very nice covering
Yeah.
coming from XOTIC Signature. But they're just not pulling the trigger. Just playing safe as well. But Reaper, ooh, takes a couple shots in, Skylar. Drops down pretty low. Forces the user first hit. Fortunately for him, they are all inside the zone. So this fight will go on for as long as it takes. Probably another 2 minutes. Unless, well, in this case, Omega finds the straggler. So it is going to be the official rematch right now in Miramar.
Official rematch, 3v2, kind of a similar situation. It's just that Do or Die are down a player instantly. And XOTIC, they have the utility in their bag, so they should be able to keep the pressure onto Omega. And Skylar, in fact, is just closing in straight up. Does not care. He has the backup of Nexus as well, so he does not need to be afraid. And Omega needs to find the opener with utility, but he has nothing to work with. Finally finds one grenade, and this is going to be his last hope as well. Reaper getting pushed on by Signo. And he's going to get spotted out any second. There it is, through the window. UMP might not be the ideal choice over here, but they have the upper hand. XOTIC Signature know they are winning this fight. Omega extremely low and chipped up, and that should be the knock right there. And XOTIC looking to close out this match with a chicken dinner, as they know it's just one man remaining from the side of Do or Die, and even his position is going to be compromised. Reaper is trying his level best to find a trade, but Signo is just toying with him right now. Whips a few shots, finds the knock finally, but before he gets taken out, gets the point, and then he goes out of the way. XOTIC Signature, they win the rematch against the side of Do or Die, securing the chicken. A nice little chicken dinner on the map of Miramar.
1 for 1 for XOTIC Signature as they clutches out their chicken dinner. But a very, very massive game once more for both XOTIC Signature and Do or Die. Two back-to-back top 2 finishes, and then so many more points here. The chicken dinner belonging to these two teams here, each taking 1, gives them enough points to qualify for round 3.
Yeah, and again, I think incredible performance from both these two teams. But we have to talk about SIGNIFY as well for a moment here, because SIGNIFY got a lot of eliminations in the last game. And right now in this particular match, I was looking at their standings. They had decent number of placements, but guess what? They're still outside of the qualification bracket.
It is going to be very, very close as well, because the cutoff is expected to be somewhere around 23 to 30 points so far.
Yeah.
So more than 30 is going to be the safer points so far. But as of yet, Do or Die and also XOTIC Signature, they're pretty
good
much
to go, yeah.
safe.
These two are good to go. I mean, both of them, last 2 games combined, they have won 25 points each.
Reckoning is also safe. VASISTA is also safe. However,
Moneymakers.
Moneymakers, danger. WINDGOD, danger. 4 berries, still in the danger spot. But with a little bit of recovery though, which is good.
I mean, yeah, kind of a decent recovery coming in from 4 barriers. They have a lot of eliminations. But the thing is, it's, again, they need to go big, and they need equal amount of points as this game. They had about, what, 11 eliminations? They're going to need 11 more in the next match.
Yeah, this fight between both Universe 7 and Moneymakers was super awkward, because Joker was forced in a position where he was pinned between 2 different players, all coming from U7. And the moment his teammates came in from backup, he was able to shift his focus towards a 1 versus 1 in front of him. But because he lost his 1 versus 1 and the other 2 lost his 2 versus 1, the entire team just got flopped off. So it was a little bit misplayed. The idea was sort right, but they needed to win the 1 versus 1.
Yeah, but right now it feels like when you're talking about those 4v4s, the meta is more about finding those trades against your teammates, because your entry is going down for sure to a shotgun to his face. After that, you have literally like half a second to move in and find the trade on the opposing side. That is why fights from Moneymakers are kind of weird, because they seem to be just playing that 2-2 split instead of just regrouping and running in as a unit before engaging into a fight. They engage in that 2-2 split and then just hope that the backup arrives on time.
Yeah, but at the same time as well, Reaper was able to get himself a little bit of a salvation points. But again, massive performance coming from XOTIC Signature. But I really like what I'm seeing here today itself, coming from Do or Die and also XOTIC Signature, because it shows that, hey, they have adapted, they have learned something new, and they're doing pretty okay. Because yesterday was a complete, I want to say a complete disaster, but it was a really great day
Yeah,
for
it
them, both of
was.
them.
For sure, it wasn't great. It wasn't the best. It was, I mean, they were underperforming their own past standards, basically. But today, as you mentioned, from the first 2 games itself, both the teams learning and evolving. In particular, XOTIC Signature, we talk about them. First game, they tried to go frag heavy, lost a player early, because of which they were just forced to stay back towards the end game fights. Missed out on the chicken because of that. And of course, when time was there for them to put pressure, they just held back. That was also another thing. This time, very proactive in the end game playmaking, and also focused on making sure that all their bases were covered.
Well, fair enough here. We see a lot of tactical plays and also formation as well. I'm really liking what I'm seeing coming from Group D in particular. But let's talk about the MVP of the match. It's got to be Zornex, coming from 4 barriers, 6 finishes with that hold of a defense inside those compounds was just phenomenal. 4 barriers shut down, single-handedly shut down 3 teams in that specific compound. A little bit of blunder later on, but still 3 teams is still a very, very impressive feat coming from 4 barriers.
I mean, we can't even blame them for blunders they make and because of which they got eliminated. Because when you're in a moment like that, that everything is going perfect, what do you think, where teams are going to go, you get them in that spot, you wipe them out. At that time, you're just feeling too confident. And I think 4 barriers, they just fell to their own overconfidence in this game, making some weird moves. But the shenanigans worked out, right? They get 12 eliminations. We have 3 players here, Butcher, Iconic, and Zarnex, who was the MVP of the game. We have Omega in the list of top 5 players from Do or Die, and Fury from VASISTA Esports as well.
The only reason why Forever 4 barriers kind of lost that fight is because they needed just 1 more player.
Yeah.
To get information outside,
actually.
that's all. But all things considered, let's talk about the match of the score itself here. Seems like 4 teams close towards the double digits here. We have ZOTIC Signature, we have Do or Die, we have 4 barriers, all 3 getting 14 points together.
I feel bad for Inferno
Wow.
Rising. They could have included them as well, given them 1 point.
A massive vacuum by these 4 teams, actually.
Yeah. But massive vacuum, but what is nice to look at it is not just for one team, it is split between the top 4, my apologies. And then you have BotArmy Esports with 7, SIGNIFY with 6, VASISTA with 6 points, U7 with 5. So points, even after beyond these top 4 are kind of nicely split. That leaves us still hanging as to what is going to happen in that last game and who will have those 25-30 points to move towards round 3 from this particular group. I think this group might be the group where majority of the teams getting kicked out could be from Group D.
Yeah, it's a little bit unfortunate as well here, and considering the fact that we have a potential bow out or a blowout for defending champion for the next match here is going to be very, very sad. Of course, when we talk about a potential LAN finalist as well, it's going to be coming from Kyoya, coming from WINDGOD as well, that may be bowing out in the next game.
Could be anything, but there's still 1 more match remaining for Group D itself. It's going to be played on the map of Sanhok, but that's going to happen after this very short break.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Hello everyone and welcome to the realme BMPS 2025. You guys are currently watching the English broadcast, and of course this is going to be round 2, the last day of round 2 stages as well before we proceed into round 3 for tomorrow. My name is ICBaby12. Joining me is going to be Necro as we take you through the commentaries for today itself. And interesting enough, this last match for Group D, somebody is going to be kicked out and somebody is qualifying here, because this is going to be the last chance to make a hard stand to be not part of the bottom 24 in these groups.
Of course, someone's going to be kicked out, right? And at this point, we do have a few big names currently in that red zone. You speak of Moneymakers, they need 18 points in the last game, and that's the only way they can find themselves outside of that pickle. Moneymakers currently has 12 points in the overall standings, completely unacceptable since the banner was doing so good in the round 1, and now that transition towards the round 2 has been extremely shaky. But something that's going to help you with your shaky performance in the game is also going to be the Realme GT7. The device is already out on Amazon and even the sales live, so I would recommend you guys to get your hands onto it. But once again, back towards the conversation that we're having, right? Now, for WINDGOD Esports as well, that's pretty much the same deal. They need a massive game in their hands, and that's the only way they can pull themselves out.
Yeah, they are pretty okay-ish. They got some points here and there, but it feels like this last game, they need the chicken dinner in order to stand a chance to actually qualify as well. Same can be said for U7, same can be said for BotArmy Esports as well to a certain degree. Even SIGNIFY having a little bit of placement point for the previous game here, but SIGNIFY definitely needs a massive game if they want to stand a chance to defend the bottom spots.
I mean, look, SIGNIFY's been doing really good so far, right? The first game, they got 11 points. Now they also managed to get 6 points, which is really good average. And SIGNIFY Esports, if they maintain the same average, once again, they can easily qualify. It's not even a question. The real question is going to be around Moneymakers. It's one of those teams filled with so many veterans, and if they do end up getting eliminated from this tournament, now that's going to be a major bummer and major blow even for their careers in the future. But for now, let's move on towards the map of Sanhok, as the map's going to be booting up on the screen, starting all the way from the southern side, moving all the way up north. Now this plain flat path is looking pretty good.
Well, the fates are about to be decided here, coming in from Group D. Can they rise up, or will they be shut down? It all depends in this map of Sanhok itself, as we jump in towards the 4x4 map itself. And of course, when we talk about Moneymakers, if Moneymakers do not qualify for the round 3 stages, we will officially not have anyone that is going to be defending the trophy of last year's realme BMPS, because Joker is the last man standing coming in from Moneymakers that hasn't been eliminated yet.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much. Joker, as you mentioned, a little bit of that piece is still alive, but I highly doubt Moneymakers, the way they're playing, they will stand a lot of chances to qualify, and especially on the map of Sanhok. If the zone is going to be around that Camp Alpha Island, maybe there will be a major chance, but if the zone's not going to be forming around that vicinity, then yeah, those chances will definitely be stolen away from them. DOD, one of those teams that's been doing phenomenal so far, trying to shoot out the birds in the sky. It's going to be extremely tough to get those knockouts off the rip like that.
Yeah, it's so difficult to actually shoot birds, actually, compared to, like, fishes, just because of how the verticality works as well. It's really weird in terms of firing those bullets as well, because obviously when you're shooting straight, there are some sort of bullet drop mechanics that happen after like 200, 300 meters away. But when you're shooting up, it feels weirder. Like, it feels like the bullets kind of arc even more, even though it shouldn't be arcing that much.
Yeah, pretty much.
It's kind of weird, though.
Oh, the next zone, though, maybe Moneymakers will have a shot. It's still maintaining that constant aura.
Oh, yeah.
We do not exactly know if it's going to be shifting towards the top left or on the southern side, but if it does shift on towards the top left, then Moneymakers, they will definitely have a bank in their hands.
Yeah, but speaking of the bank here, XOTIC Signature, a team that, you know, was struggling into Sanhok multiple times here. This time, they will repeat the same thing into his Hartin, but will they be actually rotating down south and then crashing into his Moneymakers? Completely separate matter. But you know what's really interesting about this trend?
What?
Is that Reckoning Esports also plays Alpha Island. Moneymakers also plays Alpha Island. And that's 2 teams from Alpha Island potentially being shut down. And the only one that has some sort of success is Seoul.
Yeah. I guess Seoul's on the verge of having Alpha Island all to themselves.
That's a good thing for them, though.
Yeah, really good thing. If that does happen, though.
Yeah,
I mean,
but
Moneymakers
we do still have
chance.
other teams, by the way. We still have other teams.
Moneymakers, for them, there's still one more chance, and they need 18 points out of this game, as I mentioned. The moment they get those 18 points, they will be around that 30 points marker. They will have 30 points, actually, in the overall standings. 1 game, 18 points, does sound like quite a tough task, but at the end of the day, looking at their caliber as well, they're definitely capable of it. Just having 12 points in the overall standings, unacceptable.
Ooh, so they need, what, 18 points this game? WINDGOD needs about 15 points, 4 barriers. Well, a massive game just now. So that means in this final game, they also need about 13 points-ish. And again, our speculations of a cutoff is somewhere around there. anything above 30, it's on the safer side. 100%.
There's a lot of teams that need that many mana points, right?
Yeah.
You've got VSD as well, who needs 11 points around the court. WINDGOD Esports as well needs a lot of points. But look at what's going on here. XOTIC Signature letting the players of BO7 pass by. This time around, it feels like they're definitely going to be facing a bit of that brunt.
This is a big kryptonite waiting to happen as well. But USP7S actually going for an ocean rotation here, so they are not going to be able to run into his Nexus unless Dizzy starts to run out of the open. But Nexus, he heard those footsteps. All he needs to do is wait for Dizzy to make one small mistake, and he's going to peek out and shoot him. Because none of the BO7S are expecting this. Dizzy making sure that Hartin is not going to be pushing out. He's hoping to try and gatekeep them, but guess what? Nexus already knows that he's here, so... It's all about the patience here. XOTIC Signature, they're very, very good at taking opportunities like this. They just need to make one mistake from them, and they will come.
This is kind of awkward. DZ's right in front, but still the man cannot even go for those shots.
Yeah, he can't move as well.
Quite unfortunate.
Yeah, but
you
because
Signo,
I think because of Nexus' position, him being there has literally saved the remaining 3 players from Hartin. If not, they would have been shot by BO7S.
There we go.
Uh-oh.
Now the players are out in the open as well. Dizzy and his teammate
do
right
it.
next to each other. Nexus just climb atop that vehicle. That will be at least one knock, but no! He messes things up! And because of that, BO7S, they get a second chance to life. How did this even happen? Come on, Nexus. That should have been a free knock right there.
Well,
XOTIC Signature, they mess up big time.
Yeah, a little bit here, especially coming from Nexus. If he had a 3x, maybe he would have gotten a shot. But still, very, very difficult there. He is going to be sprayed down, left alone. BO7S taking 2 different team fights on 2 different angles here. One from U7, one from XOTIC Signature. BO7S, ooh, great trades there. Ghostface almost dropped down pretty low by XOTIC Signature.
Where's his teammates? That's my question. XOTIC Signature, you're supposed to move up a little bit more, create the off angles, apply some more pressure. It's just Nexus taking that fight.
Yeah,
I'm not really seeing a lot of team play over here from the side of XOTIC Signature.
I don't... Okay, I think the idea of the team play is that XOTIC Signature cannot push up. They put him there just to scout information, but there's no way they can push up just because it's out and open. So, yes, logically you want to push up, but based on how the topography is, they just couldn't. So I would say Nexus being alive is already a good thing for them, to be honest. Rather than winning any kind of fights, to be honest.
I mean, Nexus would have been alive no matter what. There was still a major distance, right?
Fair
and
enough.
At the end of the day, there was also a cover fire available from the back line, so the man would have been alive. But in my opinion, they should have at least squeezed out 1 elimination points out of that given position they had.
I think the initial one, the initial engagement should have at least gotten 1 point of that. But it's okay, you know?
Yep.
It's okay. Sometimes we miss. You know, red dot, spraying at a distance, not exactly easy as well. Sometimes that's why people prefer the 3x, especially for pups. But lately in pro play, 4x is the way to go.
4x sprays are pretty unstable sometimes.
Yeah.
But it depends on what sort of attachments you've got as well, right? Even that does help you stabilize that spray. And something that's going to help you stabilize your gameplay is also going to be the Realme GT7. Move on towards Amazon, search for the Realme GT7. The sales are now live. You guys can get your hands on this amazing device with stable 120 FPS up till 6 hours, tested by the Realme and the Crafting guys, and also 7,000 mAh battery. That means you're going to be gaming for hours nonstop.
You know, personally, when it comes to attachments as well, preference, I would prefer the vertical on a 3x. But I've seen remnants on what Jonathan has played. He prefers the half grip over the vertical.
I like vertical as well myself, but what just happened? Oh, a surprise package unfolded so quickly, and just like that, Arrancar Esports, all the 4 players in that vehicle, they just get absolutely obliterated.
Okay, what just happened? That was the fastest takedown I've seen coming from Reckoning Esports. They fumbled 2 games, but 1 massive, massive spray down from Gravity just completely shuts them out. That is... Wow. Feels bad we couldn't see that angle, though.
Yeah, that's some iconic stuff right there. But hey, the next zone, though, moving around that Camp Alpha Island once again, giving the hopes for Moneymakers. They need to hit on the mark. No other option for Moneymakers. They need to get this chicken dinner. You've also got Mastermind Mavericks all the way down south, and they're trying to make it towards the opposite side of the island. For Mastermind Mavericks, they've already got a nice base set up, so they can easily move on and qualify. Elimination feed once again starting to pop off. It's Reckoning Esports taking another fight. Not exactly sure how much this is going to be paying off this time around, though. Moneymakers, Clutch God taking shots in the far fray. Hector. It's VASISTA Esports. I'm not exactly sure if Moneymakers should go for a fight against VASISTA, but since they're too far away, you can't afford it.
Yeah, definitely as well. But this is potentially looking to be an Alpha Island circle. So this might be the opportunity that Moneymakers is going to be able to clutch out this game. And again, it needs to be a massive performance coming from them.
Yeah, once again, a huge shout out to the Kia Saros. 5-star BNCAP rating. For your peace of mind, 6 airbags is standard. It's also got 360-degree camera, front and rear parking sensors, and smart dash cam with dual camera with a mobile app as well. So definitely do check out the new Kia Saros. Back towards the conversation though, Moneymakers, they've got a solid split. I can see a little bit of that reminiscence of Seoul over here. The split can definitely pay off, only if one of the men does not get knocked out.
Yeah. And speaking of a knock situation here, not taking those shots yet, but Reckoning just now, they made a lot of commotions and VST was able to scout things out. Obviously, they are going to try and gatekeep them, considering that they are still not inside the zone from bootcamp itself. But here we go, Reckoning Esports, they are going to be taking shots on SIGNIFY himself. Viper almost getting shot down pretty low. He is going to back off this time. Smokes being set up, but no, the off angle from VST clips him. They just needed one bullet. The random stray bullet from Beast was able to knock him out. Nicely done.
He's showing what the red dot is capable of. Getting the knock as well. Reckoning Esports. Viper can still be safe though. Luckily enough, there's a bit of that tree that's blocking the visual. Viper's still getting clipped constantly, which is not a good thing. Eventually he will be confirmed too. Pratik does hand out the blow.
Gravity, he only had one shot to save him through the hood of the car. But unfortunately, he missed that shot. And even then, he was dropped down pretty low. So nice attempt coming from Reckoning Esports, but no save coming in from him.
At this point, VST is just trying to latch on to anything that they can. Shooting at anything that they see moving. Which is low-key a good thing. VST definitely are starving for points. A lot of teams need a massive games.
Yeah.
And that's quite problematic, right? And only one can have that one big game. Maybe 2 max.
Well, we had 4 in the previous game, so technically max 4,
I guess.
You know, but it will create a huge vacuum for the teams in the bottom, though.
But for that, VASISTA Esports and Reckoning has to be eliminated right now.
Well, 100%. Reckoning bowed out 2 games in a row. This time they are getting themselves 4 points, so not too shabby. They're pretty much qualified so far. But VASISTA Esports, you know, seems like they've lost Hector's rather early as well, considering that Hector had an amazing game yesterday as a solo warrior.
Oh, look at the zone, though.
Ooh, wow.
Shifting once again around the court of Moneymakers. They just need to play their cards right now. Defense has to be on par.
Yep, at the same time, guess what? WINDGOD in a lot of trouble themselves. They're looking to try and qualify this. Kyoya, first to get knocked. Immortal is traded off. And WINDGOD, they need to keep all 4. Kyoya is about to bleed out as well. This is not a way to go down as well. We should get knocked by Bandit God and WINDGOD. They're slowly crumbling as SIGNIFY rushes them from outside the zone. WINDGOD losing 2. And they have to cut off the limbs to save the body here for WINDGOD. But the chances of qualifying to round 3 slowly but surely dwindling away. Not in position. No backup whatsoever. This is not looking good for WINDGOD.
SIGNIFY's looking so good with their 4 and 4s, but look at what happens here. Universe 7, they've got too much on their plate, and unfortunately, one of the men does get knocked out as well. BotArmy Esports, smooth entrance inside of this compound. Yeah, they did lose out on 2 players in the process, but they're not eliminated completely yet outside of the game. So still, the recovery can be handed out. Brawley's the only man standing for U7, but can he really keep himself alive? That's the main question. Moneymakers from the top, sort of given a bit of that helping hand, but Brawley himself is also getting chipped up extremely low. In a 1-on-2 situation, U7 in a big world of trouble. Brawley's the only savior that can save the day, but the moment I say so, a little pixel was spotted, and that's going to be it for the man.
Yo, Avery's got 2 very, very nasty jump shots from those pixels twice now in today itself, so okay, I see you, BotArmy. They're not exactly out yet. This is a freshly revamped roster from the old BotArmy Esports, but they're still keeping their essence core inside this game, and seems like they're doing pretty well themselves. Very nicely done.
Indeed. It is quite impressive from BotArmy Esports. VST2 now making their entrance towards the Camp Alpha Island. There's also Reckoning Esports on the tail, so they need to be extra cautious. Reckoning Esports can definitely be the one to poise that threat. You can see the players make it across the opposite side. Reckoning Esports directly aiming for the skies. Want to contest the high ground, they might just collide against the players of VST. And that's what exactly happens. They unfortunately move up against the players of VASISTA Esports. Not a good ending for the players of Reckoning Esports, but it's completely fine. They can afford it.
Oh, wow. Scary John actually spots Pratik, and he gets 2 knocks. What a shot. That's 2 very, very disgusting angles coming from Scary John. Pixel perfect moments with the 4x. And of course, now the reset comes through, and VST, oh, they are done to this zone. Wow, you blink it and you miss it. What was that?
Yeah, VASISTA Esports, disgusting sprays. And within a flash, the entirety of VST just gets eliminated from this game. Reckoning Esports, though, still 1 man is standing, so that's quite lucky. But yeah, the way they just straight up ram their vehicles against the players of VASISTA Esports is something I never saw coming. For SIGNIFY in a big wall of trouble, backs against the wall, on the bridge itself. They're also going to be held back by the players of XOTIC Signature. So where can you go? There's also the players of Rising Inferno, who's got the line of sight too. It's not looking good for SIGNIFY this time around. They cannot win this fight.
Oh boy, that is very, very weird here. But Rising Inferno Esports now, they do have those high grounds. They are going to be keeping shots as well. And interesting enough, this is a spot that Moneymakers should have been taking. And of course, in Rising Inferno Esports this time, they are going to take advantage of this situation. SIGNIFY, they're looking to qualify, but they will also lose Rio in the process. This is not a good sign for them as well. Seems like there will be teams that are going to be bowing out as well, regardless of the situation. And in this case, it's sad to say, SIGNIFY in one of the worst possible outcomes to be in, not in zone. And WINGOD still fighting for their dear lives. And of course, to give guys a little bit tally here on how things are happening, the right side is the overall standings of their current position. 4 Bears with 18 points, WINGOD with 16, Moneymakers with 12. The only way 3 of this team somewhat win or qualify to round 3 is they need a chicken dinner with at least more than 10 points.
Yeah, and everyone's in a massive threat. WINGOD Esports in the water lines, probably spotted as well by the players of DOD. Does he spot those fishes? And yes, he does. Sights locked. LeBron taken down extremely low. There's still Infinity in the water lines. The man slowly and steadily starting to choke to his death. DOD, even they're going to try to cross on towards the opposite side. WINGOD Esports, they need to heal themselves up, but it's impossible. Constant barrage of bullets against him. And the defense is now going to be impossible to put up. WINGOD, they might just be done for in this game.
Yeah, the moment Infinity gets taken out, it's over for WINGOD as well. But chances slims very, very slim as well. Do or die is going to try and hunt him down. LeBron gets confirmed. Infinity going to swimming as he tries to survive for his dear life. He's out of oxygen. He's taking away his HP as well. Needs to breathe. Needs to find space, do or die. They are going to hunt him down. This might be it for WINGOD. Down towards the last pixel. He needs to patch himself out. He finds a little recover. He is going to be A-OK for now. But it is tough. But on screen, a different fight begins.
Yeah, Mastermind Mavericks making a pounce against the players of ZENIN. And Mastermind Mavericks, just like that, within a flash, they will be eliminated from this game too. But note this, there's also BotArmy Esports in the nearby vicinity. So the fight's not done yet. There will be a third party coming soon. ZENINs need to be extremely careful. But BotArmy Esports, they're also getting shot at from the opposite side of the spectrum by the players of DOD. So BotArmy Esports cannot cross on over just yet. Problems on all sides of the board. BotArmy Esports too pinned down in that warehouse.
Yep. Now as the fight happens as well, BotArmy Esports continuing to defend his way through. Shogun wants to try and save Avery as much as he can, but on the screen here, WINGOD officially eliminated. Very, very unfortunate run here for Kyoya, but WINGOD is out. But BotArmy Esports also going to be the next to fall as well. As he gets shot down from afar, do or die, third parties steals away all those finish points. Very, very unfortunate. Losing a little bit of lives here, but BotArmy Esports, they still have 2 players. Doing A-OK, but not a great start for them.
Yeah, but the main concern is they're also outside in the blue, so it's not a good thing. Not in the blue, but outside of the safety lines. VASISTA Esports, even they're in a big world of trouble. They've lost out on one of the mans, but the same thing can also be said for the side of Moneymakers too. They've lost out on 2 players. Moneymakers should have been the one to win this game, but they messed things up massively. VASISTA Esports on that tail was possessing a constant threat, and now VASISTA, they're on the verge of claiming this fight as well. Up close and personal against the players of Moneymakers. They need a lot of points.
Oh boy. Down to 2 players. What happened? You blink it and you miss it. Joker, Clutch got down. Oh, sorry, not Joker. Pukar and Clutch got. But Joker and Adidia still surviving. Joker gets the first knock against Fury. Oh no, it's up to Joker left. He's the last man standing for Moneymakers. He finds another pun, but now he needs to find the last player here. from Scary Jot. 2 of the highest mechanical skills here. Needs to go in for the spray. He needs to survive this. Joker holds it down to 4, but no, he won't bleed out to the zone. Scary Jot wins, and that is it for Moneymakers. It is over. They don't qualify.
Yeah, Moneymakers, that's been eliminated from this tournament. What a massive blunder that was. BotArmy Esports, now they make a pounce against the players of Zenit. Can Zenit really hold strong though? That's my question. Defense need to be put up. And BotArmy Esports, they're just not able to find any sort of cracks just yet in the defense or in the wall of Zenit. As Mafia Zenit, they're constantly doing a lot of damage against the players of BotArmy Esports. And now even the last man, Rogers, taken down extremely low. He was able to find 1 knock, but that's all he got.
Oh my goodness. What are we watching here? Is this a new era in 2025 for realme BMPS?
Seems like it. The veterans are now getting a massive reality check.
Oh my goodness, Moneymakers. Done and dusted. You hate to see moments like this, but it is over.
Yeah.
Scary Jot shutting down Joker in a 1 versus 1. That was... Oof, that's gotta sting.
It's gotta blow, definitely.
The MVP for last year's BMPS getting shut down by the BGIS Rising Star in 2025.
That is definitely a stark statement to the lobby itself. Rising Inferno on the screen. And now they're also spotting out the players of 4 barriers move out in the open like that. I'm not even sure what Zarks was thinking in that situation. He did try to cross on towards that rock, and the cross clearly did not really work. 4 barriers. They're pretty much trying to come up with that same cross once again as well. It's iQOOTIC now moving up. And what just happened with VASISTA Esports from the sidelines, getting that confirmation as well. Rising Inferno into big wall of trouble. BO7S2, now they move out in the open as they want to cross on the opposite side. Rising Inferno, there's a lot of players underneath them. And also climbing up as well. Rising Inferno, it's time to play defense now.
Okay, BO7S, they're going to be knocking up as well. Owen has a very nice angle, but the nades from Owen stops the push. BO7S, they get completely shut down by a massive nade. Owen. Very, very nicely done coming from them. But guess what? Ghostface still remains from BO7S, but with that nade, shuts down the opportunity for BO7S to take the chicken dinner. But again, it doesn't matter. BO7S, they're pretty much done and qualified. But guess what? 4 Bear is still alive though. And right now, the circle shifts up towards the terrains itself. Rising Inferno Esports on the top. 4 barriers getting scouted out by Ghostface from the bottom. Confirmation comes through. Butcher gets taken out. And this is a game that 4 barriers needs to win as well here, Necro.
Yeah, pretty much. 4 barriers, 3 players. Zarks is way too in the back lines. And I highly doubt the man can survive for too long. There's also Reckoning Esports. There's 1 man in the back lines too. Not exactly sure what Max is going to be pulling off at this instance. There's also ZENIN still in the game. Looking at the players of ZENIN, they will sniff out the last man of Reckoning Esports as they put that nail in the coffin. And now ZENIN as well. They've got a massive shot at winning this entire game. 4 barriers somehow making it till the top 4 too. Can 4 barriers clutch it once again in the final moment?
This is a must-do situation for 4 barriers. It's a do or die coming from them. Rising Inferno, the CBO7S. And Sofilao is an off angle. Oh no, he just a little bit too high, but now finally finds the angle and Ghostface will go down. So Jatin successfully eliminates BO7S, who's on 4th place. But 4 barriers, iQOOTIC, they have snuck up. ZENIN and 4 barriers, 2 teams that need a massive game. And currently, Rising Inferno Esports has got 10 finishes, but 4 barriers and ZENIN, they are the ones that needs the chicken dinner.
Yeah.
To try and hold out of the bottom 24.
Final 3 teams standing. 4 barriers with 2 players, ZENIN with 3, and Rising Inferno with 3. So Rising Inferno and ZENIN, they've got the man advantage inside of the fight, but the moment I say so, even Steven trades do happen on the board, and Zeus is going to be the man to shut down Sky from the side of ZENIN. Unfortunate outing. Rising Inferno, they've managed to acquire 10 finish points so far. This nade, it could have been extremely close. iQOOTIC, Zeus still standing tall. The zone's moving up as well constantly, so now 4 barriers. They need to break the barricade and push up close and personal against the players of Rising Inferno. Owen's taking a lot of damage from the blue itself. iQOOTIC pushes up against the players of ZENIN, as in the end he gets eliminated.
4 barriers. Do they have enough points is another question. But now 2 versus 1. Inferno Rising Esports, they get the final nade and ZENIN goes down. That's going to be the chicken dinner for Inferno Rising Esports in the final game of Group D. All 6 matches done and dusted for Group D. And Rising Inferno Esports takes their chicken dinner to close things out for the chapters of each and every single team in Group D itself. Who will proceed to the next chapter and who will be going out.
13 finishes, 9 knocks, and the damage number of 2494. Incredible stuff, of course, from that team. And as we all know, of course, they've qualified as well. Rising Inferno, it's not even a question. They were not a potential contender to be eliminated. But here's the sad part. WINDGOD Esports, Moneymakers, have been successfully eliminated from this tournament.
This is a very, very sad day for those 2 teams. And, of course, to their fans as well. However, that means we have to make way for the new generation and new era of pro BGMI players. And that is going to be starting in this season as well. And this year, 2025, is a new year.
Extremely exciting, right? I still want to have a look at the overall standings and find out if BotArmy Esports have crossed on or not. Because BotArmy Esports was barely on the cusp. And I think they've also got a decent bit of points in this game itself. So maybe there's a chance they can just barely qualify. Still want to have a look at SIGNIFY as well.
Were you expecting teams to drop out here in BMPS, especially LAN finalist appearances and also semi-finalists?
Not in round
2.
two. Not in round 2. I definitely knew that maybe in round 3 and semifinals there will be a lot of cuts, but just in the round 2 itself, I never saw this coming. MVP of the match is going to be, of course, the man himself from the side of Rising Inferno, getting a lot of elimination points for himself, which is going to be 9 finishes. Then you've also got Bunty from ZENIN with 4 finishes, Beast as well with 4, Scary Jod from VASISTA Esports getting 3. And Scary Jod, he was definitely a scary man for the players of Moneymakers.
You know, Scary Jod is a guy that we kind of spawned him out during BGIS from the last season as well. He has earned the title of the Rising Star Award at the last day of the event itself. Even though they did not win, but he was the guy that really, really stood out. But for him to shut down Moneymakers in that fighting moment, it really feels like a moment where Joker has to pass the crown to the newer gen. Because Joker was the star player from last year itself.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much. Now we've got the match rankings too on the screen, right? Rising Inferno, 23 points. ZENIN getting 14. Nice performance. 4 barriers getting 9 points out of this game as well. I'm not sure if 4 barriers have made it or not. Reckoning Esports, they were already safe, so it's not even a question. BO7S getting 8 points. Consistency maintained. VASISTA Esports as well getting 8 points. BotArmy Esports getting 6 points. I highly doubt that's enough.
Yep. And of course, Do or Die, WINGOD, 3 points, 1 point. Team Mastermind MAVERICKS, 1. VST also getting 1 point here, which, again, VST was also struggling to actually break even, considering that VST has crawled their way from BGIS all the way towards the quarterfinals, semifinals. But, didn't really work out. But let us take a look at the overall standings after 3 groups has completed their matches on top of Group C that is going to be playing later on here. Inferno Rising Esports with that final chicken dinner shoots themselves into its top 3. Reckoning Esports will be on top 4 though. Wow. I thought for a second that they will overtake VASISTA, but VASISTA is actually on number 2.
Yeah, it's quite impressive, right? Rising Inferno is actually on the 3rd spot. I'm just completely astonished at this point. There's also Dragon right there with 55 points. But pretty much the top 8, it's pretty much the same. We have been looking at them for the longest. And you've got the remaining board as well on the screen. I mean, you do see Apecity now pushed all the way down in the 9th spot. But since they've got so many points, even they're going to be secured. Top 8, of course, without a doubt, it's secured. Top 16 as well, without a problem. They're going to be moving on as well. Even this page at this point has pretty much moved on and qualified.
Yep, even top 32, they're pretty much very, very safe as well. So anywhere from here onwards, it's going to be a little bit of a question mark here, especially coming in from 29 points all the way to 28 points, because there is still 16 more teams that is gonna try and take them all down. So technically, being in the top 32, you are qualified. So it all comes down towards the wire on who the positioning points is. It comes with, if there is a tiebreaker, chicken dinner takes priority, followed by placement points, and then finish points.
You've also got VOLCANO Esports with 35 points in only 3 games played so far. Now the latter page is also on the screen. SIGNIFY getting 28 points. Are those many points enough? I genuinely think that's more than enough. 28 points, looking at the way things are looking like around the cutoff as well, that should be more than enough.
Okay, so the top 40 is where you want to be in to qualify. top 40 is where you want to be in order to qualify. So 41 onwards, you are out. So that means MAVERICKS Esports out, Honeybee Esports out, Arrancar is out, Welt out, VST is out, and also Spiritless Esports is out. So Medal, Rider Esports, they still have a shot, but Rivalry, pretty much on the hot seat right now. They should be eliminated.
It's crazy to see teams like Forever Esports and Welt being eliminated from this tournament, right? Of course, same thing can be said for WINDGOD Esports as well. I just never expected this. Even Diesel Esports is now eliminated from this tournament. So many eliminations happening in the round 2 itself.
It's funny to see the quarterfinalists and semifinalists from BGIS getting eliminated here in round 2 so early, right?
And now look at the upcoming group as well. There's RAKA Esports with 3 games. You've also got Aura Royal Emperor right there. Even LIKITHA Esports, GLITCHxREBORN.
Wow.
4 teams in the bottom 4 currently off the upcoming group.
These are hot names from BGIS as well. What is going on? What is happening here in realme BMPS 2025?
But definitely a big heartbreak has to be WINDGOD Esports, Moneymakers getting eliminated too. Even Diesel Esports getting eliminated from this tournament. That's got to be a massive heartbreak in the round 2 itself.
This is by far the most unique and unexpected shocker here in realme BMPS. But let's take a look at our caster's prediction at the start of the day here. I predicted WINDGOD didn't do too well. Mastermind Mavericks, they did pretty okay. You're smiling, I see you. Reckoning Esports,
Mavericks
well,
got eliminated, dude.
Johnny definitely. He voted for the best performing team, but the best performing team was VASISTA.
Yeah, I mean, look, they did not really
From this
do
group.
good, Reckoning Esports today, specifically, because they knew they've already qualified, right?
Fair enough.
They did not even need to try too hard. But yeah, Moneymakers, they did not play good, let's be honest. They have been eliminated from this tournament. Mastermind Mavericks, though, I'm pretty happy. They did manage to squeeze in quite a bit of those points in the map of Erangel and Miramar itself, and that's one of the main reasons why they've qualified themselves. And now looking at the entire group that's going to be still in the future and playing, there's so many teams in the bottom 16, I see. It's not looking too good for the upcoming group.
I know, right? The final 16 teams are going to be playing here, and they are trying their best to stay out of the bottom 24. Basically, the top 40 is where you want to be here. And currently, the top 40's cutoff is somewhere around 22 points. And the expected cutoff between all the casters here is somewhere between 24 to 30 points. 30 points on the safer end.
I personally went with 26. I think it might just extend toward 26. But let's see what's going to happen in the future. For now, it's time for us to toss to a short break. You guys do not go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Delivery, order ready.
समझा नहीं क्या भाई? अपना भाई वाव मोड में है।
Welcome back after that short break, and now it's Johnny with me on the panel. And Johnny, Group C is now going to be breaching into play, and of course the first map itself is going to be the map of Sanhok. That means quite a heated scuffle off the rip. I'm of course excited to see Group C, but once again, we've seen a lot of heartbreaks from that previous group too.
Yeah.
WINDGOD Esports, Moneymakers, not in the tournament anymore. What are your thoughts?
I think, again, we had this conversation at the start of the day. The start wasn't that great. These two names in particular, two big names in particular, were on that last page of the leaderboard. And today, just not being able to succeed, especially Moneymakers. It seems like attempts were made to get those finishes, but then for some reason either there was miscoms running into fights or just hesitation in terms of execution of those fights from what we saw on Erangel and Miramar.
And in my opinion, especially this last game, there's no excuse because the zone was right on top of you.
Yeah.
You were dominating the entire zone as well. You had so much control around the Camp Alpha Island, but you still mess up just because VASISTA Esports walked in from the back and no one was able to spot them.
I think we might see a few more names suffer the same fate from this group as well. But ladies and gentlemen, on another note, there's something amazing out for you guys. It is going to be the Realme GT7. You guys can go onto Amazon, grab yourselves the Realme GT7. It's an amazing device with 7000 mAh battery and of course a 120-watt charger that is included with the device itself. You can play BGMI for hours and with stable performance as well. 120 FPS stable for 6 hours, which is co-tested by Crafton and the guys at Realme. And of course, 6 degrees cooler during that marathon gaming session as well. But coming back to teams getting eliminated and big names in particular, as I was saying, a few big names still in the same position. You talk about LIKITHA Esports, you talk about GLITCHREBORN. The struggle is there. Genesis kind of played well. Yes, Genesis was in an okay position. I think a little bit more probability of Genesis being able to push through. But LIKITHA and GLITCHREBORN are going to be two names that are just like in a very horrible position. Both of them within the bottom 8 of the leaderboard.
I mean, there's a lot of teams in this particular group who are currently sitting in the bottom 24, which is not a good thing at all. We've got the playing Group C on the screen. Of course, Metal Phoenix is also going to be part of it. You've also got EMZ2, Rider Esports, RAKA Esports is going to be back in action. Yesterday, Apecity just showcased insane amount of caliber, dominating the first 2 games itself, getting 30 points in the first game, and then getting 20 points in the second, and then in the third game just got 1 point. But it's fine. They've already done the hard work in the first 2 games.
Yeah, I think with just 2 matches, they were already there in the top 5 of the overall leaderboard. And again, Apecity, that was a performance that caught everyone off guard. A team that was kind of consistent from this particular group was VOLCANO. VOLCANO was getting average, decent number of points every single game for all 3 matches. And I think that is also like a brilliant thing to point out because this is like a comparatively newer name that all of a sudden has found consistency. Their start in round 1 was slow, but then the second half of round 1 and round 2, it's going quite well for them.
Yeah, it's quite surprising to see a team like VOLCANO Esports do pretty good, right? 35 points in the span of 3 games, and that's exactly what you need if you're someone like VOLCANO Esports and looking to make a name for yourself. And this does give us a lot of promises, even for the future stages. In the round 3, I generally do think if VOLCANO Esports continue the same run of form, they can easily qualify towards the semifinals. But hey, without wasting any more time, let's move on towards the map of Sanhok, starting all the way from Camp Alpha towards Kampong. The planned flat path is going to be. I do want to see a few clashes off the rip, Johnny.
I mean, I would also love to see a few clashes, but let's see how things are going to turn out. Although for this particular game, I think Metal Esports is going to be one of those names that I am keeping my eyes pinned on, Metal and Rider, because these 2 teams, we had massive expectations from both these 2 names, but the performance yesterday was of teams that you would usually find in the middle pack. And Metal is not a name that you would love to see or would want to see in the middle pack at any time. This is a lineup that has the caliber to compete for the trophy. And of course, Phoenix Esports, former Phoenix Esports players in the side of Metal. Last event, the confidence was lacking. This time, they have showed up with a little bit of confidence, but the tacticality has gone up.
I think more of a surprise has to be on Raven Esports too, because they're not doing too hot in the overall standings either. Looking at the round 1 performance, it's not something you expect from a banner like Raven Esports. I expected them to dominate, just storm through the round 2 as well. But now looking at the way they've positioned themselves in the overall standings, not a big fan of it. You've also got Apecity right next to the players of Raven Esports. There's a potential chance that these 2 teams might just collide.
But let's see. I mean, it's all down to the circle. Where would the circle go? Is there going to be enough incentive to take the fight early? Genesis, we see them with a widespread 3 players moving south of Tatmok and then just zap towards Hatin. Or 2 players towards south of Tatmok. Zap and Hatin and Hunters went for the Temple Hill. And we have a northern circle as well. This is just centered around, well, just a little off Tatmok, west of Tatmok.
Imagine if it does end towards that one island in the center, in the water.
It can. There's a very high chance it can.
It would be fun. We've seen one of the circles like that. And it was definitely extremely interesting because there was a major vacuum of elimination points happening in those type of circles. Look at the esports on the screen. It's one of those teams currently sitting in the bottom 24 with not a lot of points, single digits. They've got less than 5 points in the span of 3 games, which is extremely bad.
It is bad, and as you were talking about a vacuum, it seems like LIKITHA Esports, their points are getting vacuumed by everyone else. They are not getting anything.
GLITCHxREBORN as well, same thing.
Yeah, same thing. Both the teams, bottom 8 of the leaderboard. Today needs to be a big day. And these are both surprising names that we are discussing of facing elimination in this tournament. Because again, LIKITHA Esports is a big name. The previous roster had a legacy of its own. It's an organization with a lot of funds to work with as well. And GLITCHREBORN, they have a lot of passion. I mean, GLITCHREBORN, we've seen them stick around ever since that 2023 run of BGIS, where they made it to the finals and had an opportunity to meet with the management, had an opportunity to meet a few more people from GLITCHREBORN. Amazing people, just doing it for the love of the sport. And they have good players in their team as well. So GLITCHREBORN is that surprising name in the bottom 8 that I would never put there, because it is Avi with 3 former men from Team Insane.
Yeah, I mean, they're supposed to perform, right? Technically, if you keep them on paper. But then you look at a few more lineups like Moneymakers and Reckoning Esports, and then you know, okay, now the stars definitely do align. A lot of these known names are definitely getting a massive reality check.
Yeah, I mean, Moneymakers and Revenant Xbox are going to be perfect examples for this. Like, sometimes on-paper performance does not really transition into practicality.
Pretty much. Oh, look at Ace, though. This time around, there is the entirety of LIKITHA Esports, but unfortunately, they need to work on the driving part a bit, too.
Driving, shooting, spotting.
Game sense, aim.
Yeah. I mean, when
BGMI.
you have 5 points, you got to work on everything, man.
BGMI, too.
Yeah. Just the fundamentals in general.
All right, maybe we're cooking them too much.
They cooked, man.
It's
Yesterday,
true.
3 matches, they cooked.
They cooked themselves.
For 2 hours.
And now they're overcooked.
Now they're overcooked. The dish is about to be burnt. Hopefully not. Hopefully we can still save and salvage something. Let's not forget, man. I mean, they have 5 points, right?
Yeah.
So they need 25 points to move through.
Wow, so optimistic, Johnny. Definitely. A team that got 5 points in 3 games can get 25 points in 3 games too, right?
Yeah.
You should be their coach. Maybe that optimism could definitely help him out. A few shots taken in the front too. No connections found as of now. It's all looking good for Royal Emperors too. But something that's going to make you guys look good extremely inside of the game is also going to be the realme GT7. The sales are now live. Move on towards Amazon and search for the realme GT7. You can get your hands on the device.
Isn't it weird that we've been planning the heist for so long and they just straight up gave us the devices this time?
I know, right? They were like, yeah, you know what? You guys seem pretty innocent, nice. Just take these devices.
No need for all the hard work.
Yeah, you have it.
Yeah, we got to keep them, and before the launch as well. Now everyone can get their hands on the realme GT7.
Yeah, but that's the problem, right? We haven't really gotten the device for our own personal use. We just got to test it out. So we did get our hands onto it for a decent bit. We did play the game as well. It is quite smooth. It is quite fun, and that's one of the main reasons why it's now motivating me to pull off a heist as well.
Yeah. So you guys gave yours back, huh?
I had to. I had no other option, but Godsgiven, they're definitely not going to give it back to the community. Getting that first finish point already secured.
And that was the second knock, by the way. They have one more man where the knock was secured. There it is, Pash OP. And that's going to be 2 points early for the players of Godsgiven. And this is actually quite a decent position to breach the circle from. This is the southeastern edge. Up until Paradise Resort, there's a lot of open space for them to work with. But RAKA Esports, man, players just fell one after the other. And it is going to be LIKITHA Esports with the final nail in the coffin.
Yeah, this
RAKA
name was
Esports
also in the
get
bottom
eliminated.
4.
Yeah.
I guess now we have our first name to not qualify.
From this group, yeah.
Yeah.
Not really. I mean, 2 more matches left, right?
2 more matches. If they get one massive chicken dinner with 25 points, then even they can qualify.
Yeah.
And at this point, looking at the cutoff as well, I don't think it's going to go higher than 26.
Yeah,
honestly.
might be the case. Could actually drop as well if just we have Apecity again popping off in all 3 matches today.
Yeah, I mean, there's a few names like Apecity over here as well. Then you've also got Metal Esports. If they do start to pop off, things can definitely be spicy. But looking at the replay on how the action is going on so far inside of the game, it's a little bit of a slothy game. Sleeper, definitely, but at least something's going on, right? RAKA Esports, I don't exactly know what happened there. Yeah, RAKA Esports needs to work on their driving.
Yeah, that was awkward. What were they doing? They just stopped and...
No, they hit the tree.
Did they hit the tree?
Yeah, they did.
Oh, man.
They hit the tree.
That is just awkward.
They need to work on driving, game sense, crosser placement, spray, BGMI.
I think even if you hit the tree, what were the other 2 players doing? Did no one react to the fact that they were getting shot at?
I guess at that point they just accepted the fate. They knew that, yeah, we're
Pretty
exposed
much,
anyways.
yeah.
We're done for. We can't really fight back.
Well, look at this. Quark Ace up against the players of AMZ TCW. Now, this is a fight for Paradise Resort, which will still be a pretty decent point inside of the circle. It's going to be moving to the southeastern edge of the play zone. And the circle still split between the two islands. Genesis, had they stayed in Hatin, this would have been a brilliant game. They had so much map control to work with. Only GLITCHREBORN to cause them some trouble, but if you don't fight, they can't take you out.
Yeah, but looking at it on paper, it does feel like the zone's going to be shifting on the right side because a little bit of more portion off the right side of the island's there. So I think Genesis Esports' position might just be the prime spot.
It can be.
It's still 50-50 or maybe 50 or maybe 60-40, something like that.
I mean, there's always a chance that it can make a shift back towards the eastern side. I was just talking from the perspective of survival, but hey, Quark Ace giving a survival check to the players of EMZ as Ace is going to be knocked out. And now Quark Ace, they have an opportunity to make this bounce. EMZ pushed in the backlines.
Quark Ace putting a copyright strike on Ace. That just eliminates the man instantly. He's knocked out for now. Trying to back away. Ace will be revived easily. It's not a problem. Raven Esports doing the elimination feed, starting to pop off, feeding on the players of LIKITHA Esports, and both these teams are extremely desperate for points too. Looking at the way this fight's unfolding so far, a bit of that stalemate, not really a big fan of what's going on. But Team Ace, or even the players of EMZ, need to move on and pounce. But looking at the way Team Ace has been doing in the overall standings, I don't think they've got enough guts to make the push.
They are being cautious about this. Even though they had the opening, they just let it slip. And as you mentioned, it is all because of their footing in the overall leaderboard at any given time. If they make a misplay, get taken out early, lose out on their play, anything could result in this team just completely getting wiped out. And that one thought in their heads is causing them to be overtly cautious. And while Quark Ace is on one side, the last two surviving players from the side of Ace have taken the other side of Paradise Resort, the northern side. But then again, I mean, we spoke about this. Southeastern edge of the circle, you're still in the play zone. There is not a lot of incentive for these teams to fight. You have a lot to lose and not a lot to gain.
So if you think about it, there's only one team from this group who has definitely secured a slot towards the qualification side, which is rival Apecity. That's it. All the other teams are still in the danger zone, Johnny.
Yeah, and I think Volcano maybe.
Yeah, Metal Esports getting eliminated with 0 point. That's still going to keep them even in a worse spot. So that's really bad for Metal Esports.
It definitely is, and it is not looking good. I mean, with 2 more matches to go, either to secure Miramar or they're just done for on that game of Erangel. But Volcano Esports, now this is another name along with rival Apecity that is safe. Arjun already kicking things off in a beautiful manner as he has secured 4 finishes for himself.
Yeah, and that's 39 points right there. So Volcano Esports, they've definitely qualified around the 40 points marker. But it's something that you guys can also contribute to is going to be the BMPS 2025 prize pool. The Discovery Island is already inside of the game. All you need to do is just keep on playing your normal classic matches, and while doing so, you will also be earning those exploration points. And those exploration points will help you complete the milestones, and the moment you complete the milestones, you can get your hands on the in-game rewards and also the cosmetics. And while you're doing all of this, you're also going to be contributing towards the prize pool of this BMPS. And once again, to let you guys know, it's all for free.
Oh, but look at that circle shift, man. Volcano is celebrating along with the players of Genesis. But both the teams about to feel immense pressure as everyone's going to move up north. But look at this fight breaks out, and it's going to be JAGUAR official up against rivals Apecity. They kick things off in a brilliant manner, just like yesterday. The first point on the board for Apecity.
Solid stuff. Apecity, now with the way they've been playing this game so far, once again, they don't really need these points, but Raven Esports, they definitely do. Charging on against the players of Genesis Esports, and Genesis already finding a massive advantage. Eliminating one of the man from Raven. Now that's going to clip him down to just a 3-man squad. Aiden gets taken down extremely low as well. Genesis Esports trying to make the bounce on top of Aiden, as even Smiley gets eliminated from this game. Aiden himself is still in that closet room trying to keep himself anonymous for as long as possible, but Aiden's constantly patching himself up. He's only got bandages to work with. And now he's the only man standing. The entirety of Raven Esports has been played, slowly and steadily eliminated too. And now Aiden's closet room is filled with a lot of lava. The man needs to move out, but he's also on fire. Aiden's taking a lot of damage as well. And what was that? Genesis Esports, the man was patching himself up around the corner. I'm not exactly sure what he was doing. But because of that, Genesis now is taken down to just a 2-man squad.
Yeah, Aiden found the perfect timing over there, found the breathing room, and of course the first knock as well in that 1v2. But Genesis still make it through with 2 players intact, and GLITCHREBORN moving in for the third party. It's going to cause some panic for the players of Genesis, but I believe they will have enough utility to deny any early action. Look at that Zap already cooking up that nade. And if he finds contact, if he finds that opening knock and equalize the numbers, then maybe they can stand a fighting chance. But no, first the nade whiffs and then the spray, and now GLITCHREBORN are aware of this man.
Genesis Esports in a big world of trouble. Final 2 men standing, and this nade's going to be on the money. Right on the mark. And just like that, the fight will be concluded too. But Team Ace, even they pushed on, eliminated the likes of BMC, but they still need to move inside of the circle, and that's when they will face a real problem. But looking at this fight once again, Zap knocked out. It's down to just Shadow. Genesis Esports, they can feel their head on the swivel. If they get eliminated from this game right here, right now, that's going to be hurting them too much in the overall standing. Shadow needs to squeeze out the placement points no matter what.
Yeah. Either placement or finishes, he needs something. They have 4 finishes in the bag. If they can secure 6 to 7 eliminations in this game, I think Genesis, as far as the day is considered, they'll be off to a decent start. But as you mentioned, Quark Ace, that fight delayed in Paradise Resort, and they waited for the blue as well before they made that bounce. Again, the players of EMT has costed them the entry inside of the circle. A run-in with Godsgiven as Quark Ace loses players. 2 players running for their life. One of them makes through. But again, the entry to the circle, a whole different story. The last man, Hunter, an awkward ejection from his vehicle, and even he gets finished off. And Godsgiven, they will be very grateful for the 4 points that they have in this match now.
Only if Genesis would not have been eliminated, this would have been their game. The zone shifting right around that vicinity where Genesis Esports had the control over. And now even Volcano Esports seem like they're going to be dominating this one. They've also got quite a good spot. Looking extremely proactive. Godsgiven Esports in a big world of trouble. The players are getting picked off. It's not a good thing at all. LIKITHA Esports doing a lot of damage against the players of Godsgiven. Devil knocked out. You've got Blazy. And the man's going for the revival as well on the fallen comrade. He will be back up on his feet. Godsgiven Esports, they've only managed to squeeze out 4 points.
They're going to need a few more. 2 players left, playing from the southeastern edge of the play zone. Oh no, they step out into the open, eager to rotate. And now they're going to be sandwiched. Blazy lost a lot of HP mid-rotation, somehow does still end up moving north, but his teammates, Devil, yeah, he's not going anywhere. Runs into the side of God's Omen. They know exactly where he is. Stone BGMI looking to run around that rock, around the corner with the DBS. His teammates are there to back him up. And now the last man from Godsgiven. It's his responsibility to find those points, but God's Omen, oh no! Overextension for that one finish, and they find themselves in the line of fire of LIKITHA Esports.
In LIKITHA Esports, they're definitely feeling themselves. Tapping away, getting those confirmations too. God's Omen on the verge of being eliminated from this entire game. Starboy 2 taking those shots inside of that smoke. Connection still missing. Rival Apecity 2 now starting to get picked off by the players of God's Omen. Trades happening back and forth. Fights happening all across the board, but it's just the individual players that are now getting picked off. GLITCHxREBORN, all the 4 players still standing inside of that compound. That's quite a promising position. This can be a good game for GLITCHx.
I mean, let's see. In a few moments, they will get pushed up by LIKITHA Esports. There's one man from Ryder also looking to move in that direction. And Shadow has been hiding behind the same rock, quite close to the players of GLITCHREBORN for a while. So he will have an opportunity for revenge. But Apecity, a little bit of a run-in against the players of God's Omen. They do find those trades, but Tintin, he has to be cautious now. It's 2 players in the front lines, and he is all alone over here. Not a lot you can do from this position, but Apecity, they have been confident since yesterday.
The next zone's going to be shrinking in too. And it will shift out in the open once again. GLITCHx, they've found the compound, the only compound inside of the circle. And GLITCHx can definitely dominate this with ease. And final man of Apecity 2 eliminated from this game. Unfortunate. As expected, though.
I feel it might be a win for Volcano Esports. That seems to be a lot of map control they have to work with. Plus, everyone's going to be moving out into the open. Anyone from the southern side is just going to fight each other coming down that hill.
I can't believe Stone whiffed those shots. The man was 1 HP. He was out in the open as well, but still Stone was not able to connect him. Fine, though. Look at the Esports. Starboy especially gets another chance at life. He's now starting to patch himself up. LIKITHA Esports too, extremely exposed, and they're also in this pool of water. Starboy moving cover to cover. Now spotting out the players of Godsgiven too, but Godsgiven, even they're making quite a desperate attempt to make it inside of the circle in the safety lights. There's still too many teams alive.
8 teams still in this matchup. But all of that is going to go away. You see on the finish feed, RAKA Esports getting picked off. Shadow is also one last man. So technically there are just 6 teams left in this match. You have Jaguar Official with 2 players swimming across from Hatin, joining the teams on the main island. Volcano and Aura controlling the northern edge. But as Aura try to move in, they will have a little bit of run-in against the players of Godsgiven and getting third-partied by the players of Volcano as well. They lose out on Clutch. In the backline, Saif is still there. Superman is the man in front of him, and Saif finds the finish. But now, Volcano, they show up looking for a third party over here. And there's already an opening found, all thanks to Godsgiven. Volcano need to keep the pressure on, but Reflex staying in the backlines might be a big concern.
Yeah, for Volcano, it should be an easy feed. 2 players are knocked out. One of them is back up on his feet. Volcano Esports, all the 4 players on the port. They're also getting those knockouts now. Royal Emperors are the first being eliminated from this game. They've only got 5 2 players standing. And Volcano just waiting for the right moment to make that pounce as well. A few utilities tossed out once again from the side of Royal Emperor, but now they're getting wrapped up. And too many players of Volcano Esports, they pounce at the same time. And that collapse is next to impossible to handle.
Yeah, but now there's going to be another problem for them. LIKITHA Esports, they've taken control of the high ground. And Volcano, at least they have an option. Go for the revive, fall back to the same shack where they were before this, and then try and move for the opposite end of the circle itself. We do see them set up for this as Arjun moves and tries to control the northeastern edge. Reflex is there watching his backlines. There's this Hercules from Jaguar Official, the outlier that they have to deal with. But Genesis, now this is Shadow just doing what he does best, getting those points for his team. At least some placement points are going to be heard by Genesis. They already had 4 finishes to work with, so this is going to be a decent game. 5 points there already.
Yeah, pretty much. And Shadow's got quite a solid spot as well.
Yeah.
I don't think he's going to be spotted for the longest. And luckily enough, he's also inside of the circle. That means he can at least get around the top 3, if possible. And that's going to be extra bit of points too, since they had 4 elimination points to work with already. And then add on those placement points as well. That's going to be quite a solid game from Genesis.
So this is stage 6. Now the stage 7 circle might force GLITCHREBORN out of these shacks. And if that actually happens, I think their game is going to be ruined then.
Yeah, but then it depends, right? If LIKITHA Esports as well starts taking fights against the players of Volcano, then maybe GLITCHX will have another chance to actually move out.
There's a hill between the 2 sides. Glitch is actually in the perfect position to take shots on both of them. But LIKITHA and Volcano, there's a massive hill between Flash and Starboy, and Reflex, Vegito, Arjun are playing on the other side of the ridge. So they've kind of denied LIKITHA that line of fire. I think the plan from Volcano, it seems like, is to let LIKITHA fight Glitch and then chime in for the late game action. They don't want to get engaged now.
Oh my god!
And this is just Volcano.
Talk
it's
about
to erupt,
favorism.
man. Yeah,
Talk
this is their
about
game.
favorism. And this is a prime example of it. Volcano Esports literally served this game on a silver platter. Let's see if they can still devour it, though. Genesis Esports Shadow, you can see the man slowly and steadily on the move as well, and I'm pretty sure that Snake is going to be spotted soon. GLITCHxREBORN on the move. They pull out the vehicle too. Now every single person's going to get inside of that vehicle as they try to pull off a desperate rotation inside of the circle too. They're going to be taking too much damage from the blue. They cannot really afford to stay outside of it for too long. The players are softened up. GLITCHxREBORN waited for too long in the blue. The players are already taken down extremely low. And just like that, one spray down will eliminate every single player. Even the last man gets spotted and will be taken by the play zone itself. LIKITHA Esports 2 spotted out in the open. I'm not even sure what's going on here. Volcano Esports, they just see free points out in the open like that. There's one more man on the left. Check him out. Starboy will eliminate the man of Volcano Esports, but still in the end it will be LIKITHA Esports who gets taken out, and Volcano Esports claim the chicken dinner.
I mean, it just ended in a flash, that last push coming in from the players of GLITCHREBORN, just causing pandemonium within the top 3 teams that were left. LIKITHA Esports trying to crawl in. I don't know why, because when the players of Volcano were taking their shots, they could have actually moved in from the northern side and just try to backstab the players of Volcano, but no. a head-on approach, and they pay the price. But Volcano Esports, a brilliant performance, 15 finishes, and the chicken dinner, 25 points. They did well yesterday. It seems like today as well, they start on a great note.
So once again, there's no point in talking about Volcano Esports, right? Because they've already qualified. Let's talk about the teams that were on the struggling side. Genesis Esports, a really good game. I think they've got 10 points out of this one, since they had a decent bit of elimination points too. I think so they had 4 elimination points.
Was Genesis second or LIKITHA second? They had 4
That's the
eliminations.
confusion for me, yeah. So that's the confusion. Maybe they will have
9 or 10.
or 9 points, something around
I
that,
mean,
right?
depends. If they finish second, then they will have 10 points because 6 for placement and then 4 finishes.
Yeah.
If they finish third, then they will have 9 points. So 9 to 10 points.
Yeah, still it's a big question, though, who was there on the third, who was there on the second. We'll find out once we see the match rankings itself. But looking at the highlights, too, this is how the fights really kicked off. I generally expected a lot from the side of Genesis Esports, but this one little blunder just eliminated the entirety of Genesis Esports, or almost eliminated the entirety of Genesis Esports. They should not have been slacking off like that.
That is true. Again, I mean, that one mistake, 2 players getting taken out, it made the game a whole lot worse for them. And kudos to Shadow being able to break into the top 3 in such a high-pressure situation. But LIKITHA Esports as well. I mean, huge props to them. Now, this is a team that was never down, just hiding in cover. They were always taking those fights and getting those finishes. So quite a lot of proactivity on display from the players of LIKITHA Esports in this game. Godsgiven as well. They were taking those fights. Desperate times call for desperate measures. They were looking for those finishes.
And honestly, even Godsgiven, the curve of performance has been going up slowly and steadily. They're looking much more confident as days keep on passing by. They're taking those fights as well, and somehow winning those as well. Yeah, in the end, Godsgiven did not really have a lot of men standing, so that's why they could not win that final fight. But still, Godsgiven is doing really good for themselves. I feel like they're able to carry their own weight inside of the overall standings. Doing pretty okay. But as we look at the overall soon, we will have RAKA Esports still on the struggling side. We will still have Raven Esports not doing too good. Those are the 2 known names, of course. And then if you look at Godsgiven as well, even they were quite struggling.
Yeah.
So it's not looking good for this group in general. Even GLITCHxREBORN, given the position they had, I still feel like they should have done better.
I mean, they could have done better, but only in a scenario where teams kept pushing them. Because when you're playing from the edge and on a shack as well, your exits are going to be marked by everyone around you, and that is going to cause you problems in terms of moving out and taking fights proactively. The one thing you can do is just hope that people approach your shack, people are entering, and then you just win those fights. Kind of what I think was the plan for the player from RAKA Esports, but that did not work out. Genesis ended up getting his team, and then the same plan was there for Genesis, that they hold control to those compounds, take fights for the teams that come towards them, and then just stay safe for the end game. Didn't work out too great, right? Lost 2 players. Glitch played it to perfection. They played the best of what they were dealt with.
Yeah, pretty much.
Because no one, after Glitch took control of that shack, there was no one pushing forward.
Yeah, I guess so. Glitch was at least able to get those placement points right
Exactly,
for themselves. Not a lot of elimination points, though.
Yeah.
That's quite unfortunate. They did get those 2 players eliminated from Genesis, if I'm not wrong.
Yes.
So those 2 elimination points were definitely there. But I highly doubt I saw GLITCHxREBORN's name after that in the elimination feed pop up. So they definitely do have quite less of an elimination points. But let's move on towards the MVP of that previous game. It's going to be Urgent from Volcano Esports. 8 finish points, 4 knockouts. Oh, this man was a major 3 thief. Definitely.
Yeah, he was. I mean, definitely, because even when we saw him for the first time we went towards Volcano, towards that northern shoreline, Arjun was the man we spectated, and by then only he had 4 eliminations all to himself. He's the one who's kicking things off for the side of Volcano Esports, and of course, keeping the fire going are going to be his teammates. But let's have a look at the top 5 players as well. Maybe this is where we get an idea of what GLITCHREBORN was up to, or maybe the other teams. But no. We have Flash here from Volcano Esports with 5 eliminations, followed by Apollo from Genesis with 3, Superman from God's Omen with 3 eliminations, and then Naman from Rivals Apecity with 3 to his name.
So Metal Esports as well got eliminated with 0 points. So even they're going to be struggling still on the last page of the overall standings, which is of course never a good thing. A team like Metal Esports, we expect a lot from, since their mechanics have always been extremely good. I do want to see them move on in the upcoming stages too, but soon we'll have a look at the match rankings to get a clear picture of what exactly is going on. As the match rankings do pop up, you will see the first team, without a doubt, is going to be Volcano Esports. Second's LIKITHA. And wow, Genesis Esports getting 9 points. That's really good. GLITCHX2 getting 8 points. That's a great start to the day.
Yeah, so Genesis, again, as we were having this discussion, finishing 3rd or 2nd, we have our answer. They finished 3rd. But majority of the vacuum created by the teams that went out in the mid stages this time for a change, because you see God's Omen with just 1 placement point but 6 eliminations. Then there was a team behind them with 5 eliminations, no placement point. Another team in the second half that had 4 eliminations but no placement points. So these early fights is where the points were sort of taken off the board. And again, this was bound to happen. As soon as that shift happened completely for the Tatmok shoreline towards the northern side, we saw that cluster of teams that was just forced out into the open in Paradise Resort as well, caused a very awkward fight for the side of Case. Luckily for them, they did end up winning it. But again, this was why the teams at the top were struggling for those eliminations, I guess, because no one was left.
Yeah, pretty much. And then we also did see what happened to RAKA Esports, right? Unfortunately, just hitting that tree in the middle of their rotation, getting picked off completely. But for now, it's time for us to toss to a short break. You guys do not go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Kia. Movement that inspires.
Welcome back after the break, ladies and gentlemen, to the Realme BMPS 2025. Last 2 matches left before round 2 officially concludes. And of course, we will have the list of teams that move forward from round 2 to round 3 and join the teams that have directly moved from round 1 itself. And of course, the most important thing, who gets eliminated, who gets sent home. This is Super Johnny, joined by IC Baby alongside with me. And IC, do you have an idea of who's going back home?
To be honest here, before this match begins coming for Group C here, on the overall standings while the match was happening as well, I saw 2 teams pretty much already past that crossing line, or in this case, the cutoff line. Only 2 teams. The rest of the world are fighting for a shot to qualify.
Yeah.
And most of them were somewhere in the 22 points before that previous game, and after that, you know, now it's going to be a completely different shift. So I would say at least half will be out from this lobby.
I mean, hopefully they still have 2 more matches, and we still believe just 1 game is all it takes to try and put you through to the safer position in terms of the overall leaderboard. But ladies and gentlemen, if you guys want to deliver your best in your matches, check out the Realme GT7. It is out and available on Amazon. The sale is on. So you can go onto Amazon right now and grab yourselves the Realme GT7. 120 FPS stable for 6 hours of BGMI that has been co-tested by Crafton and Realme. But I see, coming back to the conversation that we are having, are there any names that are still looking at the end of the tunnel and seeing the white light?
That is such a double meanings things. I feel like as of now, especially for LAN finalist teams, it's now or never. Genesis, definitely going to be a team that needs to qualify from here. And we were talking about quarterfinalists and also semifinalists. Raven, Royal Emperor, and Likitha Esports needs to step up. Even GLITCHxREBORN.
Oh, that is very true. But let's see. I mean, Miramar is never going to be an easy game for sure. And this time with a lot on the line, the survival on the line, these teams, 16 teams, are set to take the stage. Here we go. Miramar, it's up and running.
Well, we shall see. Will they be able to fight for their survival into round 3, or will they not? Because this is going to be very, very awkward for them here, because now the flight path begins, and this is going to be the journey that starts from all the way from the southwest of the map, and that is going to be Valdemar, ending towards the outskirts of Impala. So a very, very southern shift of a flight path for all these teams fighting for their lives. And to bring back to the point that you started the conversation with as well, another team that may or may not be able to qualify here is going to be Metal Phoenix.
Yeah. Are we calling them Metal Phoenix again?
Metal Esports.
Yeah, Metal Esports. Metal Esports does not share a name with anyone else. They haven't in a long time. They've never shared a name. But anyways, yeah, former player from Phoenix Esports. And the reason we keep drawing attention to that one fact is because they played pretty darn well in the last tournament. That was Realme BGIS. They were the reason the defending champions weren't there. That is why, I mean, that was the one out that the team was given, that already were getting drop clashed every now and then by Phoenix Esports, so it's okay. But that is how confident this team was, and now the struggles are there, clearly visible. Second-guessing themselves into situations where it should have been their fight. This time around, we see them take that drop for Picado. Is there going to be an early action? Or are they just going to keep moving forward towards San Martin? No, XYREX has stopped. They are going for Picado.
Yeah, they are going to be going there as well. But the circle forms still around here as well.
Yeah.
There's going to be potentially a Lost Leonard circle, maybe Graveyard, maybe Minas as well. We've seen at least 4 Minas and circles in this past entire of Realme BMPS, at least minimum 4. So teams do definitely have a lot of experience to actually play around it. Especially Genesis, because Genesis, whenever the circle forms there, they do have a very, very massive game in that regards, especially during round 1 stages. But I think when it comes to talking about talking points here, obviously we talk about the quarterfinals, we talk about semifinals here. Rider Esports also another team that almost qualified towards the grand finals, which again 1 point away, they just could not shy out. This is something that we have been bringing up during the entire round 1 stages. Now it's going to be a do or die situation, because when they started this game, they were so close to 40 mark here, which technically, whatever points Rider Esports gets right now, they should be qualified.
That is true. But they got to get something.
Yeah,
I mean,
you would 5-6 points. Kick some people out.
Exactly, kick some people out, and of course, build a safety cushion.
Yeah,
You
don't be overtaken by anybody else in this group.
That, and also do not just always think about the borderline, like, all right, 24 points, we are going to get 24. Go for 26, 27. At least make sure that you have qualified.
Why not 30?
Why not 30? If you can pull off 30, yeah, that's going to be the best. But LIKITHA Esports, man, they're going to need some magic, aren't they?
Yeah, they definitely do as well. LIKITHA Esports previously as the SOA from the roster coming from BGIS in the grand finals as well. But now, give you guys a little bit more insights here. The overall standings on the right side, Jaguar official with 26 points pretty much puts them in 34. So that means they are qualified. Genesis on 38, 39 for Ryder. But God's Omen will be 40 points. But everything else in the bottom here, it is going to be very close. So they're not exactly safe yet. As on screen, we do see a little bit of skirmish here. OMEN Esports X Roy Emperor getting hunted down by RAKA Esports. No major clash. They're going to disengage from this fight.
Fight denied from either sides. Neither of them willing to commit enough to just take this fight head on. And again, once you've gained access to the circle, you have found a safe haven for yourselves.
Yeah.
You realize, like, fight, but why? We might lose our lives. Instead, we can just stay back and protect ourselves, and that seems to be the reasonable option for especially RAKA Esports this time. They've been struggling.
So the current cutoff for the top 40 is 24 points by God's Omen, roughly around there. So that means everybody else from below that, Ace Official, Medal, Ace, EMZ, Raven, LIKITHA Esports, they all still have a massive chance. So there is a huge possibility that at least 6 from 7 teams will be able to qualify from here, but they need to have massive games. So, wow, this is going to be a very, very high cutoff. The cutoff might reach all the way to 27, 28.
It can, but here's the deal. I think this is going to be the group, as I mentioned, where most of the teams getting kicked out, getting eliminated are going to be from. You see the struggles. Even the previous game, LIKITHA Esports, they did well in terms of placements and everything, but yeah, the finish is not the best we would have, not the most that we would have wanted to see. Then there's Raven Esports, last game, again, another early exit. Genesis has kind of made a bounce back today with that performance, the few finishes and the survival by Shadow in that previous game.
Yeah.
Just barely pushing through, getting themselves close to the qualification marker, but this time the spray comes through. Hunters wants to go for the players of Quark-Ace, although fails to find a knock.
Yeah, Genesis struggled since their debut here in BMPS here. Wilders with their land presence in BGIS after the roster change. It has been a little bit shaky, but it seems like right now they have found themselves with the backs against their walls. They will be able to actually push through, just maybe. Just maybe. But speaking of pushing through, if you guys want some uninterrupted gameplay, do check out the realme GT7. It does give you the 6 degrees Celsius cooler just because of the iSense graphene rear cover for your most optimized gameplay for up to 6 hours of uninterrupted gameplay with 120 FPS. That's something you gotta check it out. Search it on Amazon, realme GT7.
It's the one thing that you need to take your performance to the next level. But the circle, again, early stages, absolutely nothing is going to happen. Haven't even heard a single shot. Well, at least we did hear a few shots, but no player lost their life. That might change though. Look at Medal and the players of Ace. Quite close to each other. There's still like 600, 700 meters between them. But it seems like both of them want to move in from the same part of the zone.
Well, the pressure is kind of on as well, but Raven Esports is going to be finally making their mark to try and push through from the south side. Raven Esports, a team that really, really stood out during round 1 stages as well. And even during BGIS, they were always a top contender to maybe make a LAN appearance, but unfortunately it didn't really happen for them in BGIS. But this time, a great start for round 1, round 2, in the hot seat for them. And they need a massive game. And this circle seems like it might be a Los Leonas circle. Might be playing from the south side. We do see Ryder already knocking on those mountains on the southeast corner. And a majority of teams actually thinking that it might be a Minas circle once more. So Genesis, they do have dips onto the mountain terrains on the north side of Minas. But everywhere else, Volcano going to be taking the west side as well. This seems to be a repeat from round 1 stages circle.
Yeah. And I think Genesis learned a lesson last time. Do not take the high ground solo.
Yep.
The Polo got stuck in a position like that, and then there was no coming back from it. But God's Omen, they also have a decent little hill to work with. It's the only problem is that their north is quite exposed, and they constantly have to have one player at least checking that northern side the whole time, making sure there's no one moving in. On the other side of things, as we move towards the eastern edge of the circle, we do spot out GLITCHREBORN getting shot at by the players of Jaguar Official, who have some cover to work with. That's the luxury they have gained for themselves moving in early towards that spot.
Yeah. Speaking of a spot right now, GLITCHxREBORN, a team that is almost at the dead last bottom as well, they themselves make a little bit of recovery today, but they need massive games once more, right? Like every single team in this group is just eyeing for a chicken, eyeing for a massive game, and Volcano obviously, you know, they're pretty relaxed. So I'm very surprised that they were able to pull a massive game in the previous game. Seems like they do want to be in the top 5 of the overall standings at least by the end of today. Seems to be that goal for them. Circle pretty much going to be closing in very, very soon. A majority of teams already docked up in the center. We have some in Los Leonas. We've got Ryder in there. We have LIKITHA. We have Raven on outskirts as well. So pretty much 3 teams around the Los Leonas vicinity, but the circle actually shifts on towards Minas, and God's Omen right on top, Genesis right below them, Volcano from the west side, and we are going to be seeing open terrains, open hunting seasons here. But on screen, GLITCHxREBORN gets run over as Ace will get the first knock, but it gets traded off as well. So it's a 1-for-1 exchange. But GLITCHxREBORN, RV. Getting a little bit desperate here to save his compadre, but loses his buggy. That's a little bit sad.
I think he cares about more about his teammate than the buggy over here. But Dark Lord, he's going to move and secure that one finish point and make sure that nothing goes to waste. GLITCHREBORN, desperate need of a 25 bomber before moving to Wrangle to try and survive in this tournament. Aura EMP on our screens. It seems like put under pressure by the players of RAKA Esports, but this is not something that I would be worried about. You have decent cover. You are smack center of the circle, so let RAKA Esports waste their ammunition. Just keep your heads down.
Yeah, they kind of
stay still.
To. They definitely need to as well, but RAKA Esports, they're getting challenged right now, Johnny. EMZ, gonna be knocking on them. Exist, heard all this commotion, but EMZ, TCW, this is a very, very surprising game coming from them as well, because this is a team that was low-key doing really, really well, but they themselves has been struggling just now. As they are looking to try and qualify themselves, can they actually make the play here? Blaster, a veteran in the scene for sure, but hasn't been able to make a land appearance, which is kind of ironic.
Yeah. And even TCW as a name, I mean, we have seen this name in the last few officials, at least for the last year itself. This would be a great opportunity for them to actually gain a spot and get their names into the list of the finalists, but it seems dire, man, if I'm being honest. I mean, it's not looking good right now. VOLCANO Esports on the other side. By the way, officially, VOLCANO Esports have taken over rivals Apecity. Now, they are the best performing team from this group.
Wow. Impressive. Well, considering they've gotten 15 finishes and the chicken dinner game, yeah, that's gonna skyrocket them even higher. Again, VOLCANO Esports, you know, did almost make themselves into the LAN finals. They were a team that kind of surprised us during BGIS as well when their first appearance. But all things considered here, for those of you watching at home, for the bold and modern design, you guys gotta check out the Kia Ceros for its comfortable and luxurious interior that gives you the second row seat recline and slide with seat ventilation cushions. Seats only, of course, and easy ingress and egress. And none but not least, Necro's favorite part of the car is going to be the sound system of Harman Kardon Premium 8 speakers sound system. So be sure to check out the Kia Ceros.
By the way, stage 2 coming to an end in 3, 2, 1. And of course, we have the stage 3 transition taking the circle between Los Leones and Picado. Alright, now this game turns into Sandhawk with sand, because everyone is going to flush in from the eastern and the southeastern edge of the play zone itself. And apart from them, there's like 5 teams that are going to be safe. Ace, VOLCANO, Rivals Apecity, Godsgiven, and Medal. Everyone else will be forced to fight it out.
Yeah, it is going to be a complete bloodbath there in the east side. But all things considered here, if things don't really go well, Picado is a great spot to kind of hide your way through.
FK?
But once you go in, it's not going to be coming out. But Genesis Esports, okay, Zab, he's got his tires completely shot out.
Hey man, he should be happy he's not shot out.
Yeah, man, but another love tap comes through as well. He is struggling to get out here. Ace, Team Ace, pretty much making sure that Genesis Esports is not having a good time at all.
Yeah, and right now it seems like Zap needs to handle the pressure all alone. His teammates have engaged into a fight against the players of Jaguar Official. They found an opening, but the finish yet to come through. God's Omen, yeah, there's no saving Superman. He's gone. Medal Esports, the move in. That's going to be an easy finish on the board for them. And again, Medal, I thought they would be a little bit quicker moving inside the circle, but they're still sticking towards the northern edge.
Yeah, they do really want to try to make a little bit entry point here, but oh no!
Nice. No, nice. That need to happen. Why are you scared to push a knocked out player?
Oh no, that finish point actually got stolen away by Ace. Ah, that's gotta hurt. That is gotta sting. That is really, really sad.
It's hilarious, man. You in a moment where you're supposed to play with no regrets, now you're gonna regret not just instant confirming or maybe just being a little bit more proactive to get that one extra point. But to be honest, isn't Medal too far away that maybe 1 pointer isn't going to change much? They're going to need a lot more.
Yeah, they need every point here. But now Raven Esports, Maxioso. This is a star player coming from Raven Esports. GLITCHxREBORN, however, Taking a little bit of a tumble here, coming from Los Leonas. They are going to be able to get the lockdown. GLITCHxREBORN forced to rotate out of the city from the south side. A little bit of out of position here, so it does give a little bit leeway for Reckoning Esports to hold down the fort. Of course, inside the zone, they are still it as well. And as you can see, GLITCHxREBORN pretty much needs to take a little bit of pit stop, and they still haven't made it into the safety net of the zone. No entry point from the south side, as GLITCHxREBORN will be forced to push into the west side. But guess what? The west side's got EMC Empire as well. And right on the screen here, Rider Esports, they're playing a little bit of a snake approach here. What happened to the vehicles here? Exist? What happened to your cars? Like, oh no, no cars as well. They have got to make a long travel. And again, the circle somehow favors Volcano. Back-to-back games.
I was just waiting patiently to say that Rider ain't got no rides anymore. Do you see the irony in that?
Yeah, the dilemma.
Oh man, I mean, that is definitely going to be a tough spot to move from, especially now considering the circle is just going to favor Volcano Esports. Yet again, just like Sanok, they have a nice little mountain to work with. And that position is going to seem pretty lucrative to Metal, Godsgiven, and EMZ. And if Volcano if everything works out, Volcano will also get the refills if they manage to take a few of those players out.
Yeah, Volcano is getting a little bit greedy as well. They're taking the mountain turrets and also the compound down south with where Flash is. But considering that it is still stage 4, this spread will cause everybody to be stuck outside. The only way they lose this fight is that somebody decides to hard crash those compounds on the south side, which results in Volcano losing Flash, or maybe losing a couple players because everybody's going to be looking at those compounds. It is going to hurt them. But aside from that, if nobody crashes this is the perfect game for Volcano to completely shut out everyone again. But let's take a look at the screens here. Rider Esports still on the ground, no vehicles. They're still stuck in Los Leonas. They need to get out, and they have to fight their way out. And Devanch will be the ones that has a vehicle. Oh, okay, never mind. They pretty much parked themselves into a small little cubby. So they do have a ride.
Yeah, Rider Esports has rides, and they know how to take care of their rides as well. But let's see. I mean, still surviving and making it to the play zone. It's not going to be easy. Reckoning Esports on our screens. And they feel my words as Aiden gets knocked and finished off by Genesis Esports. So all of a sudden, Reckoning Esports down to 3 players. Or make that 2 actually. 2 players got knocked out, 1 got finished. And 1 is still knocked out. But Lens and Smiley, they can't really move in for a revive.
Yep, Team Ace now needs to make a mad dash as they run through the highways on the intersection itself. And guess what? Nobody's able to shoot them because everybody's getting completely kept in check from afar. And this gives Team Ace a little bit of leeway to sneak inside the zone. So they are going to be A-okay. And guess what? They're going to be sharing the compounds with Volcano because on the west side, it is going to be Volcano on top. So this small little crack here is going to give them a little bit of off angle. LIKITHA, too afraid to push out just because they might get shot right beside them. Rider Esports keeps them in check.
Oh, and this is a very awkward conflict from the perspective of LIKITHA Esports. They know even Aura EMP has a line of fire, and Rider Esports have gotten too close for comfort. Exist. This is overextension, needs to be careful. But he draws the attention of the players of LIKITHA Esports away for a few seconds towards himself, and Fraga is just waiting for a perfect opportunity to strike. But where does he keep looking off to? What is that? It seems like Rider Esports all of a sudden confused about exactly where the players of LIKITHA are.
Yeah, with the smokes in play. I think, is that a decoy smoke? It might be a
yeah,
decoy smoke.
Is.
Yeah, that was a very, very nice smoke from LIKITHA Esports. Decoy smokes to kind of bait out utilities. And Rider Esports pretty much, well, in this case, XS pretty much wasted 1. But they do see the where, and XOX will get clipped up pretty bad in that situation.
Yeah, now the players of LIKITHA Esports are starting to fall. It's Magic knocked out first. Exist moving in for the backlines. Important knock for LIKITHA to secure. But now succumb to the pressure. Rider Esports moving in. The trades come through. Fraga still there. Finds the knock onto XOXO. And Starboy is going to be the last man left alive in a blink. 1 versus 2. Kind of. Fraga has no HP to work with. Fame is there, healthy enough, but Starboy is going for a revive. So the odds are going to swing in the favor of LIKITHA Esports. And Rider Esports, what are you doing, man? Secure those points. Go for the eliminations before someone else either takes them or you yourself allow the opponent to recover and just wipe you out instead.
Oh boy, Fame pretty much abandoned ship as well. Exist has got to be the one that provides the cover. He got to clean out big time. Aura getting scouted out as well from the distance. but exists. This off angle, he's driving absolutely mad onto his LIKITHA Esports. Can they get the full reset? Magic and also Smoker pretty much up and down. Magic, Starboy needs to go in for the push. Rider Esports still repositioning, but here comes the third party. Magic gets found out, and that's going to be Aura that comes in and cleans him out. And now LIKITHA leaving only Starboy as Rider forced in a three-way stalemate between them, LIKITHA, and Aura Emperor. And now Voltron gets scouted out. Fragger gets the knock. It's great and all, but they need to get out as the zone is about to close in.
Yeah, but this knock was the one thing that Rider were hoping for. This relieves some pressure from the players of Aura Royal Emperor. At least the flank is gone, but still the numbers play in the favor of Aura Esports. And they find another knock and finish conversion from the side of Rider Esports. In the meanwhile, Genesis, we all saw that push. The run for their lives through the hills.
Wow.
And it gets them a few extra frags as well, as Quark Ace won't be able to handle the pressure from Genesis. But now Aura Esports move in. There's just one man hiding inside the smoke, and he is the one fighting for survival, but he can't do that for long. Genesis go out. Aura Esports instantly traded out as well.
Wow, a huge cluster that completely shut down everyone from the southeast corner. Cars exploded, just timings after timing, so unlucky.
And it ruined the game for Volcano as well, by the way.
Oh no. But at the same time here, Hunter somehow still managed to survive, so he's going to be A-okay. But Rider Esports, they had Fame rotate out from the initial fight, but he was also getting scouted out and taken out here. And guess what? Volcano heard all these commotions. Arjun getting picked off. He is going to send him to try and pick him up before guarding the south side. But Hunters, he heard this. He's going to cook up a nade here. He's going to try and make an attempt here to get the re-knock. It looks good. And here he comes. The re-knock comes through. Arjun is down again. But Flash almost loses his life. And he says, you know what? You're on your own. I'm out of there. I don't want to take this risk no more.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you got to try and protect yourself, right? But Flash, sliver of HP. At least his team still holds the prime spot inside of the game to go for the win. I think that's the one thing that is giving a lot of hope to the players of Volcano Esports right now.
Oh,
and of course, after the brilliant performance on Sanhok, if they can have another big conversion into Miramar as well, it gives them a lot of momentum and confidence moving to round 3.
Oh my god, you look at this, you know, like Flashy dropped off, he's gonna try and pick Arjun once again. Instead he swapped roles to go in for the pickup, and then now the nades confirmation caused him to lose his life. Hunter! Oh no, the blunder, the miscomms coming from Volcano has caused them this fight.
It's just one man from Aura Esports and they mess up.
Dude, Flash just abandoned it. And Arjun is saying, you know what, I'm safe, come back. And then swap the different guy. Reflex loses his life instead. Oh, that is so hilarious.
I think they knew that there was someone on the other side of the ridge. And they still had the numbers to press on. Sending players one by one, yeah. Even if you're sending play one by one, at least try and molly or maybe smoke off the angle. Try and protect yourself. But I guess Volcano Esports, I think this is just overconfidence, man. Small little micro mistakes, because, yeah, they did not need to try hard to survive anymore.
Yeah, it does. But speaking of which, Ace Official, they will be coming in off here. The new scouter members coming in from RAKA, or Jaguar Official. They're getting sprayed out, and now Hunters, he's got to defend. And he's going to get one, but unfortunately the numbers are a little bit too much, and he's going to go down. But Jaguar, they do find the safety net, so they're going to be able to get the reset here.
Yeah, this is a decent spot to survive from. It denies the line of fire to anyone playing from the northern side. And of course, from Volcano Esports' POV, we have already seen what happens when you try to push that ridge. The team on the lower ground will have an opportunity to just either run up to your face or just nade and then maybe try and spray you down after chipping your HP away. But Jaguar Esports, they are going for those revives. Dip, it's going to be his job to just be the distraction and make sure the players of Volcano Esports stay back for as long as possible. With Godsgiven, they don't stay back, they don't hold back. A push comes through, and TCW EMZ have been left bleeding, man. What just happened? Godsgiven, they moved in, the knocks were secured, Archit finished off. But I think after that one finish conversion, they did not want to commit completely against this fight. EMZ TCW, they get an opportunity to go for a revive, and we are back to a 3v3.
Yep, it's going to be the reset coming through by Godsgiven. They do have a very nice off angle here. Comes the Molotov, he's going to try and zone them out. Perfect nades, Godsgiven. Going to go for the rush, and they walk into a line of fire, and they get completely taken out. Devil single-handedly manhandles all 3 players from EMZ. Devil28 just send them back to the lobby.
Yeah, and of course, I mean, Blazy, huge shout out to him. He was supposed to be the sacrifice. The call made, one guy goes through the window. Just keep them in the room long enough so that they take the damage from the molly. And it worked out quite nicely. Devil with the shotgun just cleaning up, but now spotting out the men from RAKA Esports. And this is the first game where RAKA is actually doing kind of well for themselves, by the way. 7 finishes on the board for RAKA Esports, but spotted out by Godsgiven. And of course, Volcano Esports waiting for them on the other side of the hill.
Oh boy. Circle pretty much out in the open. Who would have thought the circle actually shifts onto the east side of Volcano? Long range battles after long range battles. Nobody's going to be the center because it is no man's land. Every angle is exposed in the middle. And that's why you see teams on the edges as well. We're down to 6 teams left here, Johnny.
Yeah, down to the top 6. And Medal again. Medal has a very good spot to actually convert this game, but let's see how things turn out. We do see Ace also present in the mix. Jaguar official today. They have taken things kind of slow, but they're consistently surviving into the top 6. Previous game, they were there in the top 5. This game as well, with numbers alive, I think they can easily break into the top 5, top 4.
Oh, Godsgiven. They're going to be expecting company as well. As RAKA Esports joins in the fray to try and take him out. Nanu gets taken out by Phoenix Medal, though. Sorry, my apologies. Medal Esports. As they try to push in from the zone itself, but it seems like right now in this next phase of zone, the 2 teams that has a decent amount of cover and high ground advantage is Volcano and Ace Official. And the rest of the world, like Godsgiven Esports, they need to push out of zone. And RAKA is going to try and take this 1 versus 1, or in this case, 1 team to 1 team, directly wiping them off and then take that small little cubby which is still inside the zone in this building.
This is about to get intense. Just a few seconds remain before everyone's going to be forced to push through. And it seems like teams that are stuck close to the blue getting extremely impatient, as the pressure from the blue zone is going to force the players of Jaguar Official to step up. On the other side, RAKA Esports, same story. Godsgiven just a few inches inside of the circle, and that is all they have to pressure the players of RAKA Esports, and they're doing a brilliant job. But Jaguar Official, as they try to push through, they step into the line of fire of Volcano Esports. 1 man knocked out, gets confirmed now. Sama is going to be the last man left alive. Unfortunately, Volcano can see him through those windows. Yes. Oh, that's a lovely nade.
Oh, very, very nice nade here coming from RAKA Esports. They are going to continue with the push, Devil. Well, in this case, they are going to get taken out as well, alongside with Blaze, as Coffin single-handedly manhandles both of them. But as the fight continues as well, it's down to the final 3 team. Volcano still surviving. Ace Official and Phoenix Medal looking to be very, very strong here. Johnny, you did mention as well, Medal has one of the best spots possible. They are going to be coming from the north side. As now with the circle shifting down in towards the open here, Ace and also Volcano, they may have a good compound. This time, they are going to be pushed out in the open.
But Medal needs to go for a cleanup, man. They need to secure all of these finishes and the chicken dinner for themselves. And with the numbers advantage, they can actually pull this off. The only concern is, what sequence do they follow? Do they clean up Ace first and then Volcano, or are they going to go for Volcano first and then Ace? Because one of them is the right option. The other one is going to make sure that it's just going to make you give the other teams a fighting opportunity. And as I like to say, never fight fair.
Well, fair enough. All is fair in love and war. In this case, it is war for a tournament right now.
Yeah, if you're fighting fair, you've already lost.
Well, there are rules and regulations we gotta follow.
Yeah, I'm not talking about that, I see.
Okay. But, all things considered, Ace Official still has the high ground, but they just don't have the zone. They're waiting for somebody to make a little mistake here. But Medal, they are gonna go for the 2-2 split initially. Xerax and Venom says that, you know what, we have the zone, just play zone. Venom pretty much exposed himself, but nope. Guess what, the rush comes through. They are going to try and bait something out as well. Pasha makes the mark. Aimbot's going to be out and open as well. Pasha still thinking if he wants to push out for the pick. But from afar, he's got some cover fire as well. But here comes a nade. He's going to try and connect as well. It's going to cook perfect as well. Pasha goes down, but he gets traded off. Aimbot, as Medal loses 1 for 1. as Ace Official needs to push out. Meadow still keeping that at bay. But while this is happening, Zyrex also gets taken out, and Meadow might have dropped the ball.
Yeah, they definitely have, and now Volcano Esports have an opportunity to get a back-to-back chicken dinner, because for them, the numbers are equalized. 2 players left from the side of Ace, and Metal Esports forced in the back lines. Volcano moves through Reflex. He gets 2 of them. More finishes for Volcano, and another eruption. In fact, this time on the map of Miramar. Back-to-back chicken dinner for Volcano Esports. Man, oh man, out of nowhere as well. I expected Metal to win this game. Just go after Ace, make that climb with full confidence, and of course, utility as well. So we can't, I don't know if we blame them or not. Metal was out of utils for some reason, but Volcano, man, the timing to pull that trigger at the last second and just be like, all right, it's go time, boys. Ace has lost players. Metal is just on their knees. It's our chicken dinner. 8 finishes, 18 points from this match.
Yeah, this is so unfortunate for Metal, but Volcano 2 back-to-back chicken dinners. What an impressive run for them. But in the final moments as well, it looked like Reflex was getting all those finishes, but it was actually Vegito again. Like today and yesterday, it's just Vegito on fire. And this time, once more, single-handedly pixel-perfect moments just somehow snatches all the finishes away from his teammates.
Yeah, man, it's a miracle with how he has been able to pull it off. But again, it is an impressive run that this team has been able to showcase this time around. Let's have a look at the highlights of this particular game. And of course, we understand it was a very slow game of Miramar to talk about things. Because look at this, 18 minutes and we were still up to 15 teams.
Yeah, and not to mention as well that huge cluster formed around the southeast corner.
Yeah.
Especially with Los Leonas here, between Rider Esports, between Oreo Emperor. There's just so many things happening as well, which resulted in what? Teams like Genesis, teams like Team Ace was able to drive past them just because they were so distracted fighting against each other. And none of these teams actually survived because the amount of cluster that was forming around this corner, especially this corner as well, because the first team that was here was Team Ace, and then Royal Emperor came in.
Yeah.
And then LIKITHA went in.
Yeah.
Everybody just got taken out bit by bit. And then even Royal Emperor just got completely flushed out because Jaguar was the last one to reach here, and they were the ones that took the least amount of contact.
Yeah, and it was a pressure cooker and everyone got cooked in it. This was a very interesting fight. I thought Godsgiven had complete control from like the first knock onwards, but for some reason they just held back. But I guess Devil had different ideas and perfect execution as well. And this has to be the most unfortunate double knockout, or the most exciting double knockout we have ever seen. This was the quickest of them all. You take out someone, kamikaze, you come with us.
Yeah. And even this fight as well, Reflex and also Vegito coming in just completely cleans out Ace, and then finding the last player from the side of Metal out in the open, just completely shut them out. So Volcano's timing, very, very nice. But this 2-man confidence rush is something that I really like from them as well. Oh, guys, we've got an advantage. Let's push this. Screw it. We're just gonna rush this. I've got your back, you got my back. Anything happens, if you trade, we trade.
Yeah, perfect idea, right? As soon as you know that, all right, plus they had so it was a very calculated move. If you want to go into the breakdown, first of all, you hear the commotion on the other side of the hill. There's just 3 teams left, so you know both the teams are on the other side of the hill. Then you go for the finish feed. That's going to be the next part. You try and track, all right, who is taking down who, how many players got knocked out from either side. And I think at a certain point they just made a calculation that, all right, worst case scenario over here, we are running into a 2 versus 2 versus 1 or a 2 versus 1 versus 2 situation on the other side. And they were like, all right, whatever happens, we at least have 2 players as well. So it's an equal fight. If the first team is down to 2 players, they're probably going for a revive. So we have the upper hand. If the team behind them is on the other side, at least we get those finishes. A calculated move, and Volcano Esports just winning the chicken. But Coffin, RAKA Esports, let's talk about them. I did not even see when this man got 7 eliminations, to be honest.
Exactly. Coffin pretty much single-handedly manhandled the teams down to the west side of the compound.
Yeah.
Their engagement was against God's Omen, I believe. And no, sorry, it was Godsgiven, and they just completely shut them out. So it was very, very interesting fight, but it was a very clean one as well, coming from Jaguar, from RAKA Esports. So this is a little bit of bounce back coming from them. But we have to talk about the teams that are still fighting to qualify, right? RAKA Esports, Godsgiven, and also Aura, Emperor. These are the teams that are still in the bottom that still has a chance to qualify. So with this performance coming in, it feels like the cutoff is going to be neck and neck.
And RAKA Esports actually did quite well, because Coffin, and we see him with 7 eliminations, and he has survival time just a little bit short from... Well, he has more survival time than Aura, and Aura actually did quite well for themselves in this particular match. So let's see. There they are, RAKA Esports, yeah. 3 placement points,
Wow.
9 eliminations, 12 points. Volcano Esports, 18 points, man. This team is not slowing down. And Medal with those 12 points, I think, are going to be quite happy with themselves. Genesis, 6. Are we seeing any of the teams from the last phase? LIKITHA
Okay.
Esports got nothing, so they are pretty much out.
Yeah, LIKITHA Esports might be out. GLITCHxREBORN might be out as well. Ace also pretty much out. EMZ still has a little bit of fighting chance here. Aura Emperor still has somewhat of a fighting chance. Mathematically, it's still possible, but it's still very, very tough. Genesis getting themselves 6 points and Ryder getting 5 points means they are pulling the gap against the rest in the bottom. So technically, they should be in the lower section or the danger spot, but they are still not safe yet. So they need like 4 or 5 points in the next game. They should be fine. But the biggest comeback here is got to be RAKA Esports and also Medal, because with this game coming in through, next game needs it doesn't need to be a chicken dinner, but they need a decent game, maybe 8 to 9 points, and they should be fine.
Yeah, I think just 10 points and just to be on the safer side, and you should be good to go. And I think for a team like Medal, especially with how they played this particular match, it should not be a big problem. Just keep the momentum going, be confident, and of course it's Erangel, man. These players love Erangel. If anyone drops, they are. And I forgot about the fact that Ryder Esports and Medal have the same drop. Yasnaya. Early fight. They specialize in early 4v4s.
Fair enough. But here's a little bit of insights as well. As long as Volcano is sucking up all these points, the cutoff is going to be very, very low.
Yeah, it's going to drop.
It is going to be very, very low. So this is a good sign for teams in the middle of the pack that's still trying to push in. Not necessarily a good sign for the teams at the bottom, especially for LIKITHA Esports and also GLITCHxREBORN.
Yeah, so again, I think we are left in a lot of confusion before we head into the last match of the day. Who pushes through? Who goes bye-bye? We find that out after this very short break. Don't go anywhere.
स्काउट भाई पेट्रोल भर दो ना।
क्या भाई लोग रोंडो जाना है क्या? तू जानता नहीं मैं कौन हूँ? अबे तू बाहर में भर के तो बता। अबे रोंडो में रोंडो किसको बोला रे? रोंडो बोलता है हाँ? तू रोंडो? रन Nation wants to know कहाँ है ये रोंडो? रोंडो अभी बताओ मुझे रोंडो। अरे ओ कालिया कितने आदमी थे? रोंडो सरकार रोंडो कहाँ है? क्या है ये रोंडो? क्यों बड़े कंफ्यूजन में? आओ कभी रोंडो में। रोंडो आगे।
क्रेज चढ़ेगा सबको, क्योंकि BGMI में आ गया है नया रोंडो मैप। Get new vehicles, explosive weapons, epic hot drop locations, and more. Download BGMI now.
भाई क्या करवा रहे हो तुम? कभी पेट्रोल वाला बना दिया, कभी टीचर बना दे रहे हो। अबे गेमर हूँ मैं, एक्टर थोड़ी हूँ। भाई डाउनलोड BGMI now.
सर वाटरमेलन जूस।
अबे छोड़ो।
Hello everyone and welcome back to the Realme BMPS 2025 Round 2 stages, and today and right now you guys are currently watching, it will be the last match of Round 2 itself. And of course, after this match, the fates are pretty much sealed for each and every single team that has been competing thus far in Round 2. Who's qualifying, who's not qualifying, it is going to be decided right after this match. And after this match is where all the group draws will be happening, not on stream, but it will be announced for Round 3 that is going to be happening tomorrow. By the way, my name is ICBaby12. Joining me is going to be Necro, as we are going to be your English commentators for today itself. This final map in Erangel, especially coming from Group C, Medal making a little bit of bounce back. It is very, very close.
There's a lot of performances I'm still quite disappointed about, right? GLITCHxREBORN's not doing good. You've also got a team like Raven Esports struggling so much. And generally speaking, 7 to 8 teams in this group, they need a desperate chicken dinner. That's the only way they can solidify a slot towards the safer spectrum. And in my opinion, of course, 7 to 8 teams in just one single game cannot really get the chicken dinner. Neither can they go for the high games. So one thing is for sure, we are going to be seeing a lot of teams eliminated from this particular group.
Agreed. But of course, for those guys who are looking to be a very, very good BGMI player, you guys should check out the realme GT7, who's currently out in the market as well, with his iSense graphene rear cover and 6 degrees Celsius cooler, uninterrupted gaming for up to 120 FPS for 6 hours straight. Tested by both the realme as well as Crafton guys for this amazing device. So be sure to check it out on Amazon and buy now the realme GT7 for your pro play journeys. But of course, now speaking of the game as well here, the pro players, so in this case the Pro Series itself, it's about to conclude for round 2. It's all comes down to this final game, and I don't know, man. Like, I'm really hoping to see some of these quarterfinalists and semifinalists actually do well, but I don't know.
I mean, look, for now, we just got to toss to a short break. You guys do not go anywhere. We'll be right back with a lot more fun conversations and the game itself.
Kia. Movement that inspires.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the realme BMPS 2025, and you guys are currently watching the last day, or in this case the last game of round 2 itself. My name is ICBaby12. Joining me is going to be Necro as we take you through the journeys of this one final game to see if the fates are sealed for some of these teams here. Can they qualify or can they not? Because a lot of teams has got their hearts broken. And of course, fans did pretty much disappointed in a lot of teams that may not have qualified for round 3 itself. So now, this is going to be a very, very interesting one here. My name is ICBaby12. Joining me is going to be Necro as we take you through the commentaries for this one final game in the map of Erangel for all Group C. So, Necro. How many teams are going to qualify from this group? 4, 5, 6, 7?
It's really tough to say, man. It all really comes down to this final game itself. As I mentioned, it feels like pretty much 14 teams from this particular group itself. They need a massive game in their hands. Maybe a few teams just need a decent bit of points and they can still qualify. But majority of the teams inside of this group, they need a massive game. And will they get a massive game? Well, let's find out in the final map of Erangel itself. As the map does boot up on the screen, and the plane fly pad starting all the way from military base towards Kameshki. This plane fly pad does seem quite balanced, and there's also a chance VOLCANO Esports can run away with a hat trick.
Exactly. Will we see the first ever hat trick in 2025 on an official LAN, or in this case on an official BGMI event for 2 seasons coming from BGIS and also in BMPS itself? Are we going to see it happen in a single day? We've seen different days, but in a single day, it's not been done yet. Will we see it actually happen? That's going to be the case here. But the flight path is going to be coming from the southwest corner, in this case the west side of military base, and then ending towards the northeast corner, just south of Kamishki. So a pretty southeastern shift of a flight path. So teams shouldn't be able to struggle here to actually rotate. Maybe North George is a little bit far stretch, Sarki, Severny. So we are going to be expecting a little bit of a car crash, or would say a car spawn clash near around Pochinki, maybe even Rozok.
Yeah, probably. There's a big chance. But we'll also be able to see a drop clash from Metal Esports and Rider Esports, which might just be on the verge of happening towards Yasna Polyana. You do see Metal Esports ejecting outside of the plane fly path. You've also got Yasna Polyana uncontested up till now. And even Rider Esports have ejected outside of the plane fly path. So there's a big chance we might just see that clash come through. Genesis Esports, Raven Esports too. You've also got EMZ right next to each other. Even that bit of a trifecta of death is forming. Rider
is pretty much in the borderline of being eliminated, but technically they should be safe, so it's a risk they can't actually take. But on screen here, we do see a little bit of a crash here. RAKA Esports Coffin was the MVP of the previous round. He steals the car first, and he's going to be on the hunt because Jaguar official going to be docking his way through. He's going to try and make a run for it as well. Catalyst looking to try and take him down, and that's one random straggler out in open here. Jaguar official might lose one player.
Oh my god.
And he's still ducking his way through. Misses the shot, finally gets the connection. Catalyst takes the knock. And here comes the stab.
Yeah, that was kind of hard to watch, I'm not going to lie. Catalyst whipping so many shots on a man who was running out in the open like that. Now we know why RAKA Esports is struggling. Coffin was the only savior in that previous game. And because of that, RAKA Esports, still a bit of a glimmer of hope is there for them to qualify towards the safety line. Jaguar official, it's one of those teams that's doing pretty good.
All eyes are on the current standings thus far, and currently Jaguar official 34 points, 23 for Ace, Genesis with 29. They should be kind of safe right now, but let's take a look at the cutoff right now. God's Omen is to 24, so before this match actually begun, the cutoff was somewhere around 25 points, which was held by Rider Esports, and now Rider Esports got themselves somewhere around 5 points, 6 points from the previous round here. It was 24. They are currently with 30 points, so they are going to be safe for now. But on screen here, RAKA Esports, they go in for the crash, and Jaguar official, they're getting completely shut down. Catalyst loses his life. In this case, he gets knocked. Jaguar official continues with the push. Coffin going to be holding down the fort, but I don't think he has ammunition here. His QBZ. Oh, he was red, but he does have ammunition. Apologies for that. But oh, Coffin! Oh my god, what is that shot? Coffin! Okay. I see you.
Yeah, the man's carrying the team on the back now once again. Getting a quick 3-piece on the board, saving the day for the entirety of RAKA Esports. And because of that, RAKA Esports is still flying high in the sky. Let's see, they can still stand a chance to qualify, breaching towards the safety line. They've got 21 points in the overall standings for now. They just need 9 more points to be around that safety marker. So let's just say there's 7 teams in this group that are currently safe. The rest of the teams still need some sort of a decent performance, and the teams at the bottom need a nuclear performance to bring themselves back to life.
Yeah. RAKA Esports definitely making a little bit of comeback here, but Jaguar official, I think they're safe for sure. You know,
Of course.
you mentioned it as well. They're pretty much safe. But you know what's really, really safe for your uninterrupted gameplay? That is the realme GT7. So be sure to check it out. 6 degrees Celsius cooler for uninterrupted gaming for up to 120 FPS for 6 hours. Tested by the realme and crafted guys. So be sure to check it out on Amazon. Just search realme GT7.
That's it. GLITCHxREBORN on the screen. 11 points so far. This team's been fumbling up forever. And at this moment, GLITCHxREBORN, if they mess up once again, they're done for. We pretty much know that. They need to keep all the 4 players standing till the final few moments as well. Every single call GLITCHxREBORN takes, it needs to be around that perfection. If it's not going to be the case, well then GLITCHxREBORN will be eliminated from this tournament too.
Based on the current standings of qualification for the top 40 is 24 to 25 points. So for GLITCHxREBORN to reach that, they need 14 points in this game. So a chicken dinner and also 4 finishes will get them the qualification mark in towards round 3.
Yeah, but you're still talking about a bit too much of a cutthroat qualification, right?
Yep.
Let's speak a little bit of a buffer as well around that fact. So maybe you can't say they need around 28 points to be on the qualification side. They've only got 11 points so far, so they pretty much need a chicken dinner. That's the only way they can make it happen. And this is how the action really kicked off so far in the map. Jaguar official going for a fight against the players of RAKA Esports. Jaguars getting eliminated themselves. But as I mentioned, they've already qualified, so Jaguars do not really care.
Yeah, they really don't as well. But Coffin, this play here, it was just such a quick moment here. Slow motion of the shotties here. He was spraying his QBZ, swapped his gun, immediately went for a jiggle B and take 2 down. That was a very, very quick and clean finish coming from Coffin. And this is the RAKA Esports Coffin we haven't seen for a while. They were the ones that shut down a lot of teams.
Yeah.
He made us highlight here in BGIS, but now in BMPS, he's almost made a very nice highlight, but still 2 finishes. Very clean one.
The man's definitely woken up, which is quite a good thing. Looking at the zone. I mean, just the way it's been forming too. GLITCHx finding themselves in the smack center, looking extremely good. You've also got VOLCANO Esports on the southern side. Now, if VOLCANO Esports does want to breach on towards the main island, they will need to fight a few teams, that's for sure. But how's the fight going to escalate? That's the main question. Genesis Esports still around that quarry vicinity. And Raven Esports still with their heads on the swivel. Raven Esports as well needs a nuclear performance.
Yeah, they definitely do. Everybody is eyeing for that final few spots to qualify for round 3. And even then, that means even after qualifying, tomorrow they might need to play as well again.
Of course.
So it is going to be a lot of high tension situations, high pressure gameplay of non-stop BGMI action for some of these pro players. But all things considered here, right now, look at this. EMZ Empire has got a very, very tricky off angle. How did he get up there?
There's a way to get up there.
Yeah,
it does take a lot of time.
Did he really check every single corner one by one, pixel by pixel, and actually got himself up there?
Exactly. You can parkour your way on top of this tower.
That is some next level dedication, not gonna lie.
But here's the problem, though. This position is now expected. Teams do know that this sort of position does exist in the game itself. So if Empire does get knocked out, it's going to be quite unfortunate.
See, the problem is we know it exists, but how many is willing to go through the effort of doing this? Okay, maybe EMZ right now, Empire, just because, you know, he's still early in the zone. He can take the risk just because people are still not around. But this, he needs to play this really, really smart, because I'm pretty sure any teams that rotate by, they would not look up. Even though it's pretty obvious out and open, they would not look up at all.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Teams do have a bit of that brain as well, since they have researched about this spot.
Fair enough.
And this spot now is pretty common, because everyone knows about it. Yeah, it's the whole different story that teams don't really go through that hard work of actually positioning yourself on top, but I'm pretty sure someone will check. And that's when the team will actually find themselves in a massive disadvantage.
Okay, we shall see. EMZ themselves, they are pulling out every single pocket strats here just because they need to qualify themselves, so hopefully it is going to be enough. Are they able to get like 2-3 points from that? I think that's going to be very huge here. But let's take a look at the circle here. It's going to shift on towards Genesis, on towards Quarry as well. So Genesis is going to be very, very happy because they just might be able to qualify. But look at this on the screen. Empire, guess what? They didn't see this. And here it comes. The spray comes through. GLITCHxREBORN and taking some serious heavy fire. And they don't know where they're getting shot from. And Avi will lose his life.
Quite unfortunate. GLITCHxREBORN, it's not the way they wanted to start things off. Now down to a 3-man squad. GLITCHxREBORN, constant problems just keep on popping up. Godsgiven as well out in the open. There's so many teams around them as well. Godsgiven, we've also got God's Omen next to him. Stone BGMI spotted in the front. Godsgiven is also one of those teams that's extremely scared, and that's desperate for points. So I'm pretty sure they're going to be avoiding as much scuffle as possible. GLITCHxREBORN positioning themselves inside of this warehouse. They're looking safe for now.
Yeah, definitely. But that was, you know what? You know, Necro, you say the people know, but they didn't check. They lost one player just like that.
At this point, if you're someone who's playing inside of the Pro Series and you do not know about that spot,
Hey, man,
it's a skill issue.
All things considered, it's an off-angle pick. You get a surprise jump. I think it's a big win. I think it's worth taking the risk, especially when EMC right now, they are in a position where they've got nothing to lose. If they qualify, they qualify. If they don't, what can they do? It's about time now to pull off those secret pocket strategies and just go for a gamble. And it kind of paid off. He gave the 1 point against GLITCHx.
Yeah, I guess that's one way to look at it. Positive. Godsgiven Esports still a little bit in the open fields around that quarry vicinity. It's not the best possible spot, but it is still something that Godsgiven can work with. All the 4 players still on board. They've got a decent bit of split as well if you talk about it. But still, that fair pair vicinity is extremely congested. There's too many teams around that vicinity at this point. The moment you find yourself in between all of that scuffle, you will probably be eliminated.
Yeah. In this case, RAKA Esports making a little bit of recovery from the previous game. They are also in a position where they need the chicken dinner in order to qualify to round 3 themselves. Can they do it? Is the question here. Here comes the spray from Coffin. It is going to pressure Rider Esports to back off as Rider completely dodges a bullet. It's a little bit too far off.
Yeah.
But alongside them, rotating in the same direction, is going to be Aura Royal Emperor as well. A team that needs those chicken dinners and massive points themselves. Everybody needs this win. But on screen here, Raven Esports, they get the first knock. And that's going to be Ace Official, dropping Pasha.
We all wanted to see that drop fight between Rider Esports and Metal Esports. What happened there? Where did Rider Esports go then? Because Metal Esports definitely went towards Yasna Poliana. I guess Rider Esports came up with a pocket strat and moved somewhere else. But hold on to that thought though. Raven Esports, way to kick things off. Once again, the Renock's going to be handed out, but this time around, Raven Esports, they mess things up. Smiley gets knocked out, and because of that ace, they might just find themselves on the advantage side, but still, Raven Esports, they've got the man advantage in this instance as they do find the isolated players and also eliminate them from the game. Ace Official in a big world of trouble.
It is indeed a big world of trouble here. Raven Esports, very, very clean takedown. Tree finishes in the back, and now only Tekken remains. Ace Official might just bow out right here in round 2 for BMPS. What a way to go out. Not like this. And now with the circle away from him, that might be it for Tekken.
Seems like it.
Yeah.
Genesis Esports in the Smack Center. You've also got GG now moving around that quarry side. Repositioning themselves, being a little bit proactive. LIKITHA Esports too in that same Wizard Tower that Rival Ape City was when they got those 20 eliminations.
Yeah, Ape City. I think LIKITHA Esports needs this massive game, but it's not really Harry Potter here. They're still around the warehouses. And Godsgiven looking to try and take the party, but Reflex actually accidentally got a knock while Smoker was trying to peek out. And because of this, Godsgiven takes a freebie. Oh, mistakes were made from Smoker. And just like that, Godsgiven, they find an opening and they find some space. LIKITHA Esports forced to stop the aggression, give away space. Has to continue the journey without Smoker. Not an easy run here for LIKITHA Esports now.
Both the desperate ones sharing this same compound. LIKITHA and Godsgiven. The only thing is, Godsgiven's got the man advantage and also a bit more of that field to play with. You do see Devil on the back lines on the high ground itself. Magic can definitely be spotted from that window. Metal Esports on the move. As Metal Esports now, they straight up collide against the players of Ape City. And Ape City, they've also lost out on the man. The same thing can be said for Metal Esports too. Even they're losing out on the man number. It's not looking too solid.
Oh no, Metal Esports, they just might be losing it like this as well. Altu dropping down pretty low. Venom pretty much stuck as well. Altu losing his life, and now only Venom and Aimbot remain. They get the confirmation, but they're still outside the zone. Smokes up as well. Venom says, you know what, let's get the heck out of there. As they need to rotate away. Ape City was the one that actually third-partied them. They're still outside the zone, and Seems to me Apecity is just taking a little bit chill pill
Oh,
after having a very, very great game yesterday.
hold on though. Raven up against that one man of Ace.
No, actually, this is Team Ace. This is a 4-man squad. And why is he alone here?
Quark Ace. And yeah, Anmol has got his hands on the nade as well. Probably looking to toss it on the opposite side, but at this point, you can't do anything. And once again, how many points did Middle Esports have before this game?
About 17-ish? Not
Oh,
a lot.
no.
Not a lot. They need a chicken.
There's no way Middle Esports will be eliminated from this tournament. It would be hard for us to digest.
We have to double check later on, but all things considered, the circle is going to shift down south as well. It is going to be on the west side of Fury Pier. It's no man's land, and Primos is unoccupied. So Team Azamo, he's going to try and back off as well. He's going to make a mad dash. Hopefully he does get scouted out. It seems like Raven is going to be A-okay. Eileen actually getting knocked here. Ooh, how did that happen?
EMZ, they've
Oh,
got the
boy.
line of sight. The man unfortunately overextended, and Mafioso is still there to go for the revival, so it's all good in the hood. Aiden
Oh boy,
will be
EMZ,
back
they're
up.
coming. They're really, really thinking about this as well. And here comes the flush. Empire first to get knocked here. Raven needs to go in for the reset. Maxioso goes for a scaring nade, but there's no connection so far. But EMC has got the entire warehouse locked down. Eileen could not get out in time. Maxioso, last-ditch effort, makes a mad dash. He's going to be able to get out. But both teams hurt pretty low. Maxioso and Lens needs to make the biggest play here coming from Raven Esports as EMZ will clean out the members of Raven Esports.
Yeah. For Raven, now they've only got 2 men standing. For EMZ, the fallen man can be back upon his feet. It's not a concern. And there is the revival in process. 2 players in the warehouse, 2 players for Raven Esports standing as well. Utility warfare begins once again. And Raven Esports just cannot really afford to go for any sort of risky plays just yet. Maxioso was taken down extremely low. That's why they just back away and now try to play for safety. And keep this thing in mind, Raven Esports as well, they need a chicken dinner, nothing less than that. The moment they get eliminated inside of this fight, it's done for.
It is indeed. Zone's coming in. EMZ calls the sound of retreat for that fight. Meanwhile, inside the zone, VOLCANO is going to be crashing onto his Genesis Esports as of yet. They've heard all this commotion. Genesis Esports, they have to try and scare him off. This is a massive fight. Nades has been cooked. It's all about a game of utility now. And as of yet, Genesis, can they find those nades? Hunters on top of the roof trying to zone out people outside from the third parties. But VOLCANO, they have to go in for the fight. But guess what? A third party comes through. Genesis finds Vegito. They gets the confirmation. Small little victories, but there's a little bit too many teams. Hunters on top of the floor, pretty much down and dusted. VOLCANO continues with the spray, but Reflex gets taken down, and only Arjun remains from the side of VOLCANO. As Genesis is able to take him out, and now here comes the rush. Genesis cleans out VOLCANO Esports.
Solid stuff. Genesis Esports, exactly what they needed. Now there's Middle Esports too. Aimbot crossing on over with his teammate itself, and he will successfully cross over as well. Middle Esports somehow making it alive towards the compound. Yes, they've taken a lot of damage upon themselves, but now they need to fend off the entirety of Genesis Esports and even GG, which is going to be extremely tough. Middle Esports, they just don't really have enough manpower.
Exactly. Rider Esports finds a little bit of small cover down towards the shorelines themselves as they go in for the wide spread. And early on, they were the ones that actually helped take down both Ace Official and Team Ace of sorts here, because they themselves get four finishes in the bag. So that's a small little victory coming from Rider Esports. EMZ still keeping them at bay. But what happened to the teams from the warehouse just now? They just got eliminated.
They indeed did. Raven Esports in that dip. This nade might just be on the point. The nade's tossed pretty close as well. But since the man is inside of the hovercraft, he's still going to be safe. And luckily enough, Flex as well, he was pushed up, so he was not in that nadeable range. It's all looking good in the hood for Raven Esports, but something that's looking good for you guys as well, it's going to be the Discovery Island that's already inside of the game. You will have a chance to contribute towards the BMPS 2025 prize pool if you partake inside of that Discovery Island and successfully do all the missions and complete your milestone. You will also be able to get your hands on the in-game cosmetic and also contribute towards this prize pool. All you need to do is just keep on playing your classic games. That's it.
Agreed, but Raven, they've lost Maxioso. Only Lens remain. Fame was able to pick him up. And now Raven Esports, only the solo warrior from Lens. And nothing short of a chicken dinner can get them into his round 3. It is going to be very, very close. However, look at this. Everyone from the shorelines out in the open as well. They need to push out for the compound. Godsgiven first to dip out, and Metal was able to gatekeep them. Genesis also taking jabs at them as well. And now they're forced to take a pit stop outside of nowhere.
Yeah, Metal Esports, Venom aimbot towards that shack. Genesis Esports, they make the pounce as well. Oh no, for Godsgiven, they've only got Reflex standing, but I'm pretty sure that his reflexes might just not be enough to keep himself alive. And in the end, Reflex 2 gets eliminated from this game. As Genesis, they will successfully overtake this spot.
Exactly, Rider Esports still holding to trying to make their mark here. They are pretty much way past the qualification mark, but they are denying every single team of a chance of an opportunity to make that bounce back. In this case, Metal needs that win as well. Same can be said for EMZ, same can be said for Aura Royal Emperor, God's Omen, GLITCHxREBORN. Everybody needs chicken dinner. And guess what? Metal will shut down Aura's dream as they get taken out. They lose a player, but they shut down their dreams of qualifying for round 3.
They're done. Eliminated from this tournament. Quite unfortunate outing, but it is what it is. Raven Esports as well, eliminated from this tournament. Just getting 5 points out of this game. I'm pretty sure that's not enough to keep yourself from in that safety marker. So Raven Esports, a promising name, will not be seen in the tournament anymore. Genesis Esports, though, is still in the game with 7 elimination points. Rider Esports looking to put a halt to the momentum of the team in the front. EMZ as well in a big world of trouble. They do not really have a lot of HP supporting them. And slowly and steadily, Rider Esports is dismantling them.
Oh boy, Fame. Just making sure that they do not come up. They're taking them all out. And now EMZ, they might just get me shut down as well. The nade comes through, exists. Slowly but surely, they're all stuck in that very, very disgusting shack. Another nades, but it doesn't connect as well. Seems like he's not going to be able to find the window here, but somehow Fame is able to creep up. And guess what? The nade comes through, and it's done. It's over for EMZ TCW.
Oh no, it's quite unfortunate. EMZ, we still need to look at how many points they managed to acquire in the overall standings and find out if they're safe or not. But Metal Esports too, they've been eliminated from this game, but with 9 finishes and 2 placement points, that's going to be 11 points right there. I think Metal Esports have done it.
Maybe, just maybe. We got to check. It has to be official. It's very, very close. The cutoff is going to be down towards what, 25, 26 points maybe? It's going to be that very, very close in this scenario as well. And GLITCHxREBORN, the only way they qualify is they need the chicken dinner, and they need to take everyone in this game in order to qualify.
Oh my god, Rider Esports, you could not be any more lucky.
Wow.
Exists, Fame, Fragger, all inside of the circle. Rider Esports, stars are now aligned. Genesis for them, Zap is the only man standing, and I'm pretty sure Zap won't be able to stay alive for too long, because now Rider Esports, they've shifted their focus onto Zap. And Zap, in this little ditch, there's not a lot of chances. There's not a lot of options available for Zap in the first place. And I'm pretty sure Rider Esports will try to reunite their forces and push up against Zap as well. And Zap is not going to stand a chance.
Yeah.
Too much on the plate.
The 2-man push from 2 different angles, no way he's going to be able to 180 flick that. So that is very, very unfortunate for Zap. And even if he goes for 180, he needs to get 1 tap in both shots in the first try. So not happening. Nicely done from Rider Esports. They calculated the odds and they take them out. Meanwhile, let's talk about the 4 teams and what's at stake here. Rider Esports pretty much safe from elimination, but the 3 teams still fighting for a shot here is going to be GLITCHxREBORN, RAKA Esports, and none other than God's Omen. So all these 3 teams, they need this chicken dinner and everybody else in the game itself for the finish points in order to somewhat qualify, or maybe even stand a chance.
God's Omen is already qualified. GLITCHxREBORN and RAKA Esports are the one fighting for a slot.
Okay.
And God's Omen definitely has been extremely surprising so far. All the 6 games, they have been extremely consistent. But RAKA Esports, now for them, it's a big problem. Exploser getting knocked out. They need to get the fallen player back upon his feet as Starklord as well hits the deck. From the side of GLITCHxREBORN. Knocks now starting to happen. Exploser will be back upon his feet. It's not even a concern. But RAKA Esports, they need to be extremely cautious of Rider Esports, as Rider Esports is now closing up, which is not a good thing at all.
Well, RAKA Esports, nothing shy over chicken dinner. That's the only way. And even then, it's going to be very, very close. It's down towards the final needy little details here. Might be a tiebreaker as well. But Rider Esports, looks like they will find Coffin. They find the knock as well. Exist, creeps up so close, takes him out. As Rider Esports going out with a bang as well. RAKA Esports now goes for the rush and they get taken out. On 4th place with only 4 finishes. GLITCHxREBORN, they somehow hold on. They give them a point.
That was one of the worst decision makings I've seen from a team so far. RAKA Esports, that was such a rookie mistake that you made. Why were they just constantly driving around? They could have just stopped and went for the shots against the players of Reckoning Esports. That would have applied a bit more pressure. But now for GLITCHxREBORN in the top 3, they need to secure a chicken dinner. They are inside of the circle as well. Not doing too bad. The only team that's going to be a threat is in the name of Reckoning Esports. And Godsgiven, they've got all the 4 players standing 2 on the board.
Final 3 team. GLITCHxREBORN, God's Omen, Reckoning Esports. What's at stake here? This is tough. This is really, really tough. Oh my goodness, this is very, very hard to watch here because it's gonna be close. But Fame, again, domination. This is the Reckoning Esports we remember them of. Where was this Fame in round 1? Because round 2, he's woken back up.
13 finishes on the board. Reckoning Esports, they're definitely riding this game in quite a stylish manner. They've also got a lot of utilities backing them up as well. Look at Exist, 4 nades still in the back. Man's ready to bombard someone. And it's probably going to be the players of GLITCHxREBORN as well. But Reckoning Esports' split's incredible. They're still Fragger all the way on the opposite side. That means Fragger can definitely possess a bit of that anonymous factor. But now since he's spotted out already, Godsgiven knows what the enemy lines are cooking up.
This is really, really tough. Reckoning Esports. Pretty much looking for an absolute dominating ending here for round 2 itself. Looking for the chicken, looking to try to push in towards the top 8 of the overall standings. Maybe it might just happen. But Glitch, do get scouted out. God's Omen finds a knock. And that's going to be Dark Lord pretty much taken out in the open as well. Harsh wants to go in for the save. He's going to run out open, and here comes the spray. He's going to get tagged out as well. Can this stray bullet connect? Seems like Stone can't seem to find that one small little pixel to connect the dot. They are going to go for the reset here for GLITCHxREBORN. Zone still somewhat in play for them. Small little cubby to work with. Vico's pretty much damaged, but Ryder, guess what? They are going to go knocking on God's Omen. He gets the first knock, gets the first confirmation, but Fame gets traded off.
Yeah, Reckoning Esports. Still though, they've got 2 more players standing as God's Omen. They've got 3. They've got the man advantage and default advantage as well inside the fight. Reckoning Esports really does want to back away from this, but now they realize it's a little bit too late, and they've already found themselves too deep inside of trouble. But still, God's Omen, somehow they're losing out on too many men inside of this fight, which is not a good thing at all, and even Fragger finds Stone. Questionable decisions were made from God's Omen, and that's why Reckoning Esports, they spring themselves back to life. One last man from God's Omen, which is Superman. Can he really be the Superman, though? Or will Reckoning Esports be the Kryptonite? Utilities tossed out. 4 nades in the hand. 1 more nade can actually seal the deal. What? Fragger gets knocked out. GLITCHxREBORN. They spring back to life. Somehow they found themselves in the game once again.
Oh my goodness, what a comeback. It is going to be a 2 versus 1 situation. Exists. Great cover fire to thin the herd for God's Omen. And because of this play, GLITCHxREBORN might have a chance to qualify. But it's going to be very, very close. It's going to be like 1 or 2 points of a difference, I think. But we have to wait for the official statement here. But again, only a chicken dinner for GLITCHxREBORN. That is their only last possible chance here. And guess what exists?
What?
He climbed up the top of the roof. He gets picked off. And now it's a 2 versus 1. GLITCHxREBORN now finally having the advantage here. Harsh running out in open. Going for a couple of sprays. Superman getting spotted on as well. They're now going to be running out open here. Superman gets the knock on Dark Lord. Oh no. Not what you're looking for, and Superman might be able to snatch it away from GLITCHxREBORN.
Still, it's taken down a 1v1 though. Dark Lord, he needs to be the kryptonite. This Superman is extremely devastating. He's doing too much damage to your team now. Not a lot of bullets left either in the magazine of Superman, but he finally gets some ammunition backed up, which is a really good thing. Hirsch himself is taken down extremely low. He's only got bandages to keep on patching himself up, which is not a good thing either. Soon the zone's going to be closing on up as well, which means both these players will need to leave the cover and move out in the open, especially Superman. His back's against the wall. Superman will need to leave this cover before the man from GLITCHxREBORN.
Oh no, Harsh, he only has 17 bullets on the M4 to work with. He's got to make every single shot count. And right now, where would the zone go as well? Superman, he's got a lot of time to work with as well. Look at this. He's got so much utilities. He's got 5 grenades to work with, 3 for Harsh. It's all about positioning here. He spots out Superman, but he needs the clear sight for Harsh to clutch the chicken dinner.
There we go. Superman is ready with that smoke launcher.
It comes down towards a 1 versus 1. Level 3 helmets on Superman as well. Level 3 for Harsh. Headshot is one thing, but Harsh, just a speck of a health pretty much taken away. He's going to wait for the ping, the boost to actually kick in to get himself to 100%, but here he comes. Superman, first nade comes through. Harsh, can he dodge it as well? Does he connect? Oh, it's got up close. Ooh. Gets a little bit distant here, but second one does connect, but Harsh is out of mats, down to his last first aid. Another nade comes through, he's down to his 1 HP. He knows he's weak, and Superman, he needs to continue with another nade as well. Harsh, 1 HP, needs to spray through, makes an attempt, 9 bullets in the dream, and the nade almost takes him off. Harsh, down to the last wire as well, and he finally goes down, and that is going to be the game for the chicken dinner for God's Omen to clutch out the final game of round 2 itself.
Still, it's a big question mark. Have GLITCHxREBORN really qualified or not? I'm pretty sure it's just going to be a few points separating them from their fate. But whatever it's going to be, one thing is for sure, GLITCHxREBORN gave it all they had till the final moment, fighting tooth and nail. But in the end, it was God's Omen to secure the deal and get that chicken dinner. 5 finishes racked up, 5 knockouts, damage number 1729. Of course, God's Omen did really good, but Rider Esports popped off.
Rider Esports pretty much guaranteed into his round 3. God's Omen also pretty much safe for now, but the question remains, did GLITCHxREBORN do enough today to get themselves in towards the top 40? Because the bottom 24 will be eliminated, and of course, 64 teams has been playing in round 2 itself. So 64 minus 24 means the top 40 are making it to round 3. So I would say the cutoff is going to be very, very close, and I must say it comes down to maybe the tiebreaker itself. So in terms of rules and regulation, if there is a tiebreaker, we are going to take chicken dinners into consideration. More chicken dinners means they are going to be a hit. If the chicken dinners are tied, then placement points and then finish points.
Of course, that's pretty much the classic tiebreaker that happens in the overall standings. But hey, speaking of the overall standings, we've already got it on the board. VOLCANO Esports catapulting themselves all the way on the 1st. We've also got Apecity right there on the 4th. I mean, at this point, the top 16 does not really matter too much. We knew these faces were already secured.
Yeah, and of course, there is going to be a seating order for how round 3 is going to be begin as well here, because the top 16 from here will be considered on top of the top 8 that is qualified for round 3 from the round 1 stages here. So they will be starting from 9th position all the way down follow as well. So
there we
plus
go.
8 from everything. But on screen here, we do see God's Omen onto 24th position. They did get themselves 39 points, so they are safe in this game. Ace Official also makes it on 26 here with 35 points. So really, really nice run coming from them. Jaguar Official with 34 points. That's going to be part of the roster. They're going to be coming in towards the top 32. Meadow actually qualifies as well with 41 points.
Pretty much, yeah. Metal Esports had a lot of points too. Genesis as well qualifies. You've also got God's Omen, as you mentioned, even qualifying. So pretty much these faces do it really good for themselves. I'm also quite surprised to see ZENIN around that pack. But here's the cutoff, 26 points. My prediction was spot on.
Okay, it is 26 points of a cutoff, and Shadow Blitz was narrowly qualifies for top 40. While TriPerman kicks out on 26, and also Four Bears with 26 as well. Finish points and position points, they are tied, but SBZ, well, actually won by 2 position points, and that's why they are on the 40th position. So Shadow Blitz will qualify into his round 3, whereas TriPerman, Four Bears, RAKA Esports, BotArmy Esports, Godsgiven, Rivalry, GLITCHxREBORN getting completely shut down here. So even if GLITCHxREBORN gotten the chicken dinner just now, it wouldn't have been enough points to make. Actually, you know what? If they got the chicken dinner, that would give them 4 points. They would be tied with 26 points.
And they would also have a lot more
they have position points. So technically, if GLITCHxREBORN won the chicken dinner, they would have gotten 40 points.
Simple. GLITCHxREBORN would have actually qualified. I feel quite bad even for EMZ.
Yeah.
I expected a lot from this banner, but even EMZ was not able to qualify. Rivalry Esports, known as Rivalry NRI, the grand finalist of the BGS 2025. Even they've been eliminated. Now we've got the final 16 on the screen as well. Honeybee Esports, Forever Esports, Raven Esports. They were so phenomenal in the round 1, but even Raven Esports is done for.
Wow.
There's so many big names on this board. Just look at Assam Tiger Esports, Moneymakers, Likitha Esports not there. Oh man, that's breaking hearts.
This is by far the most interesting thing that has happened all year from BGIS and BMPS. Even for Forever X Esports, a LAN finalist taken out. We've got Welt OMG, a known name here from the quarterfinals. We've got VST, Revenant X being pretty much being eliminated as well here in round 2. Wow, what's happening in 2025?
Yeah, a lot of big names are not going to be seen inside of the round 3, but that also means we'll be able to see a lot of emerging stars and a lot of new teams now trying to make a mark for themselves. But still, a few names like Metal Esports, VASISTA Esports, Reckoning Esports are dominating, and these OG names, as long as they're alive, I'm pretty sure they will try and suppress the newer names as much as possible. At the start of the day, we did go for our predictions. Raven Esports was my pick. Unfortunately, they did not qualify. You went with LIKITHA Esports. Even they did not qualify.
Yep.
But Genesis Esports qualified, so that's quite a good thing.
Yeah, Genesis qualified and Metal also qualified coming from Johnny as well. So Maisie, Rawan, and Johnny has got their prediction right from Group C. But I would say the biggest winner is got to be both Johnny and Rawan, because Do or Die, Genesis, Reckoning, and Metal, all 4 are pretty much safe.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, if you think about it, Raven Esports was all the way in the bottom 4. So the picks that we went for were extremely tough to qualify. And then if you try and look at Genesis Esports, they already had a decent bit of base setup. We've got the day summary, too, for the day 4, which is also the last day of the round 2. DOD started things off in quite the miraculous manner. Then XOTIC Signature came through. We did see Rising Inferno as well, secure the chicken dinner on the map of Sanhok. VOLCANO Esports getting a quick back-to-back, which was definitely hard racing. Then later on, Godsgiven got the final chicken dinner. We all saw that 1v1.
Yeah, that was a very, very nice fight as well here. GLITCHxREBORN, sorry to say, you are going to be eliminated from this
chicken
tournament
dinner,
as well.
dude. That last one's so close, but so far.
If he had health, if he had one more utility, it's a lot of what-if situation. If he won that, GLITCHxREBORN, we would see them in round 3 again.
He was in the top 2 as well. Man, that's got to sting. When GLITCHxREBORN is going to look at the overall standings on the stream itself, you can just imagine the hearts just shattering right there.
But even then, mathematically, yes, it was a tiebreaker, but the cutoff could have gone either way if it wasn't like that. So it could have been luck, it could have been skill, but unfortunately, say even if they got a chicken dinner as well, I wouldn't say it was a good taste to be playing in it here, to be honest.
Once again, to let you guys know, the new groups will be announced on the social media itself, so make sure to follow Krafton India Esports' social for the future updates as well, since we know round 2 is going to be starting from tomorrow, and the action will be intensified even more. What's going to happen in the future, we do not exactly know, but we'll find it out tomorrow. Before now, that's going to be it from me and IC. We'll see you guys tomorrow itself in the round 3.
Delivery, order ready.
समझा नहीं क्या भाई? अपना भाई वाव मोड में है।
until then. Lost at sea, you were the one to push me in. But the water's warm, now I'm bathing in color and sin. You can see the pain in my eyes, and I can see you standing by. Getting ready to pounce, but it's over. Now you've had your fun, but mine's just begun. Going insane, so I drink my pain. Now the smoke is clear, I have no fear. You gave me a war, but now you'll get yours. But now you'll get yours. But now you'll get yours. Wanna tear out my eyes from the things that you made me see. Confusion, rage, and regret consuming me. Sun's going down and I feel it getting cold. I step outside, but the chill is from your soul. You can see the pain in